The aftermath. The village hidden in the leaves fell silent, reeling from its near destruction. Skilled shinobi of all ranks worked tirelessly, extinguishing the remaining flames and rushing survivors to the hospital. A heavy quiet hung in the air, everyone too shaken to speak of the horror they'd witnessed, too traumatized to truly process what had transpired. The Kyuubi's fury. The Kyuubi, strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, had appeared without warning. There was no time to mount an adequate defense against such a threat. The monstrous fox easily tore through the village. Though shinobi bravely tried to save lives, their efforts seemed futile. The Kyuubi killed faster than they could rescue. The rampage finally ended when Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, used his famous flying Raijin jutsu to teleport himself and the beast outside the village. There, he and his wife, Kushina Namikaze, managed to subdue the monster long enough to make a harrowing decision: they would seal the beast into their newborn children, Mito and Menma. A sacrifice made. Both Minato and Kushina were resolute, prepared to give their lives and what little chakra they had left to seal the monster away. However, after a heartfelt plea from Minato's predecessor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, they allowed him to perform the jutsu, sacrificing his own life in return. They prayed he found peace in the afterlife. A father's relief. Hours later, Minato waited outside his wife's hospital room, his infant daughter in his arms. Looking down at the tiny bundle, he smiled sadly at the red tufts of hair on her small head, imagining her future, likely just like her mother. Little Mito, he whispered softly. To his right, Tsunade Senju's apprentice, Shizun, cradled the other baby, a boy with blonde hair as bright as Minato's. Both infants bore 3 whisker-like marks on their cheeks, just like his 4-year-old son, Naruto, who was currently on his way from a civilian shelter. Minato's thoughts were interrupted when the door creaked open. Tsunade emerged with an unreadable expression. Fearing the worst, Minato rose, pulling Mito closer as if to shield her from the news until he knew it himself. Tsunade-sama, he urged, is she all right? Calming him, Tsunade gently took Mito from his arms. Yes, she's fine. She'll need a few more days to recover than a normal pregnancy, of course, but she is fine. Minato immediately smiled, gently squeezing her shoulder as he passed, a quick thank you on his lips before he rushed into his wife's room. Family reunited. Kushina was awake, staring at the ceiling. When she saw Minato, she nearly jumped up, a squeak of pain replacing her intended stream of questions. Minato quickly rushed to her side, gently pushing her back down, whispering everything's fine repeatedly to calm her. Ignoring her discomfort, she called out hollowly, my babies, asking for her children. Tsunade and Shizun strolled in, rocking the 2 bundles, bringing them to Kushina's bedside. They each placed the infants into her waiting arms, and she somehow found the strength to hold them both. Minato stood beside her, smiling at his children along with his wife. Tsunade and Shizun both smiled at the scene unfolding before them, a picture-perfect family. Naruto's journey. Walking through the hospital halls, 4-year-old Naruto clutched his stuffed bear. The umbu behind him gently guided him toward his parents. He was quite worried. The last time he'd been in this place, his father's former student, Obito Uchiha, had died. That was all he really knew about hospitals: people died inside. So, if his mom and dad were here, it meant someone was dead. His small sandals tapped loudly against the floor, a stark contrast to the hollow silence around him. He couldn't even hear the umbu behind him. They stopped abruptly, hearing laughter from a room to their right. This way, young Namikaze, the umbu directed, opening the door. Naruto looked up at him before walking in. He saw the room filled with familiar faces: Kakashi and Jiraiya leaning on the windowsill, Tsunade and Shizun standing at the foot of the bed, and his mother and father at the head, cradling 2 bundles. He walked in, unnoticed, until the umbu shut the door. Naruto-kun, Kushina said weakly, trying her hardest to sit up a little more. Naruto walked to her bedside, allowing his father to pick him up. Adjusting his grip on his son, Minato leaned him over the bed. Meet your new baby siblings. Naruto looked down at the 2 babies who shared his whisker marks, full of wonder. His hands rested timidly at his sides, not wanting to hurt them. He gazed at their hair colors, particularly Mito's. She looks just like you, Kaa-san, he said, prompting a round of laughter and awes from the room. He looked around, wondering what he'd done, until Kushina brought his attention back. That's right, she does. She smiled up at her oldest, tears brimming in her eyes. That's Mito. His gaze shifted to his little brother. And he looks like. He paused and thought. You, Minato finished for his son, meeting his gaze. He looks just like you. Naruto looked back down at his brother in amusement, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Yeah, he looks like me, he whispered quietly, amazed by the similarities. Everyone around them looked at the now complete family, smiles on their faces, imagining the great things they would accomplish in time, etching this moment into their memories for as long as they could. 5 years later, a changing family dynamic. Things were different now. The family wasn't as complete as they once hoped, though they didn't seem to notice. Everything revolved around Mito and Menma. Every day felt like their birthday. The villagers showered them with love and adoration for their noble sacrifice. They were worshipped and praised, now adorned with the titles of Prince and Princess of Konoha. Kushina and Minato treated them no differently, granting their every wish. This led to their training beginning earlier than planned. The training regimen. A detailed training plan had been established for Mito and Menma, with specialists in every field agreeing to assist. They were originally meant to begin training after graduating from the academy, placed on a team with the Rookie of the Year, if it wasn't one of them, and assigned to Kakashi. He would train them in chakra control and ninjutsu. When time allowed, they'd learn genjutsu from Korone Ui, taijutsu from Might Guy, and kenjutsu from their mother. Minato himself would teach them Fuinjutsu. Once ready, they'd master Minato's Raise-Nan and Flying Raijin, and Kushina's chakra chains. After that, they would undergo tutelage from Jiraiya and Tsunade, whomever they chose. This rigorous schedule was meant to begin after their academy graduation. However, after a few hours of pleading, aided by undeniable puppy dog eyes, Minato caved. They started early 2 years ago, in fact. Consequently, the various sensei were no longer able to uphold the original plan, having other matters to attend to. So, Minato and Kushina decided to handle the training themselves. Naruto's solace. This intense focus was solely on the two youngest Namikaze children. As for the oldest, it couldn't be called outright neglect, but Naruto wasn't truly part of the family training or many other activities. The last time he remembered doing anything with them was when he entered the academy, and his father gave the opening speech for the new class. That was the last time he recalled any attention being on him, the last time he had smiled genuinely. That day, it was as if his parents simply assumed the academy would consume most of his time, as if he no longer needed their assistance in any matter. He would have been upset had he not found a passion for reading. It was a simple pleasure that brought him peace during times of self-loathing, when he felt he wasn't good enough for his family, or when he felt they'd be better off without him. He'd read a book. Anything with words captivated him. He'd devour anything he could find, fiction, non-fiction, ninja scrolls, bingo books, history books, everything. It was an escape from the material world. He had lived 1,000 lives within his young mind, experienced love and hatred, and understood the meaning of both in countless ways. A new path, Naruto's taijutsu. Through his extensive reading, Naruto learned many things, including various jutsu and techniques suitable for his level of understanding. His reading led him to develop his own self-made taijutsu style, which he had yet to name. After reading a book about Konoha's various clans, he became interested in the countless taijutsu customs of two of the greatest, the Uchiha and the Hyuga. The Uchiha's style focused on blocking and countering enemy attacks, while the Hyuga's famous gentle fist revolved around using their Byakugan Jujutsu to see an opponent's tenketsu and block them with chakra. This sparked his overall interest in taijutsu. What ultimately led to his own unique style was reading a medical book. One Tsunade had once called it Doctor's Bible. He learned about various pressure points on the human body that could shut a person down with a few quick hits. Using this knowledge and the theories of the Uchiha and Hyuga fighting styles, he waited for an opportunity. Every day after the academy, he'd go to the training grounds and wait for an Uchiha kid named Shisui to train with his father. Then, he'd go to the Hyuga compound and watch, from a distance across the street, the branch family running through their daily training routines. After trying whatever he observed, he was able to somewhat duplicate both styles, sloppily, of course, but his taijutsu style was unorthodox and meant to appear chaotic. Minato's seclusion. Naruto's entry into the academy was what prompted his younger siblings to want to begin their training early. Of course, caving, Minato decided it was best he personally assist in their training and took a leave from office. He placed his trusted friend and advisor, Shikaka Nara, in control of all matters not involving foreign threats while he diligently trained his children. Shikaka was in charge of everything, including academy matters, domestic complaints, ninja rankings, and even Umbu missions. Minato had stated he didn't want to be disturbed unless another village suddenly declared war. True to his word, the Namikaze family essentially entered seclusion within their own compound. The training schedule was so tight-knit it left absolutely no room for anything, not even the esteemed Ichiraku ramen they all loved. The Namikaze family wouldn't be seen for a long while. Prodigies discovered. 2 weeks after the academy starts, a test is administered to determine who is suitable for an early promotion. The results are sent directly to the Hokage for his decision. The written test covers topics taught in the 3rd year, along with a few questions designed to assess how students perform under pressure, questions they couldn't possibly understand. Not since Kakashi Hatake had there been a student capable of skipping to the 3rd year. 2 years ago, there were 2 Naruto Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha. These 2 young geniuses were placed in the same 3rd year class under the watchful eye of the very confused Irika Omino. He was confused because the 2 9-year-olds excelled at everything he presented to them. Halfway through the year, he approached Shikaku, requesting they be given the early promotion test. Shikaku, initially surprised, agreed nonetheless. The 2 took the rigorous test designed to weed out weaker links and passed flawlessly. Shikaku was, of course, impressed and even considered congratulating the fourth Hokage on such a prodigious son, but he could never find the time. He placed the two on a standby support team, as he still feared they were too young for actual missions. They were under the guidance of a former Umbu agent named Kaijo, who trained them as he once trained his fellow agents, pushing them to their limits each day as they awaited a mission. A test of skill. After the first week, Kaijo witnessed their talent and requested they become an active assault team instead of support. However, Shikaku refused, still hesitant about putting the two on the field so early. They were only 9. Wanting a second opinion, he went to the Namikaze compound in search of Minato. He found them in the middle of training. It must have been a frustrating evening, as Minato seemed quite stressed. Seeing Shikaku, Minato immediately asked if another nation was attacking. Shikaku said that wasn't the case, which seemed to tick him off more as he angrily barked out tips to his children during their taijutsu match. Shikaku was unable to get another word out as Minato, calming down slightly, turned to him. "Look, whatever it is, just handle it please. As you can see, this really isn't a good time." Before Shikaku could argue, Minato had already left his side. Now, with the decision left solely to him, Shikaku decided to trust his gut and keep the team as support for the time being. A few days later, a seasoned genin team requested backup on a C-rank mission that had apparently turned B-rank due to an attack from some low-ranking rogue ninja. Figuring it would be an opportunity to test their skills in the field, Shikaku sent Naruto's team. With Kaijo, he believed they'd be able to handle it. First blood. When they returned, Shikaku was shocked by the report. Naruto and Itachi seemed to have been the biggest contributors among the group, as the two took down an A-rank rogue on their own after being separated from the others. In a joint effort, they wore the man down until they were able to deliver a killing blow. It was their first kill. After consolation from his mother and father, Itachi was fine the next day. Naruto, on the other hand, had to deal with it on his own, but he handled it nonetheless, thanks to his books. At that point, the two 9-year-olds of Team Kaijo became true ninja. Their training surpassed even their own expectations. Itachi quickly mastered every technique within his father's study, learning old taijutsu techniques, every fire-based ninjutsu, and even a few techniques left behind by the clan founder, Madara Uchiha. He became one of the best Uchiha, and he was only 9. Naruto, too, delved into his old man's stash and read up on techniques. He learned everything written on the pages in his father's study, every fuinjutsu note, every taijutsu technique, every ninjutsu theory, even his father's main techniques, Rasengan and Flying Raijin. All of those techniques were now within his grasp. Rising stars. After 2 more successful support missions and substantial backing from other sensei, Team Kaijo became a full-fledged assault team. They worked diligently for a year, racking up mission after mission with not a single failure on their record. In some of their more unusual missions, they even saved princesses and killed tyrants. All in all, they made a name for themselves across the nations. Word of Itachi's success spread throughout the Uchiha clan, and he was praised throughout the village. Naruto, however, flew under the radar. No one really praised him within the village, though a few minor villages held him in high regard, so he didn't mind. From the way Itachi despised it, he figured he wouldn't enjoy it much anyway. A new home and a rivalry. Now 10 years old, Naruto decided to move out of his parents' home, feeling bad about taking up space and using their utilities without contributing. He found a small, affordable apartment in the less desirable part of Konoha, though he figured he wouldn't be there often anyway. He and Itachi became the best of friends over the years, doing everything together. Naruto would even help him train Sasuke now and then. Both excelled because of the other. Neither was willing to be outdone, so they pushed harder and harder, constantly striving for the upper hand. A healthy rivalry built on friendship. They fought constantly whenever they had the chance, always testing each other's skills to gauge their own progress. Their greatest match came later that year during the Chunin exams held in Kumo. They faced each other in the final round and fought to a standstill. The unforgettable Chunin exam battle. The battle was the most magnificent spectacle the Nanshinobi viewers had ever seen. The clash between the Uchiha prodigy and the son of the Yellow Flash was truly a sight to behold. They held nothing back, attacking each other with lethal intent, knowing the other expected nothing less. It was there that Naruto first unveiled his father's technique, the Flying Raijin, as well as a technique of his own creation, the perfect clone. He called it perfect because, with the aid of fuinjutsu, it was actually brought to life. While in a tough spot, he used the technique out of Itachi's view and sent the clone out to fight in his stead while he strategized. The only issue with the technique was that, much like water clones, it only held a portion of the original's abilities and, being aware it was a clone, lacked adrenaline and danger. Itachi had no idea, as it even fooled his fully matured Sharingan. So, he continued to fight with the same intensity he had been, unleashing a technique he intended to use as a distraction. Although a powerful, potentially lethal attack, he was sure Naruto would find a way out. To his horror, he did not. All he saw was his best friend's body hit the ground, burnt to a crisp. His heart sank as the entire stadium fell silent, believing the match to be over. The proctor dropping down to the arena to check on the body made it that much more real. He looked up to the cage box, which held only the Reikage and Kaze cage, and saw the proctor shake his head. Everyone knew the implication of such a gesture and remained silent. Itachi's eyes burned as his heart sank. He dropped to his knees, staring at the ground, wondering what he had just done. He prayed to whatever god was up there that it wasn't real. His mind didn't register how much clearer the world seemed to him or the fact that his eyes were still burning. He just couldn't think. He was brought back to reality with the popping of a clone. Looking up, he saw the proctor looking down at the spot where Naruto's body had been, in wonder. Itachi felt the ground beneath him rumble. He jumped back, narrowly avoiding the hands that popped out trying to clamp down on his ankles. The proctor jumped back up, seeing the match was not yet over. The crowd went wild, seeing the Namikaze was still alive. It was truly the greatest match in the history of the Chunin exams. Two boys, no older than second-year academy students, displayed abilities on par with legends. The fact that they were both from Konoha stirred up significant commotion among the other nations. If Konoha was breeding such monsters, they questioned whether any attack against them would be beneficial. Joining Umbu. When they returned to the village, the two boys were immediately granted the rank of Chunin. Shortly after, they were approached by the Umbu captain, Kenji Horo. Captain Horo expressed his interest in them joining his force, even at their young age of 11. He went on to describe the stealth training they would receive, one thing they currently lacked. They'd have to pass the Jonin exam first, for which they wouldn't be eligible for another 2 months, but they accepted nonetheless. Of course, in normal circumstances, rank didn't matter much when making Umbu selections, but Captain Horo figured Shikaku would be more inclined to accept the request if the two could prove they were on par with the village's higher UPS. A month had passed since Naruto Namikaze's 12th birthday, a fact known only to his teammates. They had each given him thoughtful gifts, a new jacket from Yujeo, an all-black sword from Hayate, and a book from Itachi. The Uchiha clan even surprised him with a cake and congratulations, which he deeply appreciated. Since then, Naruto had thrown himself into solo missions with relentless dedication. He was taking 2 missions a week, sometimes even 3 if his schedule allowed. The substantial pay enabled him to move into a nicer, fully furnished condo in Konoha's wealthier district. It boasted 2 bedrooms, a bathroom with actual hot water, a luxury his old place lacked, and a study that resembled a mini library, overflowing with books from floor to ceiling. Dressed in his street clothes, a plain black t-shirt, baggy Umbu-style pants, black ninja sandals, and black mid-calf wraps, Naruto wore the hoodless white jacket Yujeo gave him, its front unzipped to proudly display the Namikaze symbol on his back. The long-sleeved jacket reached the bottom of his back, much like a young Minato's attire. His headband hung loosely around his neck. He approached his mirror, his usually shaggy hair now conspicuously shaven on the right side. This was a result of a narrow dodge during training, when one of Itachi's kunao had nicked his head, requiring stitches that prevented the hair from fully growing back, causing it to slouch to the left. His face had matured, losing its roundness and now strikingly resembling his father's. Heavy bags under his eyes betrayed several days without sleep. With a yawn, he left his bathroom and headed for the front door, ready to begin his day. Red hair splayed across her bed, a trickle of drool at the corner of her mouth, Mito slowly opened her eyes to the screeching alarm on her nightstand. Her bright blue eyes squinted against the sunlight. Ugh, she groaned, sitting up and stretching her sore body. Today was going to be wonderful, she just knew it. This was their first birthday celebration since they began their intense training. Before, there had been no time, with only a single gift from their parents each year. Today promised to be different. Her door burst open as her brother charged in. Mito! Menma yelled. Hurry up and get up. Mom said to come downstairs. She rolled her eyes, throwing a pillow at him for being so loud. I'm up, you idiot. Menma snatched it from the air and tossed it back. Looks like you're laying down, dummy, he retorted, jogging out and down the hall. Mito shook her head, rubbing the sleep from her eyes and trying to gather her bearings. Once she did, she rolled out of bed and headed downstairs. Rounding the corner from the living room, Mito was greeted by the expected large breakfast, with the entire family already seated. Entire family meant herself, Menma, Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizun, and Kakashi. Everyone was already serving themselves at the long table, with a spot reserved for her to Menma's right. As she took her seat, she was greeted by everyone when their individual conversations allowed. Morning, Mito-chan, Kushina said cheerfully, passing her a plate. Happy birthday. Mito quickly thanked her, filling her plate with the various breakfast goodies. So, how does it feel? Minato asked, sipping his juice. You know, finally being 8 years old? Mito gave him a bashful smile and shrugged. Well, to me it feels great. Menma declared, excitement spilling from his mouth along with his noodles. I finally get to go to the academy. Yeah, you say that now, Kakashi chimed in. I was only there for a year, but man, it was a lot of homework. Yup, lots and lots of books and studying, Jiraiya added. Something you haven't been too great at so far, so. Oh, you shut up, Baka Arosenin, Menma retorted quickly. He's right, you know, Kushina interjected. Ninja studies probably should have been added to the list when planning. There's still another year. Maybe we can fit that in. Yeah, maybe, Kakashi agreed. Then they'd have a chance at the advanced placement test. They're already miles ahead in everything else. This piqued their interest. The advanced placement test? Mito asked. Ah, yeah, I almost forgot about that, Minato said. It's a test given to first-year students that determines if they're eligible for early promotion to the third-year class. But it's incredibly difficult, and not many are able to pass. In fact, I believe Kakashi was the last one ever. Actually, I heard there were 2 of them just about 3 years ago, Jiraiya corrected. Minato was shocked, surprised he hadn't heard. Really? Yeah, I think it was Fugaku's brat, Itachi. Yeah, he was definitely one of them, Jiraiya replied, deep in thought. Oh, Itachi-kun? Wow, how talented is he? We haven't seen them in a while, Kushina commented. Minato raised an eyebrow, thinking. He hadn't considered that. Had it been 2, maybe 3 years? Man, Menma and Mito's training ate up most of our time. We haven't seen a lot of people in a while. I haven't even checked up on Shikaku. Well, that's definitely on the to-do list. He picked at his food. For now, he had to enjoy the day, as this was their first real celebration of the joyous occasion. Regardless, I think we'll hold off on the academics and all that, Kushina decided. I want you guys to learn with your friends. I don't want you rushing out of your childhood so fast, lest you end up like Kakashi. This sparked a round of laughter at Kakashi's expense. The table then dissolved into individual conversations. Mito and Menma discussed party invitees, Tsunade and Jiraiya reminisced about old times, Kakashi and Shizen talked about past missions, and Kushina watched Minato, who seemed troubled. Reaching over, Kushina placed her hand on his forearm, gently rubbing his skin. You okay? She asked sincerely. Snapping out of his daze, he smiled at her. Yeah, I'm great. Just thinking, that's all, he said. We've got to get back in the swing of things within the village. This confused her. What do you mean? Well, we've been here at the house since we began their training. The only time we've left has been to go to the Hokage training grounds. But when's the last time you've seen any of your friends? Kushina had to think. It had been a very long time. She couldn't even remember the last time they'd left the house. Oh, I guess you're right, she said. Yeah, I mean, we haven't been to Ichiraku's in ages, he joked. Ugh, don't remind me. I'm dying to get my hands on a few bowls, she said with a smile. But seriously, have we been so caught up with their training that we've just neglected going out? She asked, getting back to the point. Well, that's going to change today, he announced, wiping his face as he stood up, getting everyone's attention. Everyone, when we finish our meal, we're going to go for a walk through the village. We've been away for far too long. We must reconnect with the people. So, once you finish, I implore you to go and reconnect with friends and whatnot. They all agreed. Strolling through the streets of Konoha, his prized Ika book proudly held before his face, Kakashi made his way toward the Umbu HQ to catch up with old teammates. He found it odd that he, too, had been out of the village's loop for a while. If he wasn't on a mission, he was assisting the Namikazes with their training. As he walked, he noticed a kid a good distance ahead, also reading a book. He looked awfully familiar from behind. Kakashi saw the Namikaze symbol on his back. Naruto? Where's he been? Noticing Naruto seemed to be heading in the same direction, he decided to catch up. Hello there, Naruto, he said, not looking up from his book. Naruto briefly glanced up to see who was there. Oh, Kakashi and I. How are you? He asked hollowly. I'm fine. And yourself? I am well. It's strange to see you out and about. What would be the occasion? Naruto inquired. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Well, it's Menma and Mito's birthday, he replied. Naruto's steps faltered slightly. So it is, he murmured, looking up from his book to see the Umbu HQ in sight. Would you happen to know if they're having a birthday party, by chance? He asked. At this, Kakashi seemed truly confused. They had been discussing it all week. Had Naruto not heard? Yeah, they are, he answered. Naruto nodded, his eyes on his book. I suppose I should stop by then. I'll sign in first, he whispered the last part to himself. Kakashi heard, however, and watched as the blonde turned to enter the building he had just been heading towards. Confusion and curiosity prompted him to follow. Naruto noticed, but didn't find it strange, as Kakashi had once been an Umbu captain. Upon entering, Naruto was greeted by the head receptionist. Welcome, Torasama, she said, handing him the check-in forms. Good morning, Hebai-san, he replied formally. I am signing in. Please inform Weasel I will return shortly. Of course, Torasama, she replied, jotting it down on a spare piece of paper. Naruto nodded and turned to leave, giving Kakashi a brief nod before walking out. "Welcome, Kakashi-sama," she said, seeing him standing there. His eyes, however, followed Naruto all the way out the door, paying her no mind, confusion still tightly gripping his brain. The Namikaze family strolled through the village streets for the first time in 3 years, greeting everyone they encountered. The people's admiration for the family had not diminished during their absence, they were still adored and loved. Passing children viewed them with wonder and awe. When they reached the park, they paused to address a crowd of young fans before letting Menma and Mito greet their peers, who were playing a game of ninja. Kushina stayed behind, as Mikato had just arrived with her youngest son, Suzuki. They decided to chat for a bit, so Minato decided now was a good time to visit Shikaku and check on things. Shikaku was returning tomorrow, but Minato wanted to ensure there were no major concerns. On his way, he greeted everyone individually, as a Hokage should, shaking every hand and hugging everyone who offered. The exhausting journey reminded him why they hadn't had much time to walk around the village before. Even so, he loved it. Finally reaching his office, Minato sighed as he stepped inside. Shikaku was signing a document and seemed to release a breath he'd been holding. "Oh man. Finally. I thought I was gonna be doing this forever," he said, leaning back in his chair with a sigh. Minato chuckled at the lazy man. "Yeah, sorry. Not back yet. You've got one more day of it all. I just came by to check up on things." Shikaku looked at him, a perplexing, disbelieving expression on his face. "Really?" he asked incredulously. "After 3 years, yeah. Well, we all got a bit preoccupied by the training and all that, so?" He trailed off. Shikaku simply nodded, as if assuring him he was listening. "How was that, by the way?" he said, giving up on the string of curses at the tip of his tongue. Minato sighed, running a hand through his hair. "As good as it's going to get for the moment. I mean, they excel at most things. Their taijutsu is good, ninjutsu is fairly well developed, they can break out of most any genjutsu, and their teamwork is good enough to land a blow on Kakashi, so that's pretty good. At everything else, though, they're pitiful. Horrible at Fuinjutsu, lack the proper chakra control for medical jutsu, and god, their book smarts are awful," he concluded his assessment. "I'm really disappointed by their Fuinjutsu more than anything, though. The way it's looking, neither of them will ever be good enough to master the High Shin. I know it's a complex seal, but I was hoping at least one of my kids could learn it." Shikaku wanted to palm his face. They had literally been living in a cave. As nice as it was, it still isolated them from the world outside their compound. The way Minato spoke, however, sent a pang of hurt through Shikaku's heart. It was as if he wasn't even considering teaching it to his oldest, as if he didn't even remember he had another child. His first thought was to ignore it and let it blow up in his friend's face when the time was right, but he decided to at least give him a little nudge. "Well, what about Naruto?" Minato froze completely for a second. "Naruto? Yeah, he should be graduating this year, huh? Maybe he'll show an aptitude for it." Shikaku wanted to palm Minato's face. Was he truly that unaware of his other son's accomplishments? If he didn't even know Naruto was no longer in the academy, then he couldn't know about his son being one of the few to pass the advanced placement test. He couldn't know about his son's alias among other villages, which was based on his own. He couldn't know of his son's unblemished mission record, or the various monuments appearing across the nations with his son's name on them. He couldn't know of his son's entry into the Umbu Black Ops at the ripe age of 11. He couldn't know any of that. "Where is Naruto, by the way? Have you seen him today?" Shikaku asked, prodding him further into the trap he had set. Yeah, he's, well, he was." Minato drew a blank. He couldn't remember if he'd seen his son today, or last week, or even in the last year. He tried. Shikaku watched the confusion unfold across his face. It was as if he truly didn't understand the question. Minato looked out the window, genuinely baffled by his inability to picture his own son within the past 2 to 3 years. It broke his heart that he couldn't. It completely shattered his soul. Sitting on the park bench, Kushina and Mikato laughed as Kushina recounted stories from their 3-year training period. They watched the kids play a strange game they'd never seen before, involving cardboard ninja tools and a flag. It was apparent to Mikato that Menma and Mito were well trained, given their advanced tactics, but she swelled with pride watching Suzuki, on the opposing team, hold his own. Kushina noticed as well. "I see Suzuki has had a bit of training too, huh?" she inquired. Well, that's all his brother," Mikato said with a grin, watching him run around and laugh with the others. "Always wanting to imitate him and whatnot." Kushina smiled and nodded, understanding completely. "How is Itachi doing, anyway?" she asked. "I heard he was one of the boys able to pass the advanced placement exam, huh?" Mikato looked at her in confusion, as if Kushina shouldn't be asking this. I mean, with her son being the other, she'd figure she'd know. "Why yes, he did," she replied, brushing it off for the moment. "What, is he at Shinin now?" Kushina continued, further confusing her friend. "He's Umbu. Mikato said, now truly looking at Kushina as if she were an enemy in disguise. Kushina didn't notice the gaze, her eyes still on the children. Boo? Wow, that's amazing, she murmured. Mikato kept her gaze on Kushina, wondering what seemed so wrong. It was as if she had no idea her own son was the other boy who had risen through the ranks alongside Itachi. They were only 12 years old and already agents. Surely Naruto would have told her. Through their conversations, Mikato knew they weren't exactly close, but still. When Itachi returned home with news of his acceptance, Fugaku, and she threw a party for him. The entire clan was in attendance to witness the great feat, yet it didn't seem as if Naruto had told her anything. Deciding to test her theory, she adjusted her position on the seat, turning more towards Kushina than the kids. Hey, Kushi, she called out. Kushina tore her smiling gaze away from the playing children and looked at her friend, who seemed to have something to say. I was, wondering, how is Naruto doing? For a second, a look of confusion crossed Kushina's face upon hearing the name. Then a mix of many more emotions followed. Walking down the street in thought, Naruto searched for his family. He had gone to the compound after signing in, but they were nowhere to be found. After searching for a bit, he decided to head back to HQ. On the way, he ran into Itachi, and the two boys decided to continue the search together, figuring they had a better chance. So, now that they are 8, I assume they will be entering the academy along with Suzuki and the other clan children next year? Itachi asked as he walked alongside his best friend, who still had his nose buried in his new book. Yeah, I suppose so, Naruto replied casually. Is there a reason they ended their training a year before heading to the academy? He asked. Naruto lowered the book, thinking. I believe they said it was so they could have a little time to be kids again before shinobi duties become a reality. Nodding in understanding, Itachi continued. Since their training is over, that would mean Hokage-sama will be retaking office sometime soon. He received nothing more than an MHM from the blonde. Does he know of your rank? At this, Naruto pulled the book away from his face. I'm not sure. I would assume not, as they haven't left the compound in such a long time, he replied. What about Kakashi-san? He's taken missions outside of the village a few times since our foreign exploits. He possibly could have told him, Itachi suggested. Naruto nodded. Indeed. However, he seemed surprised when I signed in today. I'm sure he was unaware of my status within the Black Ops. Itachi nodded again. What of Jiraiya-sama? I'm sure his spy networks have been buzzing with your name. Possibly. However, I believe I overheard Shikaku-sama explaining in frustration to someone that having both Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama on leave was, in a way, crippling Konoha's defense, he said, still reading. If that means he hasn't been out of the village, receiving information from his contacts would have been relatively impossible, as Konoha accepts no foreign carrier birds unless marked by the other cage themselves, he explained. So, Hokage-sama has no idea his neglected son is an actual prodigy? Itachi asked in a joking manner. Naruto snickered. I'm not a prodigy. And I was not neglected. My parents took the necessary steps to ensure my younger siblings were well taken care of. If I had to be set aside for the time being, then so be it, he explained. Itachi sported a small grin. You are humble. That is good. But, if you were not neglected, then who taught you everything you know? He asked. Naruto thought for only a second. Everyone has, he said, looking at the Ravenet. Through the books they have written or left behind, I have learned everything I've needed to know to become an adequate ninja on the battlefield. From Jiraiya's book, The Tale of a Gutsy Ninja, I've learned to remain true to myself and to the people I love. From my father's notes, I have learned Fuin Jutsu to a high enough degree that I am able to perform his signature jutsu, the Hiraishin. Itachi stared ahead in complete amazement at the love his friend held for those around him, even when they didn't deserve it. And it is thanks to my mother's spare key that I had access to the Namikaze library. She gave it to me on my 6th birthday. I've learned to always look underneath the underneath from watching Kakashi and I spar with Might Guy-san. I've learned a decent level of medical jutsu from the book Tsunade left at my house, and I've learned of the Uzumaki clan and some of their sealing techniques because of the books brought from my mother's homeland, he finished with a soft smile as he stared ahead. Everyone in my life has done more than I could have asked for, he said. If I must endure a few years of lonesomeness, then I will do so while carrying my family name with pride. Itachi observed the blonde teenager, shaking his head. Naruto, there is no one more noble than you. Nobility is a trait we all share, Naruto replied poetically. As human beings, compassion shapes our existence, but sadly, so does malice. When we truly find ourselves, we discover which trait suits us best. Itachi found his words profoundly true and smiled, then gazed up at the sky. Are you still searching? Itachi asked, the sounds of the street in nearby park becoming more prominent as he found a moment of amusement in the world. Are you? Naruto countered, looking up from his book. Itachi's lips parted to reply, but then tightened as both felt a surge of chakra. As Konoha they were obligated to handle any ninja disturbance. They instantly appeared between two clashing attacks, cutting them off. To their surprise and amusement, they found themselves restraining their own respective brothers. Menma's raison dissipated as he peered into eyes he hadn't truly seen in a long time. Suzuki's fireball likewise vanished as Itachi gave him a knowing look, then poked his forehead with his middle and index fingers. Naruto and II? Menma questioned, clearly surprised by their sudden appearance. Kushina and Mikato jogged over, stopping a short distance away, seeing the situation handled. Otauto, Naruto grinned, releasing Menma's wrist. Picking fights on your birthday, Naruto, Kushina exclaimed, a little louder than intended. She faltered, face to face with a child who, by all rights, should despise her. Hey, Kaa-san, he said with a small smile. It's okay. Just a little playground skirmish, no harm done. He ruffled Menma's hair. Menma pushed his hand away, glaring up. It was his fault, he yelled, pleading his case to his older brother. He cheated, that's a lie. Naruto and II, Suzuki shouted defensively. He's just being a baby because I beat him. His rant ceased when Itachi gently squeezed his shoulder. No, you didn't. And don't call him Nii-san, Menma retorted. Naruto chuckled at their verbal sparring, rubbing Menma's head. It's fine, Otauto. We win some, we lose some. As ninja, we're expected to cheat. Had it been a real fight, you'd have lost regardless. Menma listened, recognizing the truth in his brother's words, having heard something similar from his father. Seeing his downcast expression, Naruto leaned in and whispered, but, had it been a real fight, I'm sure you would have won hands down. Menma's face lit up. He turned to his brother, who offered a fist bump. Understanding the gesture, he bumped fists with Naruto and then looked at Suzuki, who was receiving similar praise with a high five from Itachi. Catching each other's eyes, they both grinned and sprinted back to the playground, where everyone else had been watching. Naruto looked at Itachi, already guessing he'd said something similar. Oh, Itachi, lying to your little brother, he teased. Not one bit, Itachi smiled. You'd know, you helped train him. Their conversation ended as they walked towards their mothers. Good evening, Kaa-san, Namikaze-sama, he greeted. Hey, Itachi-kun, Naruto-kun, Mikato replied. Kushina merely nodded, a strange expression on her face. Hello, Mikato-sama, Kaa-san, Naruto said, waving to the two women. So, Mikato sighed. What happened with those two? Itachi and Naruto stood on either side of their mothers, looking out at the playing children. Itachi answered, it appears Suzuki used unfavorable tactics in their game to win. Mikato sighed again. That boy. He's just like his father. Can never admit when he's lost. She shook her head. Mikato and Itachi then fell into their own conversation about whom Suzuki resembled more. Kushina, however, maintained her perplexed expression, directed at Naruto. In her earlier thoughts, she was certain she hadn't seen him in years, yet they lived in the same house. That was neglect, borderline child abuse. Yet, he seemed as if nothing had ever happened, as if he'd always been there. She watched him pull out a small black book and begin reading. Examining him further, she noticed the headband around his neck. But, he doesn't graduate for another week, right? Her mind then recalled how he had effortlessly stopped Menma's attack. Such a feat would require a skilled ninja. Well, Mikato said after a fit of laughter, pulling Kushina from her thoughts. We'd better head home. I've got to get Suzuki ready for the festival. She bid Naruto and Kushina farewell. Are you coming, Itachi-kun? She asked as she walked towards the children to retrieve Suzuki. Itachi nodded, then turned to Naruto. I've already spoken with Yujo-san. She says we are to stay on call. Naruto nodded in return. With that, Itachi nodded again and followed his mother and little brother away from the park and back to the Uchiha compound, leaving only Naruto and Kushina on the bench. Now alone, Naruto decided to address the elephant in the park. Kaa-san, he said, gaining her attention, which was already on him. Is there an issue? You've been staring at me for quite a while. Kushina blinked a few times. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she looked back out at Mito and Menma. Oh, I'm sorry, Naruto, she said, her voice trailing off. Naruto looked at her strangely. Are you feeling okay? He asked. No, yeah. I'm fine, she said, perking up too quickly to seem natural. Clearly forced, Naruto gave an unconvinced before burying his nose back in his book. So, where will the party be? He asked casually. The party, she whispered in slight confusion. Oh, right. The party. It's at the house, she mumbled. It's at home. A little softer. Naruto nodded from behind his book. The conversation fell silent as Naruto Reed and Kushina watched the children play, mentally berating herself for being such an awful mother. Her heart was breaking piece by piece, and the silence between them made it worse. It hurt more that Naruto seemed so easily forgiving. In an unexplainable way, she wanted him to hate her. She wanted him to hate all of them for abandoning him. She wanted him to tell her how much she hurt him by forgetting him. She wanted him to say anything that would justify the hatred she felt toward herself. All she received was a smile and a wave with a sweet hello, Kaa-san. She felt sick to her stomach. Kaa-san, do you enjoy reading? Naruto asked suddenly, breaking the thick silence. Kushina, caught off guard, processed the question. Reading, she asked as he nodded. No, I can't really say I do, your father is the reader, she said, a bit disappointed she didn't have that in common with him. Naruto nodded. Ah, I figured as much. Kushina saddened a bit more. Was he calling her dumb? You always seem like the type to see the beautiful world yourself instead of reading about it in a book written through someone else's eyes. She looked at him in confusion. Was he complimenting her? Really? I guess Tio-san put the books down when he met you, huh? He asked with a smile, looking at her. Her confused expression remained. I read in a book written by Kairi Kotori, a poet of Rice Country, which said, through my books, I experience life in all aspects. They are my eyes for the sights I can't see and my ears for the songs I can't hear. But, one day, I will meet someone who, in a strange way, will share their sight and ear with me, so that I may, one day, put my books down, and enjoy life through my own eyes. Kushina gazed off, mesmerized by the words. She had never heard anything so beautiful. It made her briefly reminisce about the many adventures she and Minato had, the amazing sights they witnessed traveling the shinobi world. Naruto made it seem like people like herself, who didn't like to read, were somehow special. As if they were so brilliant, they didn't have to understand what they were looking at to appreciate its magnificence. She smiled, realizing she still hadn't answered his question. Yeah, I guess he did, she finally responded. Naruto smiled, looking out at his little sister, who was playing tag with her friends, mainly the heiresses of the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans, as well as a young girl with pink hair. Mito is a lot like you, huh? He asked, drawing her attention to the little redhead. I hope she stays that way, he whispered gently. Kushina smiled, allowing a tear to fall from her left eye, hidden from Naruto's view. She couldn't take much more of this. It was tearing her heart apart. Wiping the stray tear, she let the thick silence return. Minutes passed, the only sounds being the normal sounds of children playing, distant chatter, and Naruto occasionally flipping pages. Kaa-san, he said, standing, gaining her attention. She gave a in reply. Would you like some lunch? He asked suddenly. Looking up, Kushina was surprised to see it was already a bit past noon. She hadn't realized how long they had been there, apparently more than a few hours. Oh, yeah, I guess it's about lunchtime, she said, getting to her feet and calling out to her children. Off to their long-awaited meal. Walking into the new and improved Ichiraku's, Kushina, Mito, and Menma looked around in amazement. The place was incredible. Tables were everywhere, with booths lining the sides. When they entered, they were greeted by a woman they hadn't seen before. Oh my, she said in amazement, clearly recognizing the Yandame's family. Welcome to Ichiraku's, Mrs. Namikaze. I am pleased to serve you, she said, clearly excited. She almost didn't notice Naruto. Oh, hey, Naruto, she called out again. Naruto smiled and waved. Hello, Hakari-chan. Please follow me. I'll take you to your booth, she said, grabbing a stack of menus. The family wove through the restaurant, waving and smiling at other customers who stopped their meals to greet the Namikaze family. They reached a back booth with a reserved card on top. She removed it and quickly wiped it down for them. Menma and Mito sat on one side against the back wall, from where they could see the rest of the restaurant. Naruto allowed his mother to slide in first, and he sat on the edge. Hakari handed out the menus before giving the table one more smile. Okay, guys, I'll give you a minute to view the menu, and I'll be back to take your order. Before she turned to leave, Naruto stopped her and whispered something in her ear. She nodded and walked off. Now, the table sat in relative silence as Naruto read his book and Mito and Menma argued about whatever they could find to argue over. Kushina felt a bit awkward sitting there with all of her children. Her mind still couldn't wrap itself around the fact that they had forgotten one of their children. She so badly wanted someone to at least talk about it, but he seemed not to care. Why did it hurt more that he didn't? Shouldn't she be relieved? So, how do you like the new place? Naruto asked, directing his statement to his mother, though he didn't look her way. Kushina peered over her shoulder at the decor, which she had only briefly glanced at. It's beautiful, she said vaguely. Why, thank you. We've worked very hard on it, a new voice said, shocking the group. Tuki, yelled Mito and Menma, scurrying out of their seats to hug the man. Ayam walked up right behind him. Oh, I knew my favorite family hadn't forgotten about me, he said, scooping up the kids. Naruto scooted out, allowing Kushina to get up and greet them. Hey, Tuki, Kushina said with a smile, hugging the man. Kushina, he replied, embracing her as well. It's so good to see you. It's great to see you too, she replied, hugging Ayam. While everyone retook their seats, Tuki and Ayam began to explain their improvements and the need for expansion. They rambled on for so long that Mito had to remind everyone what they had originally come there to do. Right. The ramen, Tuki exclaimed. Don't worry, I already know the order. It is the Namikaze special, after all. He and Ayam headed back to the kitchen to prepare the food. Again, the table fell somewhat silent as the kids found something new to argue about, as they always did. Kushina again fell back into her mental state of depression over what she had done, and Naruto was engrossed in his book as usual. Their attention was drawn to the front of the restaurant, however, as there was even more commotion than when they had entered. Whoever was coming in seemed to gain enough praise for a few of the patrons to stand and greet. Seeing who it was, Mito and Menma were the first to react with a simultaneous shout of "Tio-san." Minato quickly greeted those around him as he followed the waitress to where his family was. His face was set in an indescribable expression, a mixture of worry, sorrow, sadness, anger, and grief, all barely masked by a smile. Once Naruto saw who it was, he smiled and turned back to his book. Kushina continued looking in desperation. She and Minato caught eyes as he came into view. Just by looking, they could tell the other was thinking the same thing. All Minato saw was his wife. He didn't have time to examine the others at the table before walking up, as his attention was continuously being drawn towards people welcoming him back. Arriving at the table in panic, Kushina, we need to tea-dash. He began until he finally noticed the subject of his worry. Naruto. He stood there, shell-shocked for a moment, as his two youngest crashed into his midsection together. He didn't know what to say. He was fearing the worst as they were in such a public area. The troubled expression on Kushina's face told him Naruto had already said a few things to her. No question he'd have more than a few for himself. Hello, Tio-san, Naruto said casually as the kids sat back down. Seeing there were no more seats, he quickly got to his feet. Here, sit down. He gestured towards the booth as he asked the table next to them if the empty chair was an extra. After confirming it was, he thanked them and set it at the open end. Minato looked around the table in confusion, mainly towards Kushina, who had his hand in a death-like grip beneath the table. Seeing the whole family was now together, Naruto thought it rude to have a book out, so he stashed it for the time being. Menma and Mito again, as always, began an argument that the others zoned out of. Minato and Kushina felt so tense and awkward that it would have been hard not to notice. Naruto, of course, saw it and wondered what the cause was. He tried to think up a conversation that families would have at a dinner table. In a few of the fictional books he read, family dinners that described this type of silence always consisted of some dramatic incident weighing heavily on the minds of the characters. The silence would usually be broken by a joke. Thinking up something quick, he opened his mouth in an attempt to break the ice, but as soon as he did, Tuki and Ayam came to the rescue, delivering the food. They had planned on the inhuman family devouring bowl after bowl, so they brought more than necessary, ensuring each of them got one. After greeting Minato and bidding the family a good meal, he left them to their dinner. Menma and Mito tore into theirs with a vengeance, now making it a competition to see who could eat it fastest. Taking his jacket off and draping it over his chair, Naruto watched the spectacle in amusement before turning to his own bowl. He twirled his chopsticks at the noodles, still uncomfortable with the silence that settled back in. Peering over, he saw his father doing the same as him, and his mother staring at the Naruto fish cakes in her bowl with glossy eyes. Finally having enough of it, he cleared his throat. So, will you be retaking office tomorrow? He asked Minato, who was caught off guard. Oh, yeah, he muttered before clearing his own throat. Yeah, Naruto nodded. That's great. I think Shikaku-sama was just about ready to quit the other day, he said with an amused tone. Minato looked at the boy, unsure of what to think. Was he not mad? The whole time he spent looking for Kushina, he had gone over many scenarios for what to expect when he faced him again. He expected anger, heartbreak, indifference, or anything else. But not this. Not whatever this was. Yeah, that sounds like him, he replied, forcing a few chuckles. Naruto smiled, happy they at least got the conversation started. I guess Hokage isn't for everybody, he said, chuckling as well. If brains were all it took, then we'd be run by the Nara clan, with mandatory cloud watching every other hour. He received an actual chuckle from his father, to his amusement. That's true, he said with a smile. Or maybe an official nap time for the whole village. He and Naruto shared a laugh, with Kushina smiling off to the side, shaking her head. They're not all bad. I mean, Yoshino isn't like that, Kushina said, defending her friend. Naruto and Minato ended their laugh to plead their case. Yes, but she was not born into the clan. She was merely married into it. And according to Shikaku, she does have her moments, Minato said with a few remaining chuckles. Figuring it an unfair matchup, Kushina just chuckled along and began to eat her ramen. Do you plan on becoming active again, Kaa-san? Naruto asked. Kushina slurped the noodles hanging from her mouth so she could answer. No, I think I'm just going to keep training Mito and Menma until they have gotten out of the academy. After that, I may consider it, she replied. Ah, Naruto said. That is a sound plan. Will you be their Jonin-sensei, he asked? Well, I'm not sure. I think your father wanted Kakashi to be their sensei, she said, looking his way. Minato slurped the noodles in his mouth as well. Ah, that is the plan, he said, still chewing. I mean, if he still wants it, of course. Kakashi NII sounds like a swell idea, Naruto said. Before the conversation could continue, a very unexpected statement left the mouth of someone none of them expected. I thought you were dead, Mito said. The table stopped everything and peered over at Mito in shock, her eyes glued on Naruto. Mito, Kushina exclaimed. Why would you say that, she demanded. Mito looked back at her mother in confusion, not understanding why she was in trouble. What? We haven't seen him in years, she said, pointing out the concern Minato and Kushina had been dreading. Mito, that's... Minato said, trying to explain, choking on his own words. He looked to Kushina for assistance, but she didn't seem to have anything to say either. In an attempt to get something out, he muttered, we haven't seen a lot of people in years. Yeah, but... He's supposed to live with us, she replied in confusion. He doesn't come to breakfast or dinner or training or any of that. Minato and Kushina were at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. To their glee, Naruto answered. Well, Imuto. You and Menma hold a very special power inside you. A power that you have to learn to control as soon as possible, he explained. You mean the Kyuubi, she asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, the Kyuubi. Well, in order to gain control over it, it takes a lot of practice and training. That's why you guys have been on a very strict schedule. From the moment you guys woke up to the moment you went to sleep, you have had something to do, right? He asked, receiving a nod from both of them. Well, you see me? I'm much too lazy to do what you guys do, he said, receiving looks of amusement from the two. You're lazy, Nii-san, Menma asked. Oh, the laziest. What you guys do is way too much. You must be superheroes or something, he said, receiving giggles from the two. Minato and Kushina watched the scene in wonder. There was a piece of them that felt guilty about what they did, but there was another that told them he understood. Now that Menma and Mito were at a decent enough level, they were both determined. A joyous occasion tarnished by regret. The Namikaze compound buzzed with the lively chaos of a children's party, a rare burst of excitement on the sprawling property. Important figures filled the grounds, nearly all clan heads and their children in attendance, alongside a few fortunate civilians whose children had been invited just hours before at the festival. Food flowed, music played, and the training area hosted a flurry of kid-friendly activities. Outside, the children resumed their boys versus girls game. Mito, surprisingly, held her own against both Menma and Suzuki, keeping the match evenly balanced. Indoors, adults mingled, exchanging village gossip. With the prominent personalities present, there was no shortage of intriguing conversations. Kakashi, for instance, clung to his remaining teammate, sparking speculation about their unusually close relationship, with Tsunade and Shizun leading the whispered discussions. Jiraiya, meanwhile, made an unsuccessful attempt to charm several single civilian mothers who firmly rebuffed his advances. Most of the clan heads, including those from the Yamanaka, Akimichi, Abarame, Inyazuka, and Hyaga clans, were engrossed in discussions about the upcoming academy class and their children's training progress. In the kitchen, Kushina, Yoshino, Mikato, and Ayam busily prepared plates, ensuring everything was ready for the impending cake and ice cream. Kushina moved like a drone, oblivious to her friends' chatter. Her mind fixated on her forgotten son, a painful preoccupation since their separation at the Kyuubi festival. The realization remained agonizingly fresh. She longed for the day to end, feeling as if Kami intended for her to suffer endlessly. The thought stung. She couldn't even manage a smile for her other children on their birthday. This was far from her envisioned celebration, a day of relaxation and fun after 3 years of stressful, unproductive work. Mito and Menma's skills were, at best, barely genin level, understandable for children not yet in the academy, but disheartening given the circumstances. Yet, in the same time frame, another of her children had independently achieved Umbu rank. What did that say about their flawless training schedule? She still grappled with the disbelief. Naruto had graduated the academy at 9, without even completing a full year. He then became a Chunin at 10 and Umbu a few months later. A maelstrom of mixed emotions left her unsure what to feel: happiness for his accomplishments, sadness he hadn't informed them, pride in his prodigy status, or disappointment he seemingly didn't need them. Too many possibilities intertwined, too many unexplainable variables threw her off balance. Naruto's nonchalant attitude regarding the entire ordeal was particularly perplexing. If he had been angry or spiteful, she would have known exactly how to feel, would have understood her self-hatred. But his blatant disregard, his seamless forgiveness, left her reeling. It hurt more than if he had confronted them or ignored them completely. Upon returning from Ichiraku's, she immediately went to his room. It was empty save for a dusty note on his bed. The date it was written, August 21st, Naruto's birthday, broke her heart more than its contents. The note explained his reasons for moving out, citing his 10th birthday and active ninja status as making him an adult. He mentioned not wanting to disturb anyone returning late from missions, taking up space, or using utilities for free now that he had an income. I read in a book that in a well-functioning household, all occupants should pay a portion of the bills as is proper etiquette, he had written, leaving her confused as to why he hadn't discussed it before making such a drastic decision. Regardless, he had moved out 2 years ago, and they were only just discovering it. What did that say about her mothering skills? She could rationalize it by saying the schedule was too filling or he had always been quiet, but she knew it was all self-deception, sad attempts to convince herself she was still a salvageable, caring mother. How could she fault herself for something anyone would get right? God, she detested this day, the day they had eagerly awaited all week. It was a hellish experience, each second stretching agonizingly with every heartbeat. They hadn't spoken yet, but she knew Minato felt the same. Returning to the kitchen, Minato silently grabbed 2 more plates from the counter and carried them back out to the guests. A perfectly fake smile was expertly plastered on his face as he navigated the crowded home, searching for someone without a plate. Just as he had done all day, he greeted only those who addressed him first, offering quick hellos or chuckles to jokes, all to mask his agonizing frustration. Naruto and the others had parted ways after Ichiraku's, as he and Kushina brought Mito and Menma home to dress for the festival. Receiving Kushina's note had ignited a spark within him that wasn't present at the restaurant. Then, he couldn't find the words to speak to his son. Now, all he desired was a conversation to explain things or, at the very least, understand Naruto's feelings. He couldn't accept Naruto's seemingly effortless forgiveness. There had to be some resentment, even if just a little. In a rare stroke of luck, Minato spotted Naruto and Itachi approaching through the window. He decided now was the moment. Any further delay would drive him insane. Handing out the last plate, he briskly walked towards the door. Before he reached it, it opened. Hokage-sama, Itachi said, bowing respectfully. Minato scratched the back of his head with a bashful smile. Ah, there's no need for that, Itachi. Please, come in. He stepped aside. Itachi nodded and entered the house. Spotting someone who caught his attention, he bid them farewell, leaving Naruto and Minato at the door. Hello, Tio-san, Naruto said, holding up gifts for Mito and Menma. Would you happen to know where I can place these? Minato looked around, unsure where Kushina had put everything. No, I can't say I do. Naruto nodded and looked for someone who might know. With a smile and a nod to his father, he started to leave. Now or never, Minato thought. Hey, Naruto, he called out, stopping him. Naruto looked at him attentively. Could I talk to you for a bit, he asked, nodding towards the top of the stairs. Of course. May I alert Kaasen that I am here, he asked, gesturing towards the kitchen. Minato quickly nodded and tucked his hands into his pockets, feeling significantly more nervous than moments before. As Naruto left, Minato headed upstairs, certain Naruto understood the need for a private conversation, away from the guests. He stood in his and Kushina's bedroom, pacing, considering what he wanted to say. He didn't want to bombard him with questions or directly ask about his feelings. He also didn't want to coerce him. Naruto, an Umbu operative, would surely see through such a tactic. His goal wasn't interrogation, but simply to talk to his son. After placing his gifts on a table he spotted in the backyard, Naruto greeted his mother, who seemed as awkward as she had at the restaurant. He dismissed it as possibly being overwhelmed by his return and didn't address it. Now, climbing the stairs, he tried to guess what his father wanted to discuss. Perhaps his incredible growth and how he acquired his jutsu. He expected a scolding for his impatience, but his competition with Itachi had made him disregard such concerns. He constantly sought ways to get ahead, but Itachi always countered with something newer and better, forcing Naruto to keep up. Before he knew it, he was mastering his father's sealing notes. Kami, he prayed this wasn't about that. Reaching the top of the stairs, he reminisced about how long it had been since he was there. Everything remained the same. He passed his old bedroom, peering inside. The note was gone, suggesting they might have known about his self-training. Finally arriving, he knocked on the door, awaiting his father's permission to enter. Hearing a muffled come in, he stepped inside and shut the door. Minato was on the balcony, overlooking the children in the backyard. Naruto joined him, standing beside him. He watched Menma and Suzuki argue as they drew their battle plans in the dirt for the other boys, debating which strategy was superior. Those two will become something amazing one day, Naruto said, initiating the conversation. Minato remained silent, continuing to stare at the groups of children, segregated by gender, plotting against each other. A question lingered on his tongue, but he couldn't vocalize it. He couldn't even speak. That's a lot like Itachi and I were. Naruto continued, trying to coax a response. Minato chuckled softly, barely more than a puff of air from his nose. After a few more painfully silent seconds, Naruto nudged him. So, Tio-san. What was it you wished to speak about? With no escape from the conversation he himself had initiated, Minato cleared his throat, buying a few more seconds to formulate his words, or at least identify it. He stammered. Naruto watched his mouth open and close soundlessly, as if the words simply weren't there. I wanted to talk to you about, well, everything, he finally managed. Naruto still didn't fully understand. Was he referring to the various jutsu he had borrowed? I apologize. I don't believe I follow you, Naruto replied. Naruto, I want you to understand. I mean, to know that, your mother and I. The words evaporated when he tried to form a sentence. We love you. Naruto looked at him, just as confused as before. We always have. Processing his words, Naruto's face cycled through a mix of emotions: realization, sadness, panic, and worry. He looked at his father with concern. "Tou-san." Minato waited, breath held. Are you and Kaasen getting divorced?" Minato stared in shock, his face asking, "Where did you get that idea?" Naruto rummaged through his pouch. "I read in a book that describes this scenario perfectly. First, you and Kaasen seemed very tense and detached all day, you barely spoke with one another at lunch, and one of the final steps is pulling the children aside separately so that you can explain it." Minato was speechless. It was such an odd conclusion. Stepping back, he could, of course, see the similarities, but still, for an Umbu operative, he had expected more observation and analysis. Still stunned, he hadn't uttered a word, so Naruto continued with facts he had once read. "Sometimes marriages fail when the partners feel as though they are too confined within their everyday life," he said, pulling out a small white book and flipping a few pages. "Possibly the training regimen is to blame. Since it is over, may I suggest a vacation sometime in the near future? There are amazing spas within Spring Country. I read about them when I was." Whoa, Minato interjected, finally re-entering reality. "We are not getting divorced, okay," he stated, calming the boy down. "That's not it, son, I just wanted to let you know that, in case you didn't know." Still, Naruto was confused. "Well, of course I know that. I mean, why wouldn't I?" he asked. Minato looked at him. No one was this forgiving. "Is this about me not telling you about the Umbu thing?" Minato didn't get a chance to answer before Naruto continued. "I was going to, Tou-san, honest. But, you guys were working so hard, I didn't want to bother you. It's not that either." Well, that wasn't all of it. Mustering the courage to finally discuss it, he stopped, hearing the familiar sound of a shunshin. An Umbu agent appeared on the ledge, climbed down, and bowed to the Hokage, but addressed Naruto. "Tora-san, a mission has appeared which requires your team's expertise," the man said. "Please gather Weasel-san and report to Umbu HQ within 30 minutes. "Ah, I understand," Naruto said, nodding to the man. Once he shunshined away, Naruto turned to Minato. "Well, duty calls and what not." He stepped back inside. "Some other time, Tou-san. Oh, and let Mito and Menma know I was here," he called over his shoulder. Damn it, Minato thought. He had just missed his chance. Of course, he understood, having been in Umbu himself. When they called, you went, no matter what. Next time he got the opportunity, he wouldn't waste it. He'd be sure of it. Walking down the street, away from the Namikaze compound, Naruto continued to tease his friend with false kissing noises, mocking his infatuation with Izumi Uchiha, a girl within his clan. Calming down from his fit of laughter, he nudged Itachi's arm with his elbow, seeing he was upset. "Ah, come on, Itachi. I believe your infatuation with Izumi-san is something to be cherished. It is quite beautiful, actually, for those in our profession to find such a connection to someone who hasn't yet seen the things we have. It shows that, despite the horrors we have experienced, there is still humanity within you. In the life of shinobi, maintaining one's humanity is something frowned upon when at war. But, to me, it mattered not. For, I was determined to be more than the kunao they told me I was. Yonya Jui, the weapon I was." Naruto recited, quoting a book he found suited the situation, citing the author and title verbally. Itachi snickered. "You and these quotes. You've got one for everything, huh?" he asked rhetorically, shifting the conversation. "Not quite, sometimes they just fit rather well," he said, scratching the back of his head, smiling in embarrassment. Itachi nodded. "It would seem as though many of them do." Silence settled between them as they walked through the village streets in the aftermath of the festival. Various pieces of trash from goodies lay scattered. Vendors from outside the village packed up their wares. Nearing midnight, few people remained out, mostly adults who had congregated in the numerous bars for late-night drinking. As they walked, they were greeted by the few passing Uchiha patrols who nodded in their direction. All the while, Naruto remained engrossed in the book Itachi had given him, and Itachi lost in his own thoughts. "Itachi," Naruto said, getting his attention. "May I ask you what it is like?" Itachi raised an eyebrow, unsure of his meaning. "To be in love," he clarified. Itachi grunted, as was customary for his clan. And you'd assume I'd know. Well, of course you would, Naruto said. You are in love with Izumi-san, right? She is just a friend, Itachi replied. Naruto looked at him, confused by his denial. But, you show the signs of someone in love, he said, rummaging through his pouch, pulling out a scroll. He unrolled it and unsealed yet another book. Nakami Atsukiya, a marriage counselor of Spring Country, wrote a love novel in which the main character states, I know the signs of a man in love. You can't get all of your information from fictional writing, Itachi interjected, looking at the book in Naruto's hand. Naruto looked at him, still as confused as before. Why not? It is usually a good source for a different perspective on most topics. Right, Itachi replied. But they are usually opinions of the author, not proven fact. Sometimes that is not always the point, Naruto replied, smiling. If you would read a few of them yourself, you would discover things about Itachi Uchiha that you may find interesting. You believe you are not in love, but I could wager my life you are. Naruto looked ahead to the HQ, now in sight. You seem to be in a rush to meet death, Itachi said, receiving a chuckle from the blonde as they entered the building. Opening his locker to don his uniform, Naruto continued the conversation. The thing about books is that a man could live 1,000 lives if he so wished. Living one good life in reality seems much more fulfilling, Itachi contended. To individuals such as yourself, I suppose. For some, hearing what the world means to others is fulfilling as well. Shinobi especially, he debated. How so? Itachi asked, clamping on his forearm guards. Strapping his black sword to his back, Naruto reached for the top of the locker, pulling down his mask. We are subjected to scenes most people wouldn't even dare write about. On a weekly basis, we view scenes depicting pain, sorrow, hatred, and fear, but not much else. For the lucky few, those things come along with admiration, he said, hinting at Itachi. But, for others, a good book can remind you that there is some good in this world. Without an outlet, we'd lose our minds. So, that's why you read them? Itachi asked, placing his weevil mask on. Naruto put his tiger-painted mask on as well. We all need something. Opening the door to the mission briefing room, Eugeo and Hayate were already poring over a map for the mission parameters. Naruto and Itachi entered and stood at attention on the opposite side of the table. Hayate and Eugeo seemed to be working out the final details. When they finished, they nodded to each other and got the attention of their young prodigies. Okay, Hayate began, followed by two small coughs. This mission is a search and rescue. We will be heading into Kusagakur. Our team was requested due to claims of the enemy possessing some sort of impressive genjutsu. Weevil Sharinan is vital, he explained as the black-haired teen nodded in understanding. Once we get through that, there was also a claim of our target being locked within some sort of high-class sealing technique, which is where Tora comes in. Receiving Naruto's nod of confirmation, he continued. Our target is the son of a rich merchant, Kaijo Nomo. Mr. Nomo received a letter a few weeks ago offering a trade of his own head for his son's life. Being the closest village, we were offered the mission with a major payout. We are expected to face low-ranking Nukanin, C to possibly B class at best. However, along the quickest route, which is the one we will be taking as time is of the essence, there have been sightings of possible S ranks. He finished. Eugeo continued after him. Remain light on your toes and stay alert. It is a 12-day trip there on foot. We will be taking the trees, which will cut it down to 8. Our estimated ETA is 2 weeks. Piggybacking off her, Hayate added, that is, of course, if we are able to retrieve the boy within the first 2 days of us being there. Let's get in, get the boy, and get out. No unauthorized side missions. Tora and Weevil gave quick bows to their superiors with a simultaneous shout of hi. The team of Umbu operatives departed 5 minutes later. Happy birthday, dear Menma and Mito. Happy birthday to you, the party occupants sang in unison, cheering as the two blew out their candles. From there, a quieter than usual Kushina cut the massive cake as the women who volunteered to help passed out plates of the delicious sweet to the kids and guests. It was past midnight, so most of the partygoers had retired to their homes, trusting that whatever gift they got for the two would be useful. Kushina's smile had long since faded, she was too tired to even pretend anymore. As Menma and Mito opened gifts, she sat in a chair off to the side, mindlessly staring at something in her line of sight. Glossy-eyed and uninterested in the excitement of the two children she had seen for 3 years straight, she had never felt so annoyed by her two prized children before this point. For whatever reason, she just wanted them to stop being so joyful. A clear sign of her exhaustion, she held her tongue. Minato felt completely drained, both mentally and physically, a feeling he hadn't experienced even after commanding an army in war. Leaning against the backyard doorframe, he watched Mito and Menma excitedly open presents, surrounded by awestruck children. The thought of how much self-inflicted mental torment could wear someone out surprised him. As the party wound down and parents reached their limit, guests gradually departed. Everyone felt compelled to bid the Hokage goodnight, which he reciprocated systematically, eager for them to leave. Soon, only a few stragglers remained, mostly wives who stayed to help clean. Before long, only the Uchihas were left. Fugaku approached Minato, who stood in the doorway, for the first time that evening. Minato had been so occupied that his only significant interaction was a brief conversation with his son. "Well, I assume your recent demeanor suggests you're aware of your son's success?" Fugaku inquired, his tone knowing. Too weary to discern if it was a genuine question or a veiled insult, Minato chose to interpret it as the former to avoid conflict. "Yeah, he's amazing." "Indeed," Fugaku replied, gazing at the view from the porch. "Those two will surpass us in time." "Perhaps they already have." Minato chuckled. "From what I've heard today, I wouldn't doubt it. Your son is full of surprises." Minato turned to him abruptly. "How much do you know about him?" Fugaku peered at him questioningly. "Depends on what you're asking." "Well, how strong is he really? What are his abilities?" Minato stated more than asked. Hearing his wife bid Kushina good night, Fugaku chuckled. "I'd advise watching the film of their Chunin exams match," he said with a smile. "I warn you now, it's absolutely spectacular." Minato wanted him to elaborate, but as had been the case all day, luck was not on his side. "Ah, Minato," Mikato said, walking over with Suzuki. "Say bye, Suzuki-kun." She guided him toward the door. "Good night, Menma's Tio-san," Suzuki said, receiving a flick to the ear from his mother. "Ow, I mean, Hokage-sama," he corrected. Mikato shook her head as he jogged out the door. "That boy," she murmured. "What were you two talking about?" "Just man things," Fugaku said a little too hastily. Before he realized his slip, he felt a chilling presence behind him, accompanied by enough killer intent to make Minato gulp. Turning, he met his wife's playful eyes. "Oh, and what would these so-called man things entail?" she asked sweetly. Fugaku gulped, looking to Minato, who studiously avoided eye contact. He began, but quickly cut himself off, realizing it wasn't wise for his health. "Are you okay, dear?" she asked, still as sweetly as before. "Maybe I should get you home," she finished, gently pushing him out the door. "Good night, Minato," she said, smiling at him. Minato watched them depart, arms linked. Fugaku turned back, his face displaying an expression Minato had seen on many men either leaving for or heading into war. He'd offer a brief prayer for the man that night, but he was glad everyone was finally gone. Entering the kitchen, he found Kushina doing dishes. He stepped beside her and began to help. "I got it," she said flatly, with an underlying tone of annoyance. "It's fine. I can help," he said, pulling out a fresh drying rag. Kushina let the dishes in her hands clatter into the metal sink, startling Minato. She looked up at the ceiling in frustration, closing her eyes and taking a steadying breath. "Minato," she whispered lowly. "I said, I got it." He put down the rag and plate, placing his hands on the counter's edge for support. His eyes were fixed on the sink handle, which seemed strangely interesting. He searched for something to say, but no words came to mind. He desperately wanted to avoid going to bed with an angry Kushina. He needed to think of something to calm her. She resumed washing dishes, simply reaching across him when necessary. Minato watched her thoughtfully. "Perhaps reassurance? He doesn't hate us, and that makes it better," she asked immediately, as if she'd been expecting the question. "No, but maybe it means we have a chance to make it right," he offered hopefully. Kushina seemed unconvinced. "Make it right?" she asked, dropping the dishes again. "Make it right," she bellowed louder. "What the hell do you mean make it right? She trailed off, hearing Mito and Menma enter. She quickly tightened her lips and aggressively scrubbed a plate that had long been cleaned. Minato also heard the children, but his eyes remained fixed on the side of Kushina's face, silently pleading with her to talk so they could work through it. Mito and Menma looked at their parents with worry, having never seen them fight before. Neither brave enough to speak, they watched as Minato turned inside. "Come on, you two, it's time for bed." They remained rooted until he walked over, ushering them out of the room. Kushina was left with her face in her hands, tears falling freely. This life was not going as she had planned just 12 hours ago. Nothing felt right, yet everyone acted as if nothing was wrong. For mass Dumbu ninja of Konohagakure were perched in a tree, overlooking a temple. Numerous robed ninja, all ranked B or higher, some minor A ranks, guarded the perimeter. These were high-class killers, capable of facing a jonin individually. Among them were two particularly dangerous individuals, Deidara, Iwa's Mad Bomber, and Rojin Kirin of Kumo. Both were S-class killers with formidable abilities requiring respect. Using hand signals, Heiei instructed Naruto and Itachi to search the back of the temple for an entrance while he and Yujeo devised a plan. Their top priority was retrieving the boy. A stealthy approach was essential, an aggressive tactic risked the boy's death before they reached him. The main challenge was locating him. Heiei considered sending only Naruto and Itachi, as they were best equipped for potential internal obstacles, but reconsidered given the caliber of manpower the captives guards employed for external defense alone. When hiring protection for high-value assets, one hires the best. With two S-ranks guarding the entrance, Heiei feared what kind of monster awaited inside. Landing in a tree for a better vantage point, Naruto and Itachi surveyed the temple's rear. Naruto saw little with the naked eye, but Itachi, using Umbu hand signals, conveyed that a small, powerful genjutsu concealed a hole in the wall. With a possible entrance located, they returned to Ujao and Heiei. Heiei outlined his plan. Naruto and Itachi would enter first to retrieve the boy, while he and Ujao created a diversion outside to facilitate their escape. Ujao vehemently opposed the plan, arguing they might not find an entrance. Ironically, they returned with news of finding one. She then countered that they might not be capable of defeating whoever guarded the objective. Not wanting to waste more time, Heiei left the decision to Naruto and Itachi. Itachi, in turn, deferred to Naruto. After weighing the options, Naruto felt confident he and Itachi could handle any opponent. He affirmed their capability, so Heiei and Ujao positioned themselves within the temple's front foliage, while Naruto and Itachi circled back. Itachi instructed Naruto to stay close as he prepared to leap for the hole. Naruto, unable to see it, trusted Itachi's judgment. They had to time their jump perfectly to avoid detection by the patrolling ninja. The moment they could jump without alarming them, they did. Landing inside, Itachi and Naruto clung to the ceiling using chakra, hidden in the dark corners. Itachi guided them as they crawled through the halls, which were distorted by genjutsu. To Naruto, it seemed Itachi was simply crawling through walls. Feeling what he thought were paths, he was astonished to find solid walls. This was a truly impressive genjutsu. As they continued, he heard voices but saw no one. While Naruto could easily dispel the genjutsu's effects on himself, it would require a massive chakra burst, revealing their position. Following Itachi was the best option. They crawled deeper into the facility, descending stairways and corridors. They had to be at least 20 feet underground by now. Having not seen or heard a guard for several minutes, Itachi questioned if they were even going the right way. Regardless, they continued until they reached the very end. Finally, their target was there, chained to a wall, covered in various seals and markings. Naruto signaled Itachi, asking why they stopped. Itachi conveyed the target's location and condition. After checking for others, they determined it was safe for Naruto to dispel the genjutsu. When he did, he saw a man in his mid-20s, strung up like a decoration. Itachi and Naruto dropped silently to the ground. They headed for the open room, but Naruto stopped Itachi from crossing the threshold. Itachi stepped back as Naruto rummaged through his pouch, pulling out a piece of paper. He drew a seal on it, balled it up, and tossed it into the center of the room. Immediately, seals all around the room lit up: alarm seals, explosive tags, and even barrier seals that would trap anyone who stepped in, exposing them to a deadly concoction of paper and ink. Itachi signed. "How long?" Naruto replied, 5 minutes. Itachi nodded and turned to keep watch. Naruto began drawing a seal to disable the foreign tags in the correct order. First, he had to activate a barrier in case the others failed and exploded. He needed to secure the target, so he drew another seal to encase him in a separate barrier. He also needed a seal to bring down the main barrier on command if he succeeded in disabling the others. The alarm seals were most crucial. He figured they were triggered by the barrier activating. So, before anything else, he had to disrupt those. Itachi peeked back, checking on Naruto's progress. He watched him work diligently, knowing by his rapid scribbling that he'd figured it out. Naruto decided to use high-powered chakra-draining seals. Alarm seals activated by overloading with chakra, emitting a high-pitched screech audible for a mile when exposed to foreign chakra. His draining seals would neutralize them before they could activate. Ready, he first successfully disabled the alarm seals. They couldn't emit even a squeak before being drained. Next, he threw his own barrier seal onto the target's forehead, encasing him in a small barrier. Then, he simultaneously threw 3 more seals. Immediately, the room's barrier flew up, causing his first seal to burn away. The explosive tags around the room crumbled before hitting the ground. After dealing with all the seals, Naruto waited a few more seconds. Nodding, he looked back at Itachi, telling him it was done. Walking over, Itachi stood next to Naruto as he performed hand signs. His last tag fizzled out, along with the barrier and the 4 tags placed around the room. They entered the room without issue. Reaching the young man, Naruto again performed a hand sign, and his barrier seal fell from the man's forehead. Now, the challenge was removing the man's own seal so he could be taken from the temple. Naruto recognized this seal. He'd read about it while learning Fuinjutsu. It was directly linked to the sealer's chakra, meaning anything affecting it could be felt. Commonly used in Hojiki Castle, or Blood Prison, attempting to sneak the man out would kill him. The only way to dispel it was for the sealer to do so manually, or to kill the sealer. To do so, they'd have to alert him. Naruto devised a plan. First, he'd set up fake alarm and explosive tags, along with his own barrier seals that would also cancel sound. He'd sneak another mini barrier tag onto their objectives back for protection. With Itachi and him, fighting in such a small room would give them an advantage over whoever they faced. When Itachi agreed he was ready, Naruto intentionally tampered with the man seal incorrectly, scorching his hand slightly. He then jumped back to the ceiling, melding into the shadows with Itachi. They waited for someone to check on the seal. 5 minutes passed with no activity. Itachi asked if Naruto should try again. Naruto shook his head, stating, "Someone will come." They waited until finally, they heard slow footsteps descending the hall. Only one set of footsteps, which presented a more favorable situation. This would be easy. The footsteps grew closer, each step filling them with growing dread. They couldn't describe the feeling in overwhelming anxiety. Despite their experience, they brushed it off and held their position. Whoever this was would not go down as easily as they hoped. The footsteps stopped abruptly at the doorway. Naruto worried they'd just examined the seal from that distance, ruining their plan. Luckily, they continued inside. Immediately, their blood ran cold. Walking up to the man was none other than Orochimaru, the snake Sannin. Chuckling psychotically, he addressed the incapacitated man directly. "Let's see what's wrong with your seal," he said, examining it. Itachi caught Naruto's attention, signaling now. Naruto acted quickly, throwing up the barrier and dropping down on Orochimaru. As if he had known their plan all along, Orochimaru turned, dodging their attacks and kicking them back into the barrier. Chuckling again, he addressed them. "Minato's lapdogs. Coming to interrupt my little deal, huh?" he asked, standing unfazed by their presence. "You two look awfully young for Umbu." Naruto and Itachi remained crouched, ready for the Sannin to strike. Both were terrified but determined to complete their task, or at least survive. "Ah, I know who you are," he said, shocking them. They slowly moved into attack positions. "The two brats from those Kumo-Chunin exams, huh? Itachi Uchiha and Naruto Namikaze," he finished with a chuckle. "Yes, it must be. I can feel the power oozing from your bodies." He watched them make hand signs he didn't recognize, as they changed every 3 years. "Well, the Sharingan is truly a great gift, and with a Namikaze, I'm absolutely blessed. Now, who shall I take first?" he asked, with his twisted chuckle. Naruto and Itachi took the initiative, lunging at him. Naruto engaged first, throwing a right hook that was easily dodged. He followed with a spinning back kick that was blocked, throwing him off balance. Itachi came in next with a kunao, slashing and slicing at empty air as the Sannin easily dodged each attack, even in the confined space. Catching his wrist, Orochimaru kicked Itachi in the chest, plucking the kunao from his hand. Naruto then came in with his black sword, expertly swinging at Orochimaru, who narrowly dodged each attack. Using the kunao, Orochimaru parried the attack close to the blade's base, sending it flying from Naruto's hand. Itachi jumped up, catching the blade mid-air, and began a new series of strikes toward the slippery Sannin. As Itachi kept him on the defensive, Naruto went low, kicking the back of Orochimaru's knee, sending him to the ground. Itachi went for a piercing blow to his chest, which was blocked when Orochimaru kicked his wrist. Naruto flew in with a flying axe kick that connected with the bottom of the barrier as Orochimaru rolled away. Itachi went for a drop kick that missed Orochimaru by an inch when he sidestepped, kicking him away. Naruto flipped away from the kunao that soared his way. He drew 2 of his own and headed back in. He slashed at Orochimaru, trying to land a hit, but was blocked at every strike. Orochimaru forcefully opened Naruto's guard, delivering a vicious kick to the chest, sending him back toward a charging Itachi. Itachi flipped over him, grabbing his hand to stop him from hitting the barrier. He kept charging, feigning a right hook, then delivering a back kick to Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru took the kick and dodged the follow-up kunao slash. Itachi then suddenly ducked as Naruto came flying in with a kick that Orochimaru leaned back to avoid. He then jumped, avoiding Itachi's slash at his feet. In doing so, it left him open for Naruto's follow-up left-back kick that caught him in the face. As he spun from the kick, he dodged Itachi's kunao soaring toward his face. Rolling forward, he picked it up and parried Naruto's slash with his own, sending the blonde's kunao flying over his head. Naruto rolled backward, avoiding the slash at his chest as Itachi somersaulted over him, kicking the airborne kunao down into the right leg of the snake Sannin, who hadn't expected such a maneuver. Seeing he was injured, the two rushed in, delivering blow after blow that were still either blocked or dodged. Orochimaru plucked the kunao from his leg, tossing it at the charging duo, who split to avoid it. Itachi slid on his side at Orochimaru, who jumped over him, coming back down for a stomp to his chest. He rolled away, and Naruto came in to cover his escape with a series of punches that all seemed to miss. Orochimaru jumped back to avoid Itachi's axe kick. Naruto leaped over his partner and went for a kick to Orochimaru's chest that slipped past him. Itachi got back up and went for a roundhouse kick that Orochimaru ducked under. He gave the brunette a very hard kick that sent him back to the other barrier, leaving him struggling to stand. Naruto tried a right hook that slipped past Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru clamped down on his wrist. He ducked under Naruto's arm, bringing his wrist with him. With a gentle jerk, he snapped Naruto's arm with a sickening crack. Using the broken appendage, he swung the blonde around and threw him at his partner, who still hadn't made it to his feet. Chuckling, Orochimaru crossed his arms, staring at the two. "Well done. I commend you for landing a few blows," he said, pacing over to the man still chained to the wall. He performed a few hand signs and placed his fingers on the man's back. The barrier Naruto put up for the man faded away. "You two have piqued my interest. For that reason alone, I have decided to spare you," he said, going through more hand signs. He then placed his hand on the man's chest, and the seal was sucked back into his palm. "I'll be seeing you two soon," he said, walking back toward the exit. As if it were his own seal, he performed hand signs, and the barrier faded. Naruto and Itachi remained there, shocked by the inexplicable turn of events. Not wanting to waste the opportunity for escape, they immediately left the area with the man slung across their shoulders. Walking out of the temple, they noticed the absence of its previous occupants. It was as if everyone had simply packed up and left. On their way out, they were joined by a very confused Yujao and Hayate. They explained that everyone had just walked out the front door. The entire group of ninja had simply abandoned the temple. When asked what happened, Naruto and Itachi explained their battle with Orochimaru and his ominous warning. Yujao and Hayate agreed it was strange that he didn't kill or capture them, but attributed it to the psychotic man's delusions. With their mission strangely completed, the group left the area to deliver their package. Rubbing his forehead, Minato sighed, another document signed. He'd almost forgotten the relentless paperwork during his 3-year break. It was the one thing he didn't miss about his duties, ironic since it constituted most of the job. The past 2 weeks had been anything but easy, with forms continuously piling up the moment he returned to office. It felt like the workload had multiplied in his absence. He expected it, of course, and managed a smile, or as much of one as exhaustion allowed. The kids had become unbearable over the last 2 weeks, demanding his time every day when he got home. His constant presence during their training had made them reliant on him, and losing that connection had upset their routine. It pained him to refuse them, but he had no choice. There's only so much stress one can endure before breaking. Fortunately, Kushina was back to her usual self a week after the revealing day. The first week after Naruto left, Kushina was utterly unlike herself. A smile was rarely seen on her face, and for a while, it seemed to have vanished completely. Mito and Menma also noticed their mother's change. A week later, they asked Minato if he and Kushina were divorcing, apparently having the same thought as Naruto. At that point, Minato knew he had to talk to her about the impact she was having on the kids. He sat her down and listened as she ranted about being a worthless mother, how she shouldn't have had children. He let her privately vent all that negativity, crying on his shoulder. When she finished, he shared his conversation with Naruto, explaining that Naruto truly wasn't angry. When she couldn't accept that, he outlined his plan for a family vacation in a few months. They'd gradually reintegrate Naruto into their daily lives by inviting him to dinner, asking for his help with the kids' training, or simply spending time together. Kushina still wasn't completely herself, but she had started to cheer up. She began spending more time with friends she'd lost touch with. A few days after Minato revealed his plan, she felt it necessary to ask them for advice. To do so, she had to open up and risk judgment or even ostracism. To her surprise, they were incredibly supportive. While disappointed in her actions, they understood the situation and recognized her genuine regret, seeing it as more than an attempt to save face. That alone lifted a huge weight off Minato's shoulders. He was now confident his wife was talking to someone about the ordeal and getting help, reassuring him that everything would eventually be all right. Now, he was simply awaiting his son's return, which still caused him stress. He read the mission parameters and noted a significant chance of encountering S-rank ninja. Their estimated time of arrival was 2 days ago, but underestimating mission completion times was common, even for Umbu commanders. This was the first time he'd known one of his children to be on an actual mission. When Naruto was born, he'd always imagined seeing him off on his first venture outside the village. Having missed that chance, he was eager to see the boy return from this first mission he would witness. It was still a strange concept that it was an Umbu mission, but he knew he'd remember it forever. His anxiety only grew as the hours passed and the day neared its end, just like the previous one. He knew not every day was promised, and with Umbu, no matter how strong you are, the chances of returning are still slim. Watching footage of their Chunin exams battle eased his mind. Itachi and Naruto were absolutely incredible. He'd never felt such pride, not only seeing his son use his technique, but also representing his family name with pride despite his past mistreatment. He was utterly amazed, so much so that he watched it daily. If that was their strength just a year ago, he genuinely feared what they had become, especially with their Umbu training. They were possibly nearing the strongest duo in Konoha. That film reassured him they'd be fine, no matter the opponent. Well, with a few exceptions. Four Umbu agents knelt before their cage late into the night. Minato stood, finally seeing the group he was so eager to welcome back. "Ah, Squad 9, he said with more glee than intended. "Welcome back," he quipped, looking down at Naruto, identifiable by his unmistakable blonde hair. The four rose to attention, awaiting orders to report. Minato, however, wasn't fully aware of the situation yet. His smiling face was too busy admiring his son in his Umbu uniform. The pride in his eyes was visible from miles away. "Wow," he whispered, a bit louder than planned. A cough from the commander snapped him back. "Hokage-sama, my apologies, but I believe a report is due." Minato shook his head, giving his son one last fatherly, approving nod. "Right, my apologies. Please, report," he said, sitting back down. Hayate began, detailing their near encounters with certain S-rank missing ninja en route to Kusagakur, the events upon their immediate arrival, and the less significant happenings while Naruto and Itachi were inside. After his report, he handed off to Itachi and Naruto, who then explained their venture into the temple, including their brief but brutal battle against the snake Sunin, Orochimaru. At the mention of the snake, Minato sent word to retrieve Jiraiya from wherever he was. The group continued their report, explaining the events after delivering the man back to his father and receiving payment. Their trip home was apparently much less eventful regarding S-rank rogue ninja than the journey there. With the report finished, Jiraiya was ushered into the room, where Naruto and Itachi were again asked to recount their skirmish with the man. It's very uncommon for him to let go such talent," Jiraiya mused, leaning against the windowsill. "Did he say anything else?" he asked the boys. "No sir, Jiraiya-sama," Itachi replied. "Just that he would be seeing us soon." Jiraiya rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Could be a threat towards the village," he concluded. "That's the only common ground where he'd be sure to find them." "In that case, I propose you start looking for him instead," Minato said. "If you find him, do not engage until you know his plan." Jiraiya nodded and leaped out the window to prepare for his venture out of the village once more. "As for you four, you are dismissed," Minato said. They bowed, giving a simultaneous hi before exiting. Tora. Stay for a second, please," he called out. Naruto remained, waiting for the others to leave. Once they were alone, Minato's smile widened tenfold. "Wow. Look at you," he said, gripping his shoulders firmly. Naruto removed his mask, smiling back as he scratched the back of his head. "Ah, Tou-san. I appreciate your flattery. My boy, in Umbu," he chuckled, putting a hand on Naruto's head. "I can't believe it. How was the mission? Were you hurt?" he asked suddenly. "No sir. I only sustained minor injuries from my battle with Orochimaru-san," he said, wiggling his now healed arm. "I have some knowledge of medical ninjutsu, so I successfully healed my injuries, as well as the few inflicted upon Itachi." Minato was taken aback again. If possible, his smile widened further. "You even know medical ninjutsu?" he asked in amazement. "Gosh, son, you're already more adept at the ninja arts than even me," he complimented. Naruto's bashful smile grew with his father's praise. "I'm not at your level of expertise yet, Tou-san. I am merely adequate in various subjects. I have yet to master any," he said, downplaying his skills. "Oh, you're too humble, son. I mean, you figured out my Hire Shin. Jiraiya is a seal master and has yet to do that," Minato continued. "I guess that's true, but I did so with your teaching. If I'm correct, Jiraiya is attempting to reproduce the formula from scratch," he stated again. "That's right, he is. But, I can't take credit for teaching you," he said, his smile faltering slightly but holding strong. Naruto noticed and reassured him. "I read your description of how you engineered the seal by dissecting the Naidame, Tobirama Senju's, formula to make it faster and much more proficient in battle. From there, you explained how it works and what you needed to do to perform the technique. All I did was follow your advice." Minato just smiled bashfully at his modest son. He begrudgingly accepted the praise he didn't feel he deserved, knowing if he refused, the boy would just argue another point. "Well, you're very near surpassing this old man, that's for sure," he said with a chuckle. I'm not too sure about that, Tou-san. But, if you say so," Naruto finished. Minato nodded at his son once more, his eyes still filled with pride. A few seconds of silence settled as Minato simply observed how much Naruto reminded him of himself when he was in Umbu. Of course, he was much older than Naruto, but the resemblance was uncanny. "Well," he said, standing straight. "I bet you're tired." "Yes sir. A few days of tree hopping have taken a lot out of my body. A good night's rest will be more than enough to replenish me fully," Naruto replied. "Well, don't let me keep you," he said, extending his arm. Naruto shook his father's hand with a smile and a nod. "Oh, and if you'd like, your mother would really enjoy having you over for breakfast in the morning," he said as Naruto was walking out. Slowing his pace, Naruto nodded. "Yes, that sounds fantastic," he said, nodding on his way out. "What time would be acceptable for my arrival?" "Oh, Possibly 9, Minato replied. Naruto nodded again. Yes sir. I will attend, he said, waving back to the man with a smile. Minato waved back with a smile of his own. His heart raced for some reason. There was a warm feeling in his chest he couldn't quite explain. Things were going to be better now. He just knew it. The next morning, Naruto walked up the stone path to his old home, his black book in hand, hiding his face. He was dressed in casual wear, black pants and shirt, accented by his white namikaze jacket. Knocking on the door, he heard his sister's girlish shout announcing, "I got it." He waited a few more seconds, listening to her small feet charging towards the door. When it swung open, her eyes looked up into his. "It's Nii-san," she informed. "Hello, Imuto," Naruto greeted as he stepped inside. "Are you here to have breakfast with us?" she asked him. Naruto finished kicking off his shoes. "Yes, I am," he smiled at her. She smiled back. "Kaa-san made a big breakfast today," she said, grabbing his hand and dragging him towards the kitchen as if he didn't already know where it was. The two entered the room where Minato and Menma were already at the table, waiting to eat. Naruto smiled when they looked his way. "Hey, Nii-san, I saved you a seat," Menma yelled, adamantly patting the seat next to his. Naruto walked over to him with a smile. "Thank you, Otato," he said. "Good morning, Tou-san." "Morning, son," Minato replied as he stood up to shake his hand. "Your mother will be right out. She just stepped back into the kitchen to get the rest of the food," he said as Naruto looked in that direction. "I think I will help," he said, walking into the kitchen. He saw his mother with her back to the door, her hands fidgeting around the counter, unsure of what to bring first. "Good morning, Kaa-san," Naruto greeted with a smile. Kushina yelped softly as she spun around. Oh. Naruto-kun," she said with a clearly forced smile that hid her nervousness. To her surprise, the blonde boy, nearing her height, walked over and embraced her in a hug. "Here," he said, grabbing her extra pair of pot holders. "Let me help you." He grabbed one of the remaining 2 dishes on the counter and carried it out, with Kushina right behind him. "Ugh, finally the food's here," Mito shouted in relief. "I'm starving." Menma, in his perpetual need to annoy her, quipped, "You're always starving." That's all it took to ignite their first argument of the day. As always, the others tuned out as Kushina and Naruto set the last 2 dishes down. As soon as they took their seats, everyone began serving themselves. For a while, the actual conversation remained silent as Menma and Mito continued their argument between bites of food they inhaled. Naruto, Minato, and Kushina simply listened with different expressions, Minato with indifference, Kushina with embarrassment, and Naruto with amusement. Eventually, Naruto interjected. "You two sure do fight a lot, don't you?" Mito was the first to reply. "It's Baka Menma's fault. He's always annoying me," she said, shoveling another mouthful into her face. "Yeah right. It's always her who starts it," he refuted, completely disregarding the blatant fact that he had actually started at this time. Kushina pushed the hair from her face and coughed into her hand to draw attention. "Menma, please use your inside voice." Menma knew it was meant in a much more threatening way than it was said and shrunk back into his seat a little. Naruto noticed and chuckled at his mother's commanding power. "You know, Kaa-san," he said, getting her attention. "You may just be the scariest mom in Konoha." She smiled bashfully, knowing it was meant as a compliment. Although, some of the Nara children could argue it is in fact Yoshino-sama. Kushina smiled. "Oh, Yoshino's actually pretty nice if you get to know her." "Indeed. I have only briefly met her, but during that time, she was looking for her son, Shikamaru, with a frying pan in hand. I am sure what happened when she caught him was far from pleasant," he said, smiling. Kushina smiled at that. Minato chose then to add in, "I'd throw in Mikato into that wager as well." "What? Mikato-chan isn't that bad," Kushina said. Minato chuckled. I've heard stories." Kushina chuckled as well. She knew her best friend could be a bit fear-inducing at times, but not to an extreme degree. The rest of the family breakfast went smoothly once the conversation began. They spoke of everything from Minato and Kushina's old missions to Naruto's first mission. For a brief moment, they were a normal family, just as they were supposed to be. That fact alone put Kushina's mind at ease. For the first part of the meal, she was still a bit timid about Naruto's seemingly uncaring attitude towards his neglect, but now, she felt they were closer than ever, which of course, they were. The family event concluded when Minato finally had to leave for work, leaving Kushina and the kids at home. With their newfound energy from the meal, they begged Kushina to let them show Naruto how strong they had become. Kushina initially denied the request, explaining that Naruto was too tired from his 2-week mission, but Naruto assured her it was fine. Now, the 3 stood in the backyard. Kushina sat on the porch, watching Menma and Mito face off against their older brother who, much like Kakashi often did to them, pulled out a book to read as a way to infuriate them. She chuckled at their frustrated expressions, finding it cute that they still let it get to them. Their teamwork was clearly present, at least in an attempt, as Mito went around Naruto so they could attack him from different directions. "Don't underestimate us, Nii-san," yelled Menma as he threw a kunao his way, charging in behind it. Without looking up, Naruto smiled and easily plucked the kunao out of the air. Tossing it over his shoulder, he heard Mito jump out of the way. Catching Menma's wild haymaker, Naruto shifted his body slightly, causing the blonde to sail over his shoulder, crashing into his sister. "Ugh, Menma Baka! Get out of my way," she yelled, pushing him over as she charged the blonde with his back to her. She went for a roundhouse kick to his face from behind, which he simply blocked with his free hand. Catching her ankle, he gently yanked her as she flipped to stay upright. Menma came in for a drop kick that Naruto stepped out of the way of. Sadly for Menma, Mito had been going for an axe kick he didn't see. Her heel came crashing down on his chest. "Ah, quit hitting me, you idiot," he yelled at her. "Then get out of the way," she yelled back, flipping to her feet and squaring off against Naruto in her taijutsu stance. Naruto just kept reading his book. When Mito charged, she pulled a kunao midway to her target. Naruto, still without looking, dodged each of her attacks as he poked at the back of her hand with taps she found completely ineffective. That is, until her kunao slipped from her hand, and she instead tried to punch him in the face. Naruto didn't dodge it. In doing so, she jammed 3 of her fingers. Jumping back, she finally noticed her hand, for some unknown reason, refused to close. Menma came in next with a full blast Rasengan. Naruto awaited the attack and leaned slightly out of the way, delivering a jab towards Menma's bicep. Instantly, the ball of chakra dispersed, and he was sent stumbling forward. As he tried to catch himself, he realized only his left arm would move. His right just wouldn't extend. In fact, he couldn't even feel it anymore. He looked over at Mito, who was still cradling her unresponsive hand. Without saying anything, both of them knew the other was done, and so did Naruto. "You two aren't bad at all. Individually you could outclass most anyone in your class, but your teamwork is poor. So poor, I doubt you'd be able to function properly on a battlefield in any situation." They both looked down in shame. "Konoha operates mainly on teamwork. It will be your most valuable skill when it's time to become active ninja." "He is right, you two. Your father has told you this before as well," Kushina added from the side. Hearing it from Naruto should drive that point home. "Yes, Kaa-san," the two replied simultaneously. The group was surprised when an Umbu agent dropped down next to Naruto. He whispered something into his ear, and Naruto nodded. When the man shinned away, Naruto addressed the others. "It would seem I have been requested elsewhere," he said as he walked up, grabbing Mito's hand and Menma's shoulder. Green chakra encased his hands. When it dissipated, the two rolled out their respective injuries in amazement, as they could now move them again. Naruto walked back towards the porch to bid his mother a good day. "Thank you, Kaa-san, for the amazing breakfast. It was as great as I had remembered it." He embraced her in a hug. "Thank you, Naruto. You're always welcome to join us, whenever you want it," she replied as he nodded with a smile. Waving on his way out, he left the compound for whatever he was called to. This left Kushina, Mito, and Menma to continue their training with a new plan, focus on teamwork. Hours later, the night sky swallowed the remnants of Konoha's daily activity, handing the reins over to the nightlife of bar hopping or late-night dinner dates. It was around this time that Naruto and Itachi were walking out of the Umbu HQ. A whole day spent listening to briefing after briefing, the two were exhausted and hungry. Their feet led them towards the side of town with many family-friendly restaurants and stands. They were still discussing the topics from their hour-long mandatory, last-minute meeting. It had originally been just to congratulate and send off the newly retired Umbu captain, Kenji Horo. The man was passing the title to another superior officer, his former student, Commander Omara Yosha. From there, the speaker decided it was the perfect time to not only refresh the group on regulations set by Shikaka Nara during his brief time as acting Hokage, but also inform them of the regulations the fourth Hokage had added. Naruto wondered the entire time just how long his father had been working on such a thing. With all that nonsense out of the way, the two boys were heading to enjoy a nice meal somewhere. They just couldn't decide where. "You appear to be the most mature at this table," he said with an indifferent expression, though they both sensed a hint of amusement or relief in his voice. "Besides, you two are only a few months older than me." Astute observation, Naruto remarked. "I'm only joking. You'll get it when you're older," he chuckled with Izumi, both amused by Ataka's annoyed look. As he had been doing more and more lately, Naruto successfully broke the tense silence that had settled over the table upon their arrival. After finishing his meal, he pulled out his book and simply listened as the other two flirted for the next hour or two. He found their blossoming romance to be a unique spectacle. A book he'd read had described love as our human minds becoming over-infatuated with another person to a degree that is dangerous in a self-implosion standpoint. Naruto interpreted this as falling in love being equivalent to dooming oneself to death. For if you loved someone weaker and lost them, your judgment would be clouded, and you would be consumed by a singular pursuit, vengeance. Watching Itachi and Izumi, Naruto felt this possibility was unfolding before him. A part of him, not out of jealousy but for his best friend's safety, wished their relationship wouldn't flourish. He had few true connections in this world, and Itachi was one he couldn't afford to lose. Itachi's friendship reinforced Naruto's belief that any man could be more than the selfish, cruel creatures he'd encountered. Itachi was a killer, not a murderer, but a man following orders. Yet, for a boy who had taken countless lives, Naruto was convinced Itachi was a light in the dim world he'd grown accustomed to. Itachi inspired him to look beyond pain and sorrow towards the future, the next generation. Before meeting Itachi, Naruto was a hateful, pessimistic individual, an inevitable outcome for a lonely boy. Then he met the boy without a smile but with abundant love. They initially clashed due to their differing ideals, but eventually, Naruto witnessed something so beautiful it filled his heart with warmth he hadn't felt in years, a new perspective on the daily hardships. Ironically, a few days after their first kill, the day Naruto expected Itachi to see his views and recognize humanity's cruelty, as he'd read in his books, Itachi surprised him. He watched Itachi interact with people as if nothing had happened, expecting him to seclude himself as he had on the first day, fearing his family would see the monster he'd become. In his childlike mind, Naruto believed Itachi was simply naive, not understanding the gravity of his actions. When he had the chance, he heatedly argued, trying to convince Itachi he was a monster, just like Naruto felt himself to be. Itachi simply stated he was not. As Itachi walked away, Naruto felt compelled to follow. They eventually stopped on a cliff overlooking the woods. Naruto, confused, watched the brunette stare blankly into the distance. He asked what they were looking for, but Itachi simply replied, "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Naruto tried to see what Itachi meant, but all he perceived were scarred trees and yelling people. When he voiced this, Itachi smiled and said, "You only see what you wish to. But, it is worth saying that you know what ugly looks like, therefore you must know beauty as well." With those wise words, Itachi turned and walked away, leaving Naruto on the cliff, seeing things much clearer than moments before. It was like saying there couldn't truly be darkness if there was no light to compare it to. Those words made him reconsider everything he had come to hate. He hated people who fought, but then remembered seeing people in love and their happiness. He hated seeing people die, but remembered Mito and Menma's birth. He hated his family for abandoning him, but remembered their amazing past times. He came to his own conclusion about mankind: we hate something only when we once loved it dearly. And if you once loved something dearly, forgiveness is as easy as remembering what you loved before. Naruto feared for his friend, yet couldn't have been happier. For once, he saw Itachi genuinely, truly happy, a sight he'd noticed becoming increasingly rare. Another book he'd read described love as the emotional embodiment of peak human strength. Yet, at the same time, our greatest weakness. A paradox in the truest sense. Both descriptions, he noticed, implied death, though never directly stated. Death was inevitable, and in his line of work, he knew better than most that it affected the living more than the dead. But over time, in less awkward situations, he grew close to Izumi too. Thus, the fear of either of their deaths became much more concerning. His thoughts were interrupted by a head of silver hair at a nearby booth. Thinking it was Kakashi, he almost called out, but when the person stood, it wasn't him. Glad he avoided an awkward conversation, he returned to his book. Again, his musing was interrupted as Izumi stood. "It's getting late. I better get home." She waved to them with a smile. "Thank you guys so much. This was the most fun I've had all day." Naruto nodded with a smile. Itachi, however, also rose. "I will walk you home," he said as they bid Naruto good night. Naruto returned the gesture and headed home himself, eager to see how their relationship would develop. Something exquisitely dangerous, he presumed. 2 years later, Naruto, now 14, stood outside the academy with his hands in his pockets. His appearance hadn't changed much, if at all, over the past 2 years. The only key differences were his increased height and the loss of his once favorite jacket, which he'd outgrown and given to Minato to pass to Menma later. Otherwise, nothing. His hair was still styled the same, with the right side more shaven. He still wore his black t-shirt, umbu pants, and black sandals. An addition to his usual look was a necklace brandishing the Uzumaki spiral symbol, a gift from his mother for his recent birthday. Another, arguably, was the new green book shoved into his face. After years of reading and rereading the one he'd received from his friend long ago, people now associated this new book with his attire. As he read, he noticed parents and other commoners chattering in awe. Looking up, he saw Itachi approaching. The brunette hadn't changed at all. He still wore the same Uchiha high-collared shirt with umbu pants and sandals, and still maintained his ponytail. Only his fame within the village had altered. Itachi had become the true essence of a Konoha shinobi. He was publicly recognized for becoming umbu commander at the ripe age of 13, just a few months prior. Since then, his popularity rivaled that of the Hokage himself, a position many believed he was close to attaining. "Hello Naruto," Itachi said, leaning against the wall next to the blonde and waving at the parents waiting for their children. Hello to you as well, Itachi, Naruto replied, not looking up from his book. Here for Sasuke? Yes. My mother is attending Yoshino-sama's baby shower as well, he replied as Naruto nodded. That was why Naruto was taking Mito and Menma for the rest of the day. What do you have planned for them? Itachi asked. Naruto looked up thoughtfully. I'm unsure. I imagined a bit of training and possibly something to eat later. Would you mind if we joined? Izumi and I are watching Sasuke for the day too. Naruto nodded. Of course. I must confess, I wasn't too interested in trying to entertain Mito and Menma all day anyway. Not alone, that is. Itachi chuckled, understanding completely. With a resounding slam, the academy doors swung open. Kid after kid funneled out to their waiting parents or began their journey home with friends, all pausing at the spectacle of Itachi Uchiha. Eventually, the class holding all the clan children was finally released. Sasuke was one of the first out. After greeting Naruto, Itachi said they would go ahead and pick up Izumi and meet up later. Naruto waited with his book, unaware of the leering eyes on him. Eventually, Mito and Menma emerged and immediately began recounting their day in minute detail. Naruto listened with feigned interest all the way back to the Namikaze compound. Upon arrival, Naruto started their training with their normal warm-up routine while he read his book. When they finished, he instructed them to work on chakra control by performing the tree climbing exercise while simultaneously balancing a leaf on their foreheads. They were, of course, disappointed, hoping for something more deadly, or at least new. To make them work twice as hard, he told them if they trained hard enough, he'd show them an amazing technique that could beat anyone in seconds. He was, of course, exaggerating, but they didn't need to know that. It had the desired effect of further motivating them, as they pushed themselves twice as hard. When all that was said and done, they were finally joined by Itachi, Izumi, and Sasuke. Okay guys, Naruto said, dropping from the tree he was resting in. I think that's about enough training. What? Menma yelled, still out of breath. What about our super amazing technique? Naruto looked at Itachi in amusement. Oh yeah, that. Well, that's for another day. You guys are too tired now. Besides, we're going to eat. What's the technique? Sasuke whispered to Itachi. Itachi chuckled, giving no formal answer. Naruto nii, are you going to take us to the party? Mito asked. Naruto looked at her questioningly. It's Ino's birthday, they're having it at the Akimichi Grill House, she informed him. No, I don't want to go to that. Menma protested. It's nothing but a bunch of stupid girls. You're stupid. Mito yelled back, kicking off a fresh verbal fight between the two that the others ignored. Naruto sighed and looked to Sasuke to break the tie. What do you think, Sasuke? Would you like to go to the party, or would you rather we go elsewhere to eat? Sasuke, at first, was going to say no, but the look Mito gave him told him she'd be heartbroken if he did. He didn't care for her much, but he'd rather not make a girl cry. I guess it wouldn't hurt. Maybe we'll see some of our friends there too, he said, directing the last sentence at Menma, who crossed his arms in defeat. From there, the group headed to the Akimichi Grill House. The happy birthday song had just ended when the group finally arrived. Cake was being served, and they saw everyone else had probably already eaten. Well, Naruto said. We could just get a table and order then. But, Nii-san, Mito said, looking up at him. I want cake. You haven't eaten yet, Imuto. It would be unwise t-dash. Oh come on, Naruto, Itachi said, just let them eat cake for dinner. Naruto looked down at Mito's pleading eyes and at Menma, who, despite trying to stay mad, was eyeing the huge cake with hunger. I suppose it wouldn't be so bad, he said, sending them off. The three ran into the party section, where one of the helping mothers handed them a party hat and a plate for their slice. Naruto and the Uchiha couple found a seat towards the back of the restaurant. Naruto sat with his back to the wall to keep an eye on his two siblings, though it was hard with the book now shoved into his face. Itachi and Izumi were engrossed in their own conversation about something he had no interest or knowledge in, so he continued reading. Every now and then, he'd glance up to ensure everything was okay. A few times, he thought he saw Kakashi again but couldn't get a good enough look. The night's events unfolded as usual, with Naruto joining the conversation as they ate, then seamlessly melting back into his book, leaving the couple to talk in virtual privacy. A few minutes passed, and Naruto peeked over at the party again, wondering when it would end. He'd assumed it would be over quickly given their late arrival, but it was still going strong. Burying his nose back in his book, he continued reading until he heard the sound of child footsteps jogging towards their table. Looking up, he was greeted by Mito and another girl jogging up, with the Hyuga heiress being dragged along as well. Naruto nii. Mito yelled as she and the other two girls stood at their table. Itachi and Izumi paused their conversation to watch the spectacle. I want you to meet my friends, she said happily, as Naruto raised an eyebrow. I always tell you to meet them, but you're always too busy, she said, mimicking his voice to the best of her ability. Naruto closed his book with an amused expression. Well, okay then, he said, sitting straighter in his seat. The pink-haired girl was the first to respond. I'm Sakura Haruno, she said, extending her hand. It's nice to meet you. I hope you're better than that Baka Menma, she added with a grimace. Naruto smiled at the girl. It is lovely to meet you, Sakura-san. I am Naruto, he said, disregarding her remark about his brother, attributing it to Menma possibly having pranked her. With that said, the group sat in silence until Mito finally lost her patience. Ugh, come on, Hinata. He won't bite. Hinata slowly crept out from behind the redhead. I am Hinata. Hayaga, she said, her last name almost inaudible. Naruto extended his hand, which she took timidly. It is an honor to meet you, Hinata-san, Naruto said with a reassuring smile that made her face flush. There, Mito said with a smile. Now you know all my friends. Except for Ino. She went to the bathroom, she said, craning her head around the room, trying to spot the blonde. When she did, she quickly flagged her down. Ino, over here. The whole group looked her way for a brief second before Mito began talking again. Ino's heart raced erratically as she made her way to the table, more Hinata-like than she was comfortable with. On her way, she quickly ripped the birthday hat off her head, tossing it onto a nearby table as she fixed her hair. When she finally made it over, she waited for Mito to finish whatever rant she was on as she discreetly examined the boy who melted her confidence without even knowing it. His eyes were locked on Mito with a soft smile that she couldn't help but stare at. And this, Mito began, breaking her from her daze. Is Ino, aka, the birthday girl. Pulling her hand from behind her back for the briefest of waves, not directed at any of the table's occupants, she whispered a quick, hey. That was so out of character for her. Mito looked at her strangely. Oh, so, you're the birthday girl? Izumi asked with apparent excitement, to which Ino nodded. That's so cute, she gushed, demeaning her age considerably. How old are you? Clearing her throat to avoid stuttering, she answered. 10. Well, happy birthday, Izumi said kindly with a smile. I too wish you a happy birthday, Itachi added. Ino gave them a quick thank you as she tucked her bang behind her ear. Ino, Mito said, grabbing her attention. She gestured towards Naruto. This is my brother Naruto. Naruto was already reaching to shake her hand. It is very nice to. His statement stopped as his nearly empty cup of water ran down his leg, knocked over by the girl's shaky hand. Oh no! Ino exclaimed in worry. I am so sorry. Luckily, the cup wasn't full, so there wasn't much water. Naruto simply waved her off. It is quite all right. It was only a bit of water. No harm done. He extended his hand again. Ino reached a lot more gently this time to avoid further embarrassment. I wish you a very happy birthday, Ino-san. If I am not mistaken, it would seem your father is preparing to leave, he said, giving her an escape. She looked over to see him paying the bill, quickly bid the group goodbye, and ran for him. Mito just raised her eyebrow at the strange occurrence. She had never seen the blonde act like that. Huh, weird, she whispered to herself. 3 years later, perched in a tree, an Umbu member peered into the window of a secluded house. The rain muffled the screams from within. His form was completely hidden in the tree's shadow, illuminated only briefly by sporadic lightning flashes. In his hand, his black sword was held in a reverse grip. The Umbu watched the guards patrolling the house in a strict pattern, unfazed by the rain. Their weapons were lazily held, ready for any foolish attacker. They were oblivious that their death was merely 10 feet away, as he shifted his feet, ready to pounce. When he moved, they were gone before they even knew it. He went for the nearest guy first, slicing his throat before grabbing his body and gently laying him down. Then, he jumped to the ledge the other guard was on. The guard was some distance away when he turned. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the Umbu's form and the sword flying at his head for a brief second. It was the very last thing he would see. The Umbu ran by, ripping his sword from the man's head before jumping feet first into the tiny window he barely fit through. When he landed, he realized how lucky he was as a guard had just passed by less than 5 seconds before and was already walking away. He snuck up behind him and snapped his neck in one clean motion. Shoving the body into the nearby closet, he continued on silently. He could hear a man screaming from the mansion's basement. He made his way towards it, killing 2 more guards. Suddenly, the screaming man abruptly stopped. Having located the target, he continued, gently opening the door. Inside, he saw a brown-haired man in a lab coat, cleaning materials from his last experiment. He walked in silently. When the doctor reached to set his scalpel down on the wooden nightstand, his hand was impaled by a kunai, nailing him to the surface, eliciting a scream of pain. Ah! The man turned and plucked the blade from his hand as he scrambled around the table. He pulled a tag out and wrapped it around the kunai. There was a very small hole at the top of the ceiling leading outside. Aiming right, he threw it as hard as he could. To his horror, it was plucked from the air. Horror because it was an explosive tag meant to alert his unknowingly dead guards. He watched as the Umbu held the blade in his hand, it briefly emitted a blue light before the man dropped it carelessly to the ground. Yakotoshi, you have been sentenced to death by the Council of Konoha for the abduction and murder of over 100 individuals residing within the borders of the Land of Fire. With that said, the black blade ended the man's pleas with a quick slash that cleanly removed his head from the rest of his body. Umbu agents return. His mission complete, the Umbu agent vanished into the trees, leaving no trace but the charred remains of his victims. Hours later, he stood before his locker, shedding his armor, the last piece removed being his mask. Now in his usual attire, black t-shirt, black pants, black sandals, and his necklace exhaustion etched on his face and body, he shut the locker. A somber meeting. The 17-year-old trudged through the gray hall, reaching the head commander's quarters. He knocked, awaiting the command to enter. "Come in," a voice called. He opened the door, stepping in slowly, and took a seat across from Captain Yosha, a bald man with coal-black eyes that tried to mask sympathy with false bravado. "Namikaze," Captain Yosha began, losing his words in the teen's cold, unblinking blue eyes. How are you doing?" he asked, a sudden shift in tone. Naruto remained motionless. "I am well, Captain Yosha," he replied, his voice slightly flat, making the response eerily expressionless. "How are you?" The captain's curiosity was evident. I'm fine. Naruto, the reason you're here is that some comrades have expressed worry about working with you. They say you've become more reckless." Naruto's face remained still. What a strange grievance. "Well, until you see Inoichi-san for evaluation, I'm afraid I must place you on leave." Captain Yosha noticed a slight clenching in Naruto's jaw. "Once cleared, you may return. Please turn in your mask." He began filling out documents, signaling the end of the discussion. Naruto stared at the wall for a few seconds, deep in thought. He rose, retrieved his mask from his back pouch, and placed it on the desk. "I bid you a good day, Captain Yosha." He turned to leave, receiving only a grunt of confirmation. Rain-soaked reflections. Walking through the street, he looked up, closing his eyes against the falling rain. Hands in his pockets, no destination in mind, he walked in silence. There was nothing to distract him. It was another day of profound exhaustion, a deep drain that still compelled him to do anything to cloud his mind. The past 3 years had been the most eventful of his life, expected given his unique family. Mito and Menma becoming genin last year seemed to be the starting point. They were placed on a team with Suzuki under Kakashi. Their rookie class gained renown months ago from their Chunin exam performance. The event went smoothly, culminating in surprisingly great matches during the semifinals, where his brother eventually claimed victory. Beyond that, the kids constantly found themselves in interesting altercations, from fending off A-rank ninja to saving important individuals. The list went on. Acknowledging the void, life relentlessly moved on. Naruto had experienced many emotions: fear, anger, joy, contentment, happiness. But one emotion was profoundly absent: love. He watched it ensnare those around him, Itachi and Izumi moving in together, his younger brother falling for the pink-haired girl, and even the budding romance between Suzuki and Mito. To Naruto, love seemed omnipresent yet perpetually out of reach, always overshadowed by others: Itachi, Menma, or even his seemingly ageless father. He'd long ago accepted this. He was jealous, not of their partners, but of the admiration they received. He was equally accomplished, yet unseen, unheard, unnoticed. It was a cycle, a constant state of never being anyone's main priority or focus, a selfish desire from years past when other problems didn't exist. The nature of struggle. He found it strange how certain issues only became problems due to a lack of conflict. In his pessimistic phase, his struggles were far deeper than a mere lack of affection. Yet, once he made peace with that, trivial matters became obsessions. It was as if humans thrived on struggle. This theory could explain much of human behavior. We seek love because it eventually incites conflict. We go to war hoping to survive and tell our story, all to prove our worth by enduring more trauma than others, as if that would make us superior. A crazy theory, perhaps, but a possibility. Regardless, he craved human interaction, a desire to be important to someone. He wanted the villagers to admire him as they did Itachi. He made Umbu at 11, so where were his congratulations? He wanted respect like Menma. They shared a last name and a resemblance to their father, so why wasn't he treated like a celebrity? Was he wrong to feel this way? A shattered perspective. Months ago, the answer would have been a resounding yes. Such selfishness was entirely wrong. The optimistic views instilled by his friend had twisted his mind into a newfound naivete he doubted he ever truly possessed. Itachi's words that day were misinterpreted. Naruto believed Itachi meant to always focus on the positive, ignoring the negative. After weeks of practicing this, it became second nature, a core part of his mentality. Now, he knew Itachi wasn't advocating for positive-only focus, but for acknowledging the positive while remaining aware of the negative. Naruto had simply cut off the latter, blinding himself. But, like the character in his new book, the world seemed to mock him. A book's reflection. His new book mirrored his situation, a relentless series of misfortunes, both mental and physical, too chronological to be random. The world seemed to punish him for an unknown transgression. He didn't understand why or what to do. The book's antagonist explained how easily a sane mind could unravel, how quickly one could lose themselves. Though a detective novel, the antagonist's narrative stole the show. It was a dark book, discussing contemporary societal issues and past wars. Naruto had read it 100 times, memorizing every line. He was reading it now. A rare find, he had fallen in love with the story. Inoichi's assessment. He stopped at the interrogation building, where psychological evaluations were conducted. He trudged inside, unconcerned by his wet clothes, noticing the wet floor. He continued to the office of Inoichi Yamanaka, the head psychiatric doctor. He knocked, and a muffled enter invited him in. Inoichi glanced up from his paperwork. Ah, Naruto. Naruto took a seat, patiently, motionlessly waiting. When Inoichi finally set his paperwork aside, he sat straighter, fingers interlocked. I wasn't expecting to see you so soon. Hello Inoichi-san, Naruto greeted, the same false fluctuation in his voice clashing with his frozen expression. Inoichi intently examined the boy for physical indicators of distress. His eyes told the story. Naruto looked like he hadn't slept in days. Hoping the boy might want to discuss something else first, Inoichi began, so, what can I help you with? I was told to receive an evaluation from you, Inoichi-san. A few of my coworkers fear I am unfit to serve, Naruto explained. Inoichi observed him, noting subtle signs screaming that the kid was not alright. Nodding slowly, Inoichi pulled his documents back. I'm sorry to say, but I cannot give you a proper evaluation. You are too tired for it to be accurate. How about you come back next week? I am fine, Inoichi-san, Naruto said, hoping to sway him. Inoichi nodded, returning to his signing. I am sure. We'll find out next week. Days of isolation and despair. Days later, he lay in his bedroom, staring at the ceiling. The past few days had blurred into one. He hadn't left his apartment since leaving Inoichi's office. There was nowhere to go, no one to see. He refused to walk the streets, certain the side glances and chatter were about him. He was the village's new pariah, sustained only by his family's distant backing. Jiraiya and Kushina had taken Mito and Menma on an indefinite training trip months ago, missing the recent tragedies, the deaths of Itachi and Izumi Uchiha. It was a twisted, tragic story, one Naruto couldn't explain because no one believed him. They knew he killed them, but not the full story. The unbelievable truth. The condensed truth was that Izumi Uchiha had been captured by Orochimaru, who had previously warned them. When her team returned with the news, Naruto was on a mission. By the time he returned, Itachi had already gone to find her, abandoning his Konoha ninja status. Naruto pleaded with his father, Minato reluctantly agreeing to assist him. Naruto tracked Itachi to a hidden base on the outskirts of Kusa. He found Itachi in an arena-like setting. Naruto called out, but Itachi didn't respond. Instantly, Naruto knew something was wrong. Itachi turned and attacked him without warning, offering no explanation, clearly intending to kill. Naruto desperately tried to explain he wasn't there to bring him back, but to help. They battled for hours, Naruto attempting to calm his friend. During their hour-long fight, Itachi revealed Orochimaru's ultimatum: kill Naruto Namikaze, or Izumi would die. Naruto nearly convinced Itachi they could work together to kill Orochimaru and save Izumi. But then Orochimaru appeared, knife at Izumi's throat. Itachi realized his only option was to follow orders and end his friend's life. With a heavy heart, he continued the battle, Izumi's pleas in the background dominating his attention. The battle could have gone on indefinitely with Naruto simply dodging, a poor plan on Orochimaru's part, Naruto thought, as there was no leverage. The true stakes of the deathmatch became clear when Orochimaru brought out a bound and gagged Mito, tears streaming down her face. Naruto wondered how the snake had gotten his hands on her. He tried to rush Orochimaru, but a barrier shot up, encasing the room, and Orochimaru settled in to watch the spectacular battle. It was indeed spectacular. They held nothing back, fighting for their hearts, influenced by the girl's cries for salvation. Eventually, Naruto gained the upper hand and killed Itachi. The last thing Itachi saw before he died was Izumi's throat being slit. Naruto's soul shattered witnessing the deaths of his two best friends, one by his own hand. No kill had ever left him so cold. His only solace was the thought of saving his sister. The ultimate betrayal. That illusion shattered. When the barrier dropped, Naruto looked up to the balcony to see not one, but two cynical smiles. Orochimaru chuckled at Naruto's confusion. Naruto's tear-filled eyes fixed on Mito, who shared the same smile beside the snake. To his shock, her appearance shifted into a man from his bingo books, Kazan, known for his impressive 100 transformation ability. Orochimaru and his associate escaped before the barrier fell completely. By the time it did, a heartbroken Naruto lacked the will or strength to pursue them. Instead, he carried his friends' bodies back to the village. Upon arrival, the village mourned the famous couple. Their demands for answers were meant to be confidential, but an Umbu guarding the Hokage during Naruto's mission report leaked a partially true rumor. Within weeks, everyone knew Naruto Namikaze killed Itachi Uchiha, but not the full story. A sinking spirit. He was ostracized by everyone who had admired them. Rumors about his motive spread, each more ridiculous than the last, jealousy leading him to kill Itachi for Izumi, then Izumi when she rejected him, or simply a sudden snap. None were correct. The accusations against his father playing favorites, acquitting his son because of their bond only worsened matters. Thus, he slowly regressed to his old pessimistic views. His hope for the world dwindled to nothing. His will to live, burdened by killing his best friend, completely faded. There was no light left in this world, not for him. The lack of missions exacerbated his state. He had been taking them relentlessly to keep his mind busy and avoid the daily hateful gazes. The world seemed to mock him, relentlessly kicking him without mercy. What could he do? He didn't know yet. It hadn't reached the point where he felt compelled to act. No, he would wait, clinging to a sliver of his former naive hope that things might improve. He just had to wait, in his bed, staring at the white ceiling as it seamlessly blended with daylight and moonlight, day after day. Minato's burden. In his office, Minato signed another document, rubbing his temples, the recent years weighing heavily. The incessant demands from everyone, begging him to address various issues, were consuming him. He didn't know whom to listen to. The council was particularly difficult, focusing on Itachi Uchiha's death and, consequently, his son. They demanded Naruto's head. Even when Minato explained Naruto's actions were lawful, as Itachi was essentially a rogue ninja, they refused to listen. They wanted vengeance for Konoha's #1 ninja and for Naruto to pay for his crime, which Minato adamantly refused. He would not kill his own son for something he would have done himself if Mito had been in danger. Minato knew he wouldn't have hesitated to end the young prodigy's life. Sadly, most demands for a trial came from his close friend, Fugaku. The entire Uchiha clan, consumed by grief, demanded justice. Minato feared the outcome, either Naruto's death, or the Uchiha clan leaving Konoha, severely weakening the village. As a father, he wanted to protect his son, but as a Kage, the village came first. It broke his heart, but if such a threat materialized, he would try to reduce a death sentence to imprisonment or exile, neither of which he desired. With Naruto accumulating missions, he might have a stronger case for his freedom, perhaps leveraging the village's current manpower shortage. But Minato doubted it. The world was in a state of stasis, not peace, but a significant lack of major conflict that could incite war. It was calm. Reports from Captain Yosha and Inoichi added to his worries. Now, his son might be unstable. For a skilled man like Naruto, instability could mean another Orochimaru case, a madman loose in the elemental nations. No, he refused to believe it. His son was fine, he just needed sleep. An unforeseen attack. As Minato thought this, a ball flew through his window, emitting a purple gas that caused the Umbu in the room to collapse. Minato sprang up, kunao in hand, facing a hooded figure who had jumped through the window. They engaged in a brief taijutsu match before another Umbu squad burst through the door. The hooded figure kicked Minato away, creating distance, then charged toward the window. He threw an explosive tag at the roof before leaping out, but not before peeking back inside at the surprised Hokage. It was his own son. Unfortunately, the Umbu in the room also witnessed it and ordered others to apprehend Naruto Namikaze, who attacked the Hokage. They pushed through falling debris, intent on finding and arresting the blonde teen. Minato remained shell-shocked. There was no covering this up. He couldn't believe Naruto would attack him so carelessly. He could have caught him, but his shock paralyzed him. He couldn't understand what had happened, or perhaps he could, but refused to believe it. A horrifying revelation. Naruto remained staring at his ceiling, as he had all day, when he suddenly heard someone quietly enter his home. As a trained Umbu, he heard it clearly and drew a kunao, ready for whatever fool dared attack him. He heard multiple things shifting, influenced by someone. Waiting around the corner, completely calm, he ambushed whoever rushed in, ending their life without hesitation. Then he saw it was one of his own Umbu agents, someone he knew. Instantly, he dropped the kunao, falling to the ground, urgently muttering no, 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 hey, hey. He pressed his hand to the slash in Heiei's neck, trying to staunch the blood, his hand glowing green with medical chakra. But before he could heal the injury, he was tackled by other Umbu. His face pressed against the floor, he looked to the end of the hall, where perched in the window, staring back at him, was himself. His eyes widened considerably at the smirk he was given before the visage changed into a random civilian, who then leaped away. A knee pressed into his face, muffling his desperate cries to pursue the true culprit. He struggled, desperate to speak, but an Umbu delivered a swift chop to his neck, rendering him unconscious as his headband was removed. 2 months later, Naruto slumped to his knees, staring blankly at the ground amidst a room of hostile faces and his father's mournful gaze. Silence filled the chamber, awaiting the long-anticipated verdict. For 2 months, Naruto had been imprisoned by Umbu, building his defense for the council. He meticulously explained his assumptions, even redetailing Itachi's death, splitting the council. Most civilians remained unconvinced, but clan heads and higher UPS showed a flicker of understanding, though Fugaku reminded them understanding was not forgiveness. Naruto described seeing 100 transformation Kazan flee the scene while he was detained on the night of the alleged crime. He couldn't explain Kazan's motive, only offering that the man sought to ruin his life. The council dismissed this as an unreliable, insufficient excuse, leaving them to await the inevitable sentencing. Minato rose, his pain evident. Naruto Namikaze, for the attempted murder of your Kage, and the murder of a fellow Konoha shinobi, you are sentenced to life in prison. His voice faded, leaving the room in a heavy silence. I am so sorry, son. The only sound was the clanking of Naruto's shackles as two Umbu guards led him away, this time to the main prison. 1 month later, a new, hellish cycle began, unavoidable as the prison was run by his greatest adversaries, the Uchiha clan. Despite detailing Itachi's death directly to Fugaku, Naruto's hope for peace had been misplaced. His first night was the loneliest he'd ever known. Instead of general population, he was taken to an abandoned lower-level division where guards intended to teach him a lesson. He could have fought back, even killed them, but saw no point, it would change nothing. For days, they beat him severely, taking turns to vent their frustration and avenge their fallen prodigy. His daily torture was compounded by neglect, one meager meal, water twice a day, and an unusable shower. This was his routine. Once the guards tired of their sport, Naruto was moved to the regular prison levels. His first cellmate, like many others, held a grudge against his father for his sentencing. The beatings from the guards, he realized, were just the beginning. Life had more cruel jokes in store, including enduring constant abuse from fellow inmates. When the main activity was staring at a wall, hitting something became an appealing pastime. Guards consistently turned a blind eye in the courtyard, cafeteria, or hallways, watching until attackers tired before restoring order. For those who harbored deep hatred, the lower floor was granted for extended fun. It was there they attempted to kill him. It was there Naruto Namikaze finally broke. During one such incident, an attacker tried to drown him using water from the shower, exploiting a known flaw in the lower levels. These levels were disused because their pipelines connected to the Snake Sanin's old lab, where he had dumped toxic chemicals before fleeing. Hundreds of prisoners had died from it. But for Naruto, his Uzumaki blood protected him from the internal effects. Instead, it changed his appearance, subtly but significantly, dyeing all his body hair blood red. Ironically, he now bore the same color as his mother and sister. This final event in a string of misfortunes utterly shattered him. As men laughed around his broken form, watching him purge the blackened liquid from his body, he recalled his favorite, now unreadable, book. It was right. The world was laughing at him, kicking dirt in his face and guffawing. Everyone seemed to conspire against him. They noticed his missteps quickly, but when he tried to be a hero, to simply be moral, he was forgotten, overlooked, as if he didn't exist. Kneeling, skin burning, black liquid still streaming from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, he raked his hands through his newly red, murky hair. Then he laughed. A cackling, possessed laugh that froze the surrounding men. They watched him in absolute silence. One, emboldened by a day of beating him, stepped forward to kick his face. As his leg came within reach, Naruto seized his ankle with an iron grip, tightening relentlessly. The laughter was gone. With a violent jerk, he snapped the man's leg. His scream shattered the silence of the barren prison chamber. The 4 remaining men adopted fighting stances, realizing he would finally resist. Only one, a former Umbu agent, smiled, confident he could handle him. The others were unsure, 2 were barely Chunin, 1 barely Genin. Naruto stood with his back to them, oblivious to the screaming man next to him, who tried to crawl away. He casually wiped black water from his body. Pulling a strand of hair down, he admired its blood-red hue. Ha! He murmured, that is, uncanny, hey ha ha ha. His gassed-out chuckle did little to soothe their nerves. The former Umbu commander, tired of waiting, saw his chance. He lunged forward, aiming a kick at Naruto's back. Naruto sidestepped, grabbing the off-balance man in a chokehold. Without hesitation, he snapped his neck with a sickening crack. As the body dropped, the other 2 lost all hope of winning. Their only chance was to run for the door and get a guard's attention. As they bolted, Naruto slowly turned and began walking towards them. Passing the whimpering man with the broken leg, he stepped on the injured limb, eliciting another hellish scream. Don't go too far now. I'll be right back. Ha 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 ha. The 2 men reached the metal door, frantically pounding on it, begging for it to open. The guard usually at the top of the stairs was absent. Turning, they saw the red-haired teen, still partially covered in black water, casually strolling towards them. Desperate, they hit the door harder, trying to break it down. Naruto approached, an amused grin on his lips, an intense look in his eyes. Watching their desperate struggle was sick amusement. Even more so when they turned to face him, resolve in their eyes, a will to live. They charged, one after another, and died in the same order. With those two dealt with, he casually walked back to the last man standing, or rather, crawling. The man was still on the floor, head tucked against his forearms, body trembling. Naruto grabbed him by his broken leg and swung him, slamming him into a cell door. His screaming intensified. Naruto squatted, gazing into his eyes. The man attempted a swing. Naruto caught his fist with his left hand, and with his right, jabbed his bicep. When that arm dropped lifeless, the man pulled a shank from his left sleeve and slashed at him. Naruto easily disarmed him, disabling that arm too. The man instantly regretted his actions as Naruto twirled the blade, examining its quality. "Ha, you brought me a toy," he mused, taking the blade in his hand. When Naruto abruptly stopped, the man looked at him with unexpected fear. Naruto's expression softened, almost sincere. "What's wrong? You were laughing at me just a moment ago," he said. "You don't look good with a frown, let me fix that. Ha 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 ha." Grabbing the man by his hair, he inserted the blade into his mouth, giving him a partial Glasgow smile. "There, now even in your grave, you'll be smiling." With that, he slit his throat, watching the steady stream of blood. Then, he sat amidst his heinous crime, patiently waiting for the guards to find 5 dead prisoners and a new man, laughing at the ironic turn of events. This day marked his descent into madness, the day he lost himself. The day he laughed back. Naruto Namikaze was no more. That boy was gone. Now, only no one remained. Years later, on the 3rd floor of Konoha Maximum Security Prison, 3 men struggled down the hall, passing cages of rightfully incarcerated men. One, a skinny brown-haired man in an orange jumpsuit, was being pushed by 2 Uchiha guards, resisting fiercely. The prisoner was terrified, begging not to be taken wherever they were going. He fought his movement, dropping to the ground, pushing against rails and wall indentations. Inmates in their cells chuckled, offering false encouragement that only heightened his fear. "Oh, come on, please," he screamed, fighting the 2 men. "Kami, please, I beg you." His pleas fell on deaf ears as they dragged him to the very last cell, which had 3 empty cells beside it. He even begged to be put in one of those, but they followed orders, throwing him into the designated cell and shutting him in. He quickly scrambled to his feet, trying to force the cage open before the guard locked it. "No, please," he cried, gripping the bars as they walked away. Soon, he was alone, hearing only the distant chatter of other prisoners. Fear racked his body, he refused to turn around. He focused on the smallest whimpers escaping his trembling lips. His heart leaped when a clear whistle, meant for his attention, sounded. His mind tore itself weighing the options: disrespect him by not turning, or face the unknown horrors from the stories. Deciding he had to face his fears, he timidly turned. The cell was standard: a bunk bed to the right, a toilet in the back left, a sink against the back wall, and a small bolted table and chairs in the middle. In the chair facing him, his new red-haired cellmate sat, tapping a deck of cards portentously in rhythms of 3. An intense gaze was fixed solely on the skinny man, stalking him as if he were the most fascinating thing in that moment. "Hello," he called out softly. "Looks like we're cellmates now." The man fought to clench his trembling lip. His hands were held protectively against his chest, his eyes refusing to meet the redhead's steely gaze. Forcing a reply, he whispered, "Seem like it." His tone was so riddled with fear, he inwardly chastised himself for even trying. The redhead smiled. "Hey, would you like to be my friend?" The council chamber again swelled with people growing visibly annoyed by the ongoing case of Naruto Namikaze's sentencing. His enraged family had brought it up monthly since their return, armed with new arguments and questions. Minato continuously brought the case to the floor, as his decision determined which trials were discussed. In their militaristic dictatorship, dissent against his ruling was forbidden, except in special cases like a shinobi's imprisonment. Kushina, Menma, Mito, and Jiraiya sat at the central table, directly before the main council members, all there to plead or testify. "All I'm saying is that it doesn't make sense," Kushina declared, pulling out cards detailing case facts. Naruto claimed it was the work of 100 Transformation Kazan posing as him. "So, why wasn't he sought when you received this information?" Danzo Shimura, heading the meeting with Minato's agreement, as Minato deemed himself too personally invested to rule favorably, replied that information wasn't received until the morning after the attack. By then, he would have been nearing the outskirts of the Land of Fire. "So you just decided not to even entertain the idea that he could have been telling the truth?" she asked incredulously. "Don't be foolish, of course we did. Namikaze's claim for a possible motive was too ridiculous to be taken seriously," he replied. At this point, Jiraiya stood. "I agree, but I'd argue the kid was too emotionally distressed to give an accurate motive." "So you're saying you have one?" Homura asked from his side. "Actually, I do. You see, the death of Itachi Uchiha is linked to this. Kazan posed as his sister to get him to fight Itachi. He was working with Orochimaru at the time." He let that resonate for a few moments. Danzo pressed him to elaborate. What is your point, Jiraiya? It's Orochimaru, Jiraiya yelled, as if it were obvious. I mean, come on, do you not know his motives? And what would that motive be? Fugaku asked. He wants him. He wants to make him a monster because he saw his potential, he answered. Danzo remained unconvinced. We are not here to base motives off speculation. Regardless if we accepted your ridiculous guess of intention, Naruto Namikaze has solidified his position within prison. He has killed an active Konoha shinobi and 28 men while incarcerated, including 3 guards. We argue self-defense, Kushina instantly countered. Heiate-san was unlawfully within Naruto's residency, to Naruto's knowledge, and as a shinobi, he was within his rights to kill all of them. He even expressed that he killed him by mistake. Before Danzo could argue, she continued, Naruto himself was found beaten and chemically tortured by the guards who discovered the scene. That means nothing, Danzo replied. Inoichi-san, would you please explain your last psychological evaluation with the prisoner in question? He directed everyone's attention to Inoichi. Inoichi shifted uncomfortably, uneasy about incriminating his friend's son. My evaluation with Naruto Namikaze was quite informative. He coughed into his hand. He was, very unhinged, if I were to describe it. His topics bounced around sporadically. His personality shifted completely from when I had last spoken to him. Do not beat around the bush, Inoichi, Danzo demanded. Tell them what you told me. They need to hear it. Inoichi cursed the man, looking sympathetically at the family. Naruto Namikaze showed heavy signs of psychopathy. When we talked, he spoke of his intentions of what he wished to do if he were ever released, describing things along the lines of mass murder and inciting wars. Kushina and the others were incredulous. It couldn't be true. What do you mean by signs of psychopathy? Jiraiya asked. When evaluating someone, we begin with basic questions to determine their emotional state. Their answers determine if they need further testing. Naruto's answers were completely unrelated to the questions asked. So, I began asking him more, hypothetical questions to see his reactions. His answers were, circuitous to say the least, Inoichi explained. So, you marked him insane because he answered your questions indirectly? Jiraiya asked in a deadpan tone. Well, it's a bit more complicated than that, he said. The questions are used to get them ticking, make them feel as though they're not in control. When they feel they are losing it, they will either react violently or use some other motive to regain control. Naruto is quite slick with his words. He led me into a conversation where he was explaining his own topic, which I didn't understand. In other words, he shifted the conversation towards a subject only he knew about, making himself the only person with words on the subject, putting himself in control. That doesn't prove anything, Mito yelled, finally joining the conversation. Naruto NII is just smart. He is indeed, Inoichi continued. Which is why he knew he could shift the conversation to his own favor. Aside from the mental battle we had, his physical tendencies were unbalanced as well. What? Did he shake his leg too fast? Jiraiya joked. Inoichi ignored the comment. No, it was more subtle things. For one, he only blinked once. The family stared incredulously, visually asking if he was serious. Our conversation was 2 hours long, he clarified. Look, Kushina, I am terribly sorry for what is happening to your family right now, but in my opinion, I have never seen a look like the one Naruto has in his eyes. He's not the same boy he was when you left. If you continue in your journey to get him released, and you succeed, I fear for us all. Kushina's expression fell. She stared at the table, processing his words. No reply. He was demonizing her son. What could she say? There is no need to fear, Inoichi, Danzo said, looking down at the group. Naruto Namikaze will never leave that prison. Actually, he will, Fugaku interjected, surprising everyone. They all looked at him, questioning if he was siding with Kushina. Naruto has become too dangerous to keep within the prison. He is responsible for talking 7 of his previous cellmates and neighboring inmates into committing suicide. It has gotten to the point where we've had to clear out 6 cells next to his to prevent further incidents. With the current overcrowding in the prison, you can see this as a problem. In our need to place more inmates in solitary confinement, we've resorted to threatening to move them to his cell to keep them in line. However, since the death of one of the guards, the others are afraid to go near him. So where else do you propose we put him? Minato asked, finally joining the conversation. Naruto's confinement and the family's struggle. If we deem him a lost cause, he could be sent to Hojiki Castle, Fugaku considered, but Minato shook his head. Alternatively, he could be moved to the asylum under Inoichi's care. It's a less stressful environment with similar containment tactics. The cells are isolated, and he'd receive proper treatment. Minato pondered this, acknowledging it was better than prison. However, he questioned the wisdom of placing Naruto in an environment with more freedom if he posed a danger to others. I'll leave the decision to Inoichi, he stated, looking at him. Inoichi hesitated, then sighed. I have a haunting feeling I should refuse, but I suppose it would be best. Danzo interjected, for this to be a possibility, there must be restrictions, as he's still imprisoned. Minato begrudgingly nodded, as he had granted Danzo authority over the case. There will be no interaction between Namikaze and other occupants. He won't be allowed recreational time, he's a prisoner, not a patient. May I suggest a 2-hour psychological session? Inoichi proposed. Total isolation could cause more harm and aggression than is recommended for someone with Naruto skills. The 2-hour session is approved, Danzo conceded. If possible, get him mentally sane enough to be moved back to prison. Regarding his skills, they won't be an issue. He has a complex chakra-blocking seal, designed by the second Hokage himself, which has held strong for years. Inoichi nodded, exhaling a worried sigh. Hold on, Fugaku interjected. Who will conduct his evaluations? I have a staff of capable psychologists, most trained by me personally. They are all highly capable, Inoichi replied. Fugaku's unyielding gaze did nothing to ease Inoichi's nerves. I'd advise using only your best, preferably yourself. Finally, Kushina, no longer able to hold her tongue, spoke up. Don't we get a say in this? I'm afraid not, Danzo stated. Your argument today was for your son's release. That is not, and will not ever happen. Furthermore, Naruto Namikaze will have no visitors other than those granted special clearance, as he is still a prisoner for a capital offense. He will have the same lack of liberties he would have had in prison. His finality enraged Kushina. That is the final result of this meeting, Hokage-sama. Minato stared at his podium, disappointed. He was unsatisfied with the verdict but was already plotting strong points for the likely next argument next month. As Hokage, he could revisit any case he chose. If that is all, everyone is dismissed, he said, standing. Kushina packed her papers, glaring at Danzo, who met her gaze apathetically. This isn't over, she warned as she and the others headed for the exit. Danzo snorted. I'm sure. 3 hours later, the weight of defeat. The Namikaze house was steeped in silence. Mito, Menma, Jiraiya, and Kakashi sat around the table, listening to the aggressive cooking from the kitchen. Mito and Menma continued their silent argument, not wanting to disturb others lost in thoughts of their defeat. Jiraiya brainstormed ideas for the next case, but everything he considered either countered itself or was deemed invalid due to previous discussions. This was crucial to him, and the others could sense it. While they wished it were solely for Naruto, it wasn't. He loved the boy, but this was also a chance to finally get Konoha to actively search for and apprehend, or even kill, his old teammate. He'd known Orochimaru for years and understood his patience. No matter how long he waited, Orochimaru would see his plans through, and with a mind like his, Jiraiya feared the implications. Minato entered the quiet house, having anticipated it. He hung his cloak and walked through the dining room, greeting everyone. He found Kushina in the kitchen, chopping vegetables so aggressively she was cutting into the board. He approached her, gaining her attention. We made progress. Chopping even harder, she instantly retorted. Progress, she scoffed. What progress? We sent him to a house full of wackos and sick people? How great. That's not what I meant, Minato said, looking down. We've gained the backing of a few more clan heads. What good is that now that you put that one-eyed fucker in charge of everything? She spat, venom lacing her words for Danzo. Minato rubbed his face. Look, I had to. Shikaka thought it would be a good idea. He said a few clan heads were siding against us because they thought I was playing favorites. So, I bet if it were one of their kids, they'd do the same fucking thing, she yelled, splitting the cutting board in half. Minato gently took the knife from her hand. Calm down, calm down. Look, it's not over. We'll bring the case back up next month, and we'll keep bringing it up until we have him back. He rubbed her arms to soothe her stress. We will get him back. I promise. Kushina slumped against him, trying desperately to believe his words. After a year, it felt impossible, and with Inoichi's statement, she knew the situation had become much harder. 3 days later, Naruto's transfer. 4 armed Uchiha guards, including Fugaku himself, walked down the prison halls towards the last cell. As they passed, the men in other cells fell into shocked silence. One guard carried equipment that jingled with every step. Reaching the last cell, they peered inside at a disturbing sight. Naruto sat on the opposite side of the table, facing them, while his cellmate repeatedly slammed his head against the wall, blood splattering. Kario, get him and take him to the infirmary, Fugaku ordered as they opened the cell. Naruto looked at Fugaku with amusement. Ah, Fugaku-sama. It's been a while, he said with a small smile, his eyes intensely fixated on the Uchiha leader. What's the reason for this visit? He asked casually. Fugaku and the others entered the cell. The guard with the equipment timidly walked around the table and pulled Naruto to his feet. You are being moved to the asylum as you've become too dangerous to remain in this prison, Fugaku explained, echoing Danzo's words. While there, you will have the same lack of rights you have here. He tossed Naruto a set of white clothes, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. You think I'm crazy, Naruto said, amused, holding the clothes. Fugaku crossed his arms, meeting the intense gaze fearlessly. What I think is of no importance. An expert has deemed you a certified psychopath. Put them on, he demanded. Naruto merely smiled. I prefer orange. I don't care, Fugaku replied stoically. Naruto chuckled, changed into the white uniform, and had his arms bound tightly behind his back and his feet shackled. An expert, huh? So, Inoichi-san believes I'm crazy. Before he could say more, a muzzle was placed over his mouth. Aside from that, your actions within my facility have been a hindrance to my staff and the prison's functioning. You will be moved to the asylum where you will have no contact with patients and no recreational time. Additionally, you will attend a 2-hour session with a psychologist every day, Fugaku informed him. He couldn't see it, but he knew Naruto was smiling. 2 Uchiha guards grabbed Naruto's elbows and led him out of the cell and down the hall. His casual gaze fell upon the silent, frozen prisoners, all noting his white attire and finding it fitting. Fugaku was astonished by the fear Naruto instilled in these men of horrible nature. Naruto was a monster to these monsters, solidifying Fugaku's conviction that he should never be free. Pushing him out the prison's front door, the 3 Uchiha police marched him through the woods leading to the psychiatric ward, about a mile through the village's backwoods. Naruto didn't struggle, playing visual mind games with the ward staff heading back to the village, giving them unsettling playful gazes and eye smiles. Upon arriving at the asylum, Inoichi awaited them at the door with 2 of his largest staff members ready to take over. Naruto gave the blonde man an amused look from behind his muzzle, his concentrated gaze boring into Inoichi's skull with unknown intentions. The Uchiha guards handed the prisoner to the 2 workers as Fugaku greeted Inoichi. Shaking the timid man's hand, he offered parting words. Best of luck, Inoichi, he said softly. Inoichi exhaled and nodded as Fugaku and his clansmen walked away. Inoichi led the 2 guards and his new patient/prisoner inside. Naruto surveyed his new, entirely white surroundings, a stark, blinding contrast to the familiar gray walls. They passed countless hallways, rooms, and offices. Climbing 3 flights of stairs, they reached another hall where Naruto heard chatter in the distance. As he was pushed along, they passed what he assumed was the recreational center, filled with white-clothed patients engaged in inconsistent tasks, like 2 men staring blankly at a chessboard or asleep. He was pushed along until they were out of sight. Then, it was more white halls with patients being led down the hall or back into their rooms. He received fearful glances from several ward employees, which was familiar. Finally, at the very end of the hall, was a single room, far from the others, marked with his name. Inoichi pulled out his keys and unlocked the metal door. They led Naruto into the middle of the room. Inoichi pulled out a needle, flicked it twice, and injected it into Naruto's neck, causing his body to slump forward. The 2 guards carried him to a pad in the corner and laid him down. Inoichi used Fugaku's keys to remove Naruto's cuffs and shackles. Another employee brought in a straitjacket, which they secured tightly around Naruto. Will that be all, Dr. Yamanaka? Asked one of the workers, looking down at Naruto. With a sigh and a nod, Inoichi turned. Yes, that is all. Return to your tasks. He ushered them out before stepping out himself and locking the metal door. It always pained him to see someone he'd known since childhood end up there. It happened too often for his liking. The next day, a war of minds. Naruto sat in a room with metal chairs and a metal table, all bolted to the floor, staring at the dangling light above. His straitjacket was secured with chains connected to the floor. 2 workers had seated him hours earlier, telling him to wait for his session. Eventually, the door opened, and Inoichi entered, holding a vanilla folder and a cup of coffee tucked into his elbow, freeing his hand to shut the door. He strolled over casually, not yet looking at Naruto. Sitting down, he placed his items on the table and looked at Naruto. Naruto's intense gaze was already on him, a small smile playing on his lips. Inoichi ignored the look and pulled out a notepad and pen. Good morning, Naruto. I will be handling your psychological sessions for the time being. I'd like to start by asking you some simple questions. I believe we've already done this, Inoichi-san, Naruto said, amusement in his voice. Don't tell me you have to re-evaluate me now. Inoichi shook his head. These are different questions. He flipped through a few pages. Naruto waited patiently, his smile fading in and out. Now, do you know what you are doing here? Well, an expert, he said with a hint of amusement, has deemed me clinically insane. Inoichi didn't react. It's a little more complicated than that, he said. Naruto, I'm not here to treat you like a criminal. I've been on your side since before your trial. Naruto nodded mockingly. I want to help you, Inoichi said seriously. Naruto looked up, feigning thought. Ugh, if only I could believe you, he said with false exasperation. And why can't you? Naruto shifted, giving Inoichi a confused look and a smile. Well, you told me not to, he said wittily. Inoichi raised an eyebrow. He hadn't said anything like that. Seeing his confusion, Naruto rolled his eyes in comical annoyance. Come on, I know it only made it to paperback, but still. Inoichi remained utterly confused. This was an example of what he'd meant during the trial about Naruto's topics bouncing sporadically. Now, it seemed as if Naruto was on a completely different subject. Or so he thought, until Naruto explained further. The biggest sin of a man at war is his undoubted belief in the enemy's words. It is a psychosomatic disadvantage of a human being, who has seen enough tragedy, to have faith in the things he hears that promise an end. If he is told of a possible end to war, regardless of where the information comes from, he will take it without question. A shinobi's duty is to resist such an urge. Inoichi Yamanaka, The Psychology of War. Naruto quoted. Inoichi's eyes widened slightly as he realized what Naruto was referencing. You've read my book, he stated in surprise, as it was never popular outside of psychology students. It was far from a bestseller. I did, Naruto nodded. A true masterpiece it was. Inoichi raised an eyebrow, not expecting a compliment. Well, thank you, but I don't believe that applies to this situation. We're not at war, aren't we? Naruto immediately countered. Call it what you will, but this is war. Two sides facing off in a battle to gain the upper hand or maintain it. That is the goal here, right? He asked, maintaining unsettling eye contact. I mean, your expert evaluation of me is that I am a psychopath. Someone who loves being in control, he mocked. Inoichi felt a surge of anxiety, a sickening feeling that Naruto was several steps ahead. However, years of experience kept his expression stoic and unshaken. Coughing into his hand, he replied, yes, but I am not here to compete with you. But you are. You are here for just that reason. You see, this little, game of ours has the ultimate objective of control. We're in your facility, you control all things within. Patients, workers, the lights, and what not? Naruto asked rhetorically, receiving a nod of confirmation. Yeah, well, as hard as you may try and hide it, I can tell I threaten you. Inoichi chuckled, attempting to demean Naruto's statement, though in truth he wasn't feeling confident. No, I do, Naruto accented calmly. Inoichi leaned back in his seat with a forced grin. And how is that? He asked him. Naruto blinked in thought. Well, you are no match for me physically, and you know that. All those years of war, and you couldn't beat me if you left me in this straitjacket. You know this, so you have to come up with some other method of besting me. You want to assert your dominance by displaying your prowess in something that only a handful of men have been able to best you at, mental prowess. Inoichi's false smirk of confidence involuntarily dropped by the end of Naruto's explanation. But now you're starting to truly worry, because I'm besting you at that as well. Is that not what war is about? Gaining the tactical advantage over your enemy in all aspects of the fight? As I'm sure you're aware, you are not the first man to depict war from a mental standpoint, he asked again rhetorically. Of course, Inoichi said, nodding. Do you know of Wakata Fuji? Naruto asked. Inoichi wanted to say yes but knew the corners one could be backed into when lying to someone as intelligent as Naruto, so he shook his head instead. Naruto nodded and continued. Well, he was a general of Kirigakure during the Second Great Shinobi War. He wrote a book titled, It's a Mind Game. What the book was about was basically the mental strain put on the mind of a man at war, much like yours. In his depiction, he explained it as being a process, a slow process, much like, working on a patient, he said with a shrug. Inoichi listened intently, genuinely interested. When war begins, the first step is asserting your dominance, making the opposing side more timid to attack. That was your intention when coming here today. You may not have known it, but it was. It is what you would call a tactless objective. It was planned out without even truly thinking about it. It's actually a fairly blatant example of the good guy/bad guy complex, really, he said with a chuckle. How is that exactly? Inoichi asked in reply. Wow, Naruto said, smiling as he shook his head. You really don't see it. Well, you woke up this morning, thinking about this moment. In anticipation, your mind simplified the situation. There are two men here, one good, one bad. He nodded towards himself as if talking to a child. In your mind, you went over various scenarios and mentally planned out how you wanted it to go. You expected me to be much more aggressive than I am from the stories you've heard, or else you wouldn't have seen it fit to secure me with chains, he said, leaning forward and stretching the metal links on his back. In doing so, you made a plan to make it clear to me who was in charge here. You're drawing this assumption from thin air, Inoichi said portentously. Oh, but I'm Newt, Naruto said, almost singing. You see, from the very first question, you meant to demean my intelligence, expecting me to have a very rudimentary understanding of why I'm here, he mocked. Which I did. Your response was, it's a little more complicated than that. Clear signifier, he said casually, nodding his own head. Then you layered a sheet of emotional manipulation over top of it to make it seem as if you were on my side. A clever tactic that I'm sure has worked on a ton of patients, Naruto praised. But, even still, It's too elementary for a mental war of this level, and you know what they say about war, you never know who's winning until the end, he said with a smile. Do you think you're winning? Inoichi asked. Naruto chuckled ominously. Oh ho ho, it is fair from the end. He leaned back in his seat. Inoichi just stared at him, seeing him in a new light. From their last conversation, he was convinced Naruto was psychologically unhinged, but after this talk, he was getting a different vibe. He wasn't unhinged at all, psychotic, yes, but unhinged? Not so much. For some reason, that just made things a lot worse. For years later, a lingering regret. Minato rubbed his temples, signing another document, barely reading its content. Years of age and constant arguments had worn him down. For years had simultaneously amazed and disappointed him. He was amazed by his two youngest children, who had climbed the ranks, earning respect within the village. They had turned 18 months prior, making him realize how quickly time passed. It felt like he blinked, and they were grown, moving on with their lives. Years of fighting for their brother's freedom alongside their mother had consumed their youth. Naruto was still confined to the asylum, with no possible way of release, a bitter pill for them all. 2 years prior, they were nearing a breakthrough, with council members considering Naruto's release. However, the world worked against them. The veteran psychologist Inoichi had entrusted with Naruto's sessions, in his absence, committed suicide at home after a conversation with Naruto. The man's suicide note expressed extreme urgency that Naruto was the most insane man he had ever worked on, and his release would cause more destruction than it was worth. That was all it took for the council members to firmly tell the Hokage's wife that Naruto would never be released. He was too dangerous for civilized society. The entire Namikaze family was, of course, devastated. Kushina took it hardest, especially after the council's ultimatum. She agreed not to raise the trial again if she could see him one last time. They agreed, and she went the next morning, both giddy and heartbroken to see her son for the first time in years, but also for the last time ever. What truly broke her heart was when Inoichi told her Naruto wasn't taking visitors, when she demanded that it was a council. It was a profound slight, and he couldn't grasp why, but he didn't need to. If Naruto found happiness in solitude, he wouldn't force him otherwise. Yet, the sting of betrayal lingered. He signed the final document of the day, then leaned back in his chair with a sigh. Rolling his neck, he swiveled to face the night sky, his thoughts drifting. He mused about finally retiring, spending time with his family, a path many of his peers, like Shikaku, Inoichi, and even Fugaku, who was preparing to hand the reins to Suzuki, were taking. However, he wasn't ready to pass the torch to his son, Menma, just yet. Menma, having only joined Umbu last year, was still learning to follow orders, a far cry from giving them. Perhaps Kakashi. He chuckled at the mental image of the silver-haired Jonin's protests. With one last contented sigh, he rose and left his office, eager to return home to his wife and ease his mind. The asylum, stark in its white interior, buzzed with an unusual excitement. 18-year-old Dr. Ino Yamanaka, a spitting image of her father, stood at the front desk, requesting another patient. The skinny man behind it adamantly insisted they were fully booked. "There is no freaking way," she exclaimed, incredulous. The man shook his head gravely. "I'm truly sorry, Dr. Yamanaka, but they were all cleared out this morning. Ibiki-san made sure they were all dealt with for the coming month." "Yeah, he said he'd save one for me," she retorted angrily. The man merely shrugged, looking around. There were no clipboards left. This was only her second week, and it was already off to a terrible start. Last week, her first in the asylum, was cut short by an impromptu mission. This had been her long-term goal. Her father had always forbidden her from even scouting the place, claiming it wasn't her time and refusing to discuss cases due to doctor-patient confidentiality. Now that she was here, she was determined to prove herself as a competent psychologist. Inoichi had tried to deter her, suggesting she was too delicate to deal with those crazy people. She almost agreed until he punctuated his statement by saying she'd be better off working in the flower shop, picking daisies, and whatnot. That infuriated Ino Yamanaka. How dare he demean her prowess as a kunoichi? She vowed to become a psychologist with or without his help. Driven by a desire to prove him wrong, her initial rage-fueled quest slowly blossomed into a genuine passion. She genuinely wanted to help the diverse patients within the asylum. 2 weeks into her official status as a psychiatric doctor, she had yet to encounter a truly challenging case. Her 2 cases last week were laughably easy, making her suspect the men were faking. She yearned for a case that would test her skills and simultaneously prove her father wrong. Then, her eyes landed on a lone clipboard in the far back of the administrative office. The man turned, also unsure of its origin. He retrieved it from the basket, perplexed why it had been tucked away. Reading the last updated date, he instinctively let out a low whoa. Ino waited impatiently for him to explain. "What is it?" "It's an older case, man, look at this rap sheet," he said, scanning the list of highly respected doctors who had worked on it. "Hey, I think your father worked on this one," he added, walking back towards her. Guess he had no luck either. Ino snatched the clipboard, immediately focusing on the section he'd indicated, ignoring the top. Names she recognized, from her father to Anko, filled the list. But the last name, Dr. Reneo Jaeger, seized her attention. The man who had committed suicide 2 years prior. This was his final case, the one that had pushed him over the edge. Her heart plummeted as she read the patient's name, Naruto Namikaze. Maybe it was in the back for a reason. The man mumbled, observing her reactions. When she didn't respond, he reached out to take it. Here, I'll Jew. No, she blurted out, louder than intended. Noticing his startled expression, she composed herself. I mean, no, I'll take the case. She placed it on the counter and swiftly scribbled her signature beneath Dr. Jaeger's. Leaving the asylum with a whirlwind of questions, Ino strolled into town, oblivious to the usual catcalls and greetings. Her mind raced, trying to process everything. She knew Mito's brother had been incarcerated years ago, but why the asylum? Her childhood crush, long since faded, was now in a mental institution, seemingly the most challenging patient there. The strangeness of it all unsettled her. She pondered the list of highly skilled psychologists who had failed to help him. Her father and Ibiki were prominent names, her father, a genius who had never failed, and Ibiki, an interrogator with no psychological training. Why involve him with a patient her father couldn't help? The same applied to Anko, far from the caring demeanor required. It made no sense. It seemed as if they were trying to subdue him into sanity. With a new resolve, she vowed to get answers from her father during dinner that night. As she walked, she heard her name called. Sakura, visibly pregnant, stood at a cafe door. Hey, Ino, over here. Changing direction, Ino jogged over. Hey, what are you doing out and about? I'm just having tea with Tenten, Sakura replied as they entered the cafe and joined Tenten, who wore her hair in 2 buns. Hey Ino, Tenten greeted, stirring her coffee with intense focus. Hi Tenten, it's been a while, Ino sighed. That's for sure, Sakura added with a smile. Ino looked at Sakura's stomach in astonishment. Wow, you're getting so big, she said with a smile. How many months are you? Sakura beamed, taking it as a compliment. 6 months already. I can just feel her kicking me all day and night. She rubbed her stomach. Ino smiled, rubbing it too. I am not looking forward to that, Tenten chuckled. Sakura glanced at her playfully. Ah, you and Niji already planning? Tenten's eyes widened. What? No, we're Jew dash. No, she stammered. Ino and Sakura shared a laugh at Tenten's embarrassment. Ah Tenten, Ino said with a sigh of relief. I miss you guys. Well, you're the one who's been ducking out on everyone. Always studying or taking missions, Sakura pointed out. Yeah, weren't you going for your psychiatric license or something? How'd that go? Tenten asked. Ino smiled, pulling her badge from her pouch. Read it and weep, ladies. Sakura and Tenten quietly squealed in excitement. Dr. Ino. Paging Dr. Ino. Sakura teased. Ino shrugged with a beaming smile, ignoring the joke. I know, I'm amazing, she said with mock arrogance. Ino, that's really cool. So what, you can tell what a person is thinking? Just by their body language and speech patterns? Tenten asked, her knowledge limited. Ino chuckled. Well, it's a little more complicated. But yeah, it's something like that. That really is cool, Ino, Sakura said, nodding. That's amazing. Now you're a double threat, she exclaimed, giving Ino a thumbs up. Brains and beauty. All in one package. Ino smiled, flipping her hair dramatically. Have I ever been anything less? Sakura and Tenten exchanged glances, clearly implying she had. Well, they quipped simultaneously, eliciting a screw you guys and a round of laughter from the table. Once they calmed, a brief silence settled as they sipped their drinks. Tenten finally broke it. Seriously though, Ino, you should definitely get you a man, she said abruptly. Ino gave her a strange look, wondering where that came from. I think I'm fine for now, she replied. She's right, Ino. I mean, we're 18. Most people in our profession don't make it this far. We're all very lucky, Sakura said. You shouldn't waste the opportunity. Ino nodded slowly. I understand that. And God, you sound like my mother, she said, rubbing her temples in annoyance. I'm just not ready for that kind of commitment right now. Tenten, eager to rile her up, asked with a mischievous smile, what's wrong? Little Miss Princess can't get a date? Ino chuckled at the pathetic attempt. Please, I could have any guy I want. Problem is, I don't want any of them here. Why not? There are some really cute guys in Konoha nowadays, Sakura countered. Ino leaned back. Oh yes, tons of cute guys who just expect me to be some dumb blonde bimbo who wouldn't know her own hand if she stuck it out in front of her, she said, a hint of anger in her voice. Ah, so they all think you're dumb? Tenten asked. Is that why you were doing the whole psychiatry thing? What? She exclaimed. No, I'm just saying. Every guy I meet tries to treat me like I'm nothing more than a pretty face who shouldn't be allowed to work in fear of damaging perfection. Actual words from the last guy I tried to date. Ah, well that just seems like he was trying to be nice, Sakura said sympathetically. Ino snorted. No. Because then he said, if you were my wife, you would never go out into the field again. Pretty girls like you don't last too long out there anyways. She mimicked a deep male voice. Oh, yeah, that's a jerk, Tenten said. Konoha has a lot of guys like that, but we've also got guys that are genuinely sweet. Sakura said happily. And I've got the best one. She thought of Menma while Tenten and Ino made fake puking gestures behind her closed eyes, then laughed when she opened them, wondering what happened. Okay Sakura, Tenten said. We get it, you've got the Prince of Konoha. For the rest of us though, it's hard, not for me, of course. I've got my Niji. I meant Ino, she clarified. Gee, thanks Tenten, Ino said with a deadpan look. Look guys, I'll be fine. I just need time to adjust to my profession. Who knows, maybe I'll meet someone at work. Ah, of course. Sakura said, a little too enthusiastically. You'll fall in love with one of your coworkers who can see how smart and beautiful you are, she cooed. Tenten seemed to catch on and smiled. Oh, that would be so cute. Ino just rolled her eyes at the two ridiculous girls concocting her love story as if plotting a romantic movie. Yeah, okay Sakura, she said with a chuckle. In his room, Naruto stared blankly at the white wall, doing push-up after push-up. His white shirt lay discarded somewhere in the barren space. His breathing remained steady, undisturbed by the exercise. Each repetition was effortless. His mind was a jumble of sporadic thoughts. He had no idea how long he'd been trapped in this place. His last session was years ago, he didn't know how many, but more than one. He hadn't seen another human since. The most interaction he got was a guard pushing his food tray through the slot at the bottom of the door. Otherwise, isolation was his life. The white walls had driven him mad long ago. He tried everything to escape, but it was impossible, confined to his room every hour of every day. His last session was his final chance. He tried to manipulate Dr. Jaeger, but the man was too weak-minded. He pushed too hard, too fast, and lost him. That was his last opportunity, and he regretted his urgency. Naruto was certain he would die in this room, alone, just as he had lived. The world seemed intent on screwing him over until the very end. His entire life had been the setup, and this isolation was the punchline, a bitter, cruel punchline. A punchline he would fight until the very end. He wasn't ready to die, he had things to do. Ending his workout, he lay on his mat, staring at the ceiling, a task he'd done so many times it was unbearable. When you're constantly alone, you learn a lot about yourself and what you truly want. 2 years had given Naruto enough time to know exactly what he desired. He didn't want to escape to rejoin his family, he was too far gone for that. He didn't seek revenge on those who put him there, that was an unnecessary task. Why dwell on the enemy's tools? The Uchiha clan, the council, his father, Orochimaru, none were truly to blame for his suffering. It was life itself. Life was laughing at him, so he would return the favor and laugh at all of life and those who enjoyed it. Anyone in his path would be cut down to achieve this, whether old friends or family, it wouldn't matter. He had a goal, a mission. He was no longer a soldier of the Leaf Village, or even a shinobi. Naruto Namikaze was an agent of chaos, and he would make them see that the world they lived in was nothing but an illusion. Everyone was quick to demonize him at his worst, so he would see how they reacted at theirs. All he needed was a way out. Patience was key, patience and luck, and he had time to spare. Sitting at the dinner table, Ino fiddled with her chopsticks, pushing food around the plate her mother, Kairi, had prepared. Her father sat opposite, listening to her mother recount an event from her day at the flower shop. Inoichi, though clearly uninterested, listened out of marital duty. Ino's mind was preoccupied with her first real session, scheduled for tomorrow morning. The thought was nerve-wracking. What if she failed? What if she couldn't help him? Would that make her a failure? If her own father couldn't do it, could she simply rationalize that he was unsalvageable and move on? God, she was already making excuses for failure, not a good sign. No, she would approach this task with courage and professionalism, just as she had the previous week. Still, it couldn't have been a worse person. Naruto Namikaze was her first and only genuine crush. Sure, she'd fawned over Sasuke in the past, when he was every girl's desire, but that was just her younger self's attempt at maintaining popularity. When she was younger, presentation was everything. How you presented yourself dictated your social standing. Standing out meant being different, and being different meant being ridiculed. It was a simple formula, understood even by children. Ino knew it better than anyone and manipulated it to her advantage. That's why she was good friends with Mito and Menma were outside such a formula. Their village-wide popularity effortlessly extended to classrooms and playgrounds. They were loved, and befriending them meant you were loved too. That was her reasoning when she was younger, but in truth, it was the boy she had seen and fallen for years before she even met the twins. Fallen in love was used loosely, of course, as she was only 5 years old, and she witnessed this 9-year-old genin rescue her cat from a tree. Cliched, certainly, but to her 5-year-old self, it was the most amazing thing she'd ever seen. She hadn't even asked him to. When she ran for help, she returned to find him scaling the tree without using his hands, a huge feat to her at the time. He brought the cat down, petted it a few times, then set it free. Just a random act of kindness. The cat rubbed against her leg, but her gaze remained fixed on the 9-year-old boy as he walked away until he was out of sight. She thought about how cool he looked, how kind he must have been to just randomly save a cat. In that moment, her crush sprang to life, though she had never spoken to him. She would often see him around the village with her mom, but he never noticed her, of course, as he wasn't interested in 5-year-olds. Meeting him at her 10th birthday party was the best day of her life. The thought of her first crush's ridiculous origin always made her smile. It was a sign of her pure innocence, and it made her realize how much things had changed. Now, girls including herself fell in love with guys who could do something for them. It was a sad truth, but a truth nonetheless. Saving her cat from a tree wouldn't be enough this time. Sometimes, she wished it was. Ino dear, Kairi said, snapping her out of her thoughts. Are you all right? Do you not like the food? Ino shook her head, forcing herself to focus. No mom. I was just thinking, is all, she said, taking a bite to reassure her. You okay? Inoichi asked, noticing her distant look. She nodded vigorously. I was just thinking, she repeated. Her mother's mischievous smile spread. Oh, was it about a boy? She asked playfully. Ino rolled her eyes. No, Kaa-san. What boy? Inoichi asked comically aggressively. There is no boy, Tou-san. Your wife is just drunk, she said with a chuckle as her mother mocked her laugh and took another sip of her wine. 2 glasses, I've only had 2, she said with a grin. Inoichi chuckled at his wife before looking back at Ino. Too many, he said jokingly as he and Ino chuckled at her misfortune. Kairi hummed a song over their laughter before heading to the kitchen for dessert. So, he said, drawing Ino's attention back. Will there ever be a boy? He asked, hopefully. Ino raised an eyebrow. Why? She asked timidly. Inoichi shrugged, shoveling another piece of food into his mouth. I don't know. I mean, you don't want to wait too long, you know? Tou-san, she said timidly. Are you saying I need a boyfriend? She asked cautiously. No, of course not, he said quickly, not wanting her to get the wrong idea. No, I'm not saying you need one. I'm just saying, if you wait too long, it may be too late. God, I'm getting this talk from you too, she asked in exasperation. Just then, her mother walked back in with dessert. Tou-san, I'd really rather work on establishing myself in my profession first before I think about all of that. Oh, Ino's mother interjected. Are you guys talking about your new patient? Fuck, Ino thought. She'd hoped to wait a bit longer before telling her dad. She'd told her mom earlier that day. Inoichi was curious now. New patient? He asked. Geez, what is that? 3 now? He asked her. Ino nodded with a smile, hoping he wouldn't ask more questions. Against her usual luck, he pressed on. Wow, you'll break records working like that. Then the inevitable, who is it? Ino paused, unsure how her father would react to her taking on such a clearly dangerous case. She was timid because she hadn't told her mother the name either. She could always lie, but with his connections in the asylum, it would likely get back to him anyway. Figuring she had nothing to lose, she blurted it out. It's damn it, she paused. She could see worry rising on his face. It's Naruto Namikaze. The room fell completely silent. So silent you could probably hear someone blink in the other room. Inoichi stared at Ino, his face stoic. Ino met his gaze with a bashful look that refused to back down. Kairi was shocked, looking back and forth between the two, worry churning in her stomach. Inoichi slowly shook his head, then more vigorously. Tou-san, I know what yo. Nope, Tousa. No, look No, Ino. Find another patient, he said, trying to remain calm. She chuckled. Tou-san, there are no other patty. No, he yelled. Kairi tried to calm them, but both ignored her. Not one to be outdone, Ino overcame her shock. What the hell do you mean no? I can No way in hell, he yelled over Ino's attempts to explain. I can handle this, she yelled, standing and leaning on the table in anger. Inoichi stood as well. You don't know what the hell you're doing. Yes, I do. I'm a licensed doctor, she yelled. No, Ino. You're not doing it, he yelled. Yes, I am, she yelled back. I said no. This stopped them cold. The room fell silent again. They had never seen him so angry. Inoichi plopped back into his chair, rubbing his eyes, trying to calm down. Ino, he is not a regular patient. Okay, he is far from being someone you can handle. Tou-san, I'm better than you. Ino, he yelled, hitting the table, making her fold back into her chair. Listen to me, he said slowly, for emphasis. You don't know what he is. He is out of your league completely. He finished, letting the statement hang. The door slowly opened, and a guard entered first, nodding to the blonde woman. She swallowed hard, returning the nod. Her patient then walked in, his new appearance completely surprising her. She'd expected a blonde, but instead, he had red, shaggy hair bouncing as he moved. A muzzle secured his mouth, a straitjacket tightly wrapped his frame, and shackles hugged his ankles. His blue eyes locked onto her paler ones with an unreadable expression, though the mask made it hard to tell. The guard seated him, securing a chain from his belt to rings on Naruto's straitjacket, then to hooks on the floor behind the chair. Once that was done, he asked Ino if she needed anything else before they started. When she declined, he unlocked and removed Naruto's muzzle before leaving, informing her they'd be right outside. Now alone, she could see his full expression, yet still couldn't pinpoint it. Was it a mix of excitement and hope? He wore a small grin, his intense stare fixed on her since he entered. Clearing her throat, she straightened up. Hello Naruto, I am Dr. Ino Yamana Ka. He drawled eerily, stretching her last name. So, you remember me, she stated. His smile widened. You have a name tag, he said, nodding toward her chest where her ID badge dangled. Ino glanced down at it, a blush rising. Oh, of course. She whispered the last part. Coughing again, she picked up a document from the table. Okay, what we're gonna do, she murmured, avoiding his gaze by rereading papers she knew by heart. You're shaking, he teased, observing the trembling paper in her hand. Ino quickly swallowed the new lump in her throat, whispering a barely audible sorry. Naruto watched her fumble with excitement, sensing his chance. He just had to play his cards right, better than with Dr. Jaeger. Her demeanor alone suggested she was completely underqualified. Ino tucked her hands under the table, hiding them from his view. Another cough, then she found some courage. I will be handling your sessions from now on, and I want to do my best to help you. Naruto scrutinized her sincerity. I understand a few doctors before me have tried. Oh yes, they have, he confirmed with a nod. So, what makes you so different besides your pretty face, he asked, flashing a cheeky grin. Ino returned his grin, brushing off the compliment. Well, I don't intend on quitting. Naruto chuckled. Persistence is your angle, he stated, nodding in approval. Well, I'd probably guess they didn't plan on quitting either. Ino's shaking hand rose to secure her bang behind her ear, then immediately dropped. Naruto's eyes followed the movement. No, I doubt they did, she replied. His smile receded slightly. Do I scare you, Dr. Yamanaka, he asked, a glint in his eyes. Ino studied his face, trying to convince herself he didn't, before trying to convince him. Was it fear or just anxiety? No, she said flatly, trying to maintain composure. The twitch in her eyes, despite her efforts to hold eye contact, told him otherwise. Naruto's smile widened again, in a psychotically innocent way. Good, he quipped. I don't want you to be afraid of me. I get enough of that around here. This was step one of his plan, emotional manipulation. Ino was intrigued, this was her opening. People are afraid of you, she asked, feigning ignorance, essentially taking the bait. Naruto's smile faded into an expression between reminiscent and sad, then layered with an obviously fake half-smile. They've always been afraid of me, he said, lost in thought. Is there a reason they should be? Ino asked. Naruto looked at her curiously. Well, I'm a bad person. People are usually afraid of the bad guy. Ino had no reply. It was a true statement. From his rap sheet, he was the worst of the worst, but she had to play her part to gain his trust. I don't think you're a bad guy. Naruto just stared at her, devoid of emotion, then chuckled. Yeah, I doubt that, he said. I'm serious. You may have done some bad things in the past, but that doesn't make you a bad person. Well then, what makes one a bad person, he asked, emphasizing the words dramatically. Ino tucked her bang back, her hand steady this time, which Naruto noticed. Well, she began. A bad person is someone who. She paused, needing to say something he hadn't done. Not knowing him personally, she had to guess. Someone who does bad things, and doesn't feel bad about doing those bad things. Naruto stared, clearly disagreeing. He then leaned forward until the chain stopped him. Dr. Yamanaka, you're a shinobi, right? He asked abruptly. So this was what her father's notes meant by his tendency to jump topics. She nodded. If I were to guess your rank, I'd sa umbu. She was flattered but shook her head. No, I only made it to Jonin, she said. He nodded. Well, even so. As a Jonin, I assume you've spent time in the field. She nodded. And in this time in the field, I am willing to bet you have taken more than a few lives. She paused, seeing where he was going. Why yes, I have. So, do you? He asked suddenly. She gave him a confused look. Do you feel bad about taking those lives? She scratched her eyebrow thoughtfully. No, she said. No, I don't. He looked confused. Then that would make you a bad person as well, he asked, as if she were an unfinished puzzle. Ino sighed, pondering her answer. Well, no. Not necessarily, she replied. But, you did something bad, and you don't feel bad about it, he said, scrutinizing her. Well, those people I killed they were bad people, she said hastily. Bad how? She again smoothed her pesky bang back. They would have killed my friends if they had the chance, she said. But, they were shinobi as well, right? He asked, and she nodded. Soldiers, following orders are considered bad people as well then? Then boy do I got news for you, he said, flashing his cheeky grin. What would you consider a bad person? She asked him suddenly. He paused to think. What do I consider a bad person? He leaned back, staring at the light as if it held the answer. Well, that's a bit of a tough one. You see, I personally believe that there are certain levels to the bad guy spectrum. He accented the words. There is bad, there is corrupt, and then there is evil. He let that sink in. These bad individuals will inflict pain upon others and will know that what they are doing is wrong, right? They will know it is wrong but will continue to do so for various reasons, usually to protect something they care about or need to survive. Those are your robbers, your everyday murders, shinobi, and whatnot. He nodded her way for emphasis. So, you believe shinobi are bad people? She asked him. Oh, the worst of the bad. They are someone's evil, which I will get to in a moment, he said. But then, there are people who will see an opportunity. They will see an opportunity to better themselves and will take it regardless if it would hurt others around them. They will know it will hurt someone, but will do it anyways, not out of spite for that person, just for the improvement of themselves and only themselves. People like Orochimaru for example, he said, nodding again. Ino raised an eyebrow. Was it revenge on his mind? She couldn't be sure yet. Orochimaru is a man who is rotten to the core. He wishes to better himself so he undergoes these horrendous crimes in order to do so. This man has murdered countless men, women, and children, all for the sake of gaining more power. That in itself is corruption in its truest meaning, he explained. But, you wouldn't call that evil? She asked him. Naruto chuckled. Oh no. Evil is something that is completely different. You see, evil individuals, well, they don't know they're evil. He explained. They believe wholeheartedly that they are righteous in their actions. So, in theory, an evil individual to you would probably believe you're evil. That's what I meant when I said a shinobi is somebody's evil, he said, leaning back, finished with his rant. Ino wanted to refute the redhead's theory, but it was surprisingly accurate. It offered a new perspective beyond simply labeling everyone who wronged you as evil. So, which one are you? She asked him. Naruto grinned. Well, that's what you're here to find out, right? He asked. Not gonna make it easy for me? She asked with a grin of her own. He tilted his head thoughtfully. I could, but where's the fun in that? 3 days later. Lying in bed, Ino reflected on her conversation with Naruto. For 3 days, she'd been baffled by how much sense everything he said made. It was unfathomable to agree with the philosophy of someone in an asylum, yet it was perhaps the most intellectual conversation she'd ever had. Of course, she'd only really delved into her studies a little over a year ago, but still, she'd never experienced a discussion like it. She questioned why her father didn't want her doing this. He once said he enjoyed working at the asylum because of the new viewpoints he heard, claiming some patients simply saw life differently than normal people. She understood now. Naruto was like a book by a scholar from another universe, his unique views captivated her. She couldn't understand why he wasn't her father's favorite patient. She'd ask, but they weren't speaking these days. When he came around, she'd question him about his talks with Naruto, or perhaps, if she got close enough, ask Naruto himself. She wanted to figure out what had spooked her father so much. Ino simply thought her father's fear stemmed solely from Dr. Jaeger's suicide, which she couldn't accept as the full truth. It was too outrageous. She knew Dr. Jaeger had taken his own life after conversations with Naruto, but for a level-headed man like him, she doubted Naruto alone pushed him over the edge. Something else in his life must have driven him to that abyss. Some people are excellent at hiding their true feelings, and as a veteran psychologist, Dr. Jaeger was likely better than most. Ino also knew Naruto was linked to several suicides within the prison, but she rationalized it. Those men were in a maximum security prison, possibly for life, likely already at their breaking point. Listening to Naruto's pessimistic views would have been incredibly unfortunate for them at that time. He was, if nothing else, very convincing. Checking the time, Ino sighed and stood. It was almost 6 o'clock, she should start getting ready. Tonight, she had a blind date with a guy Tenten had met a few days prior, apparently the wealthy merchant's oldest son or something. Tenten had been vague. Ino really didn't want to go out, having just returned from a mission that afternoon, and her second session with Naruto was in the morning. But Tenten insisted she needed this, so she decided to give the guy a chance. After showering, she chose a form-fitting black dress with one strap on her right shoulder and matching heels. She let her hair down, allowing her bang to cover her right eye. Then, she waited on her couch for the knock. She waited, and waited, and waited until, 45 minutes late, there was a knock. Standing and sighing, she walked over, deciding to ignore it. Opening the door, a fairly attractive but skinny guy stood there, leaning against her doorframe, trying to look cool. He had shaggy brown hair casually pushed aside with gel, black eyes that approved of her form, and an unimpressive build suggesting he hadn't done a single push-up in years. His suit was nice, though. Ino stared unimpressed as he pulled a rose from behind his back. "You must be Ino," he said with a smile. "My name is Hidori." Ino raised an eyebrow as she took the rose. "Thanks," she said. Holding it up, she noticed it was one of the free roses from her mother's shop, meant for kids to take for their mothers. It wasn't even real. "I'll just go put this in water real quick," she said, stepping back inside. He nodded, and she shut the door. Leaning against it, she looked at the ceiling, mentally cursing Tenten. She tossed the rose into the trash can a few feet away and opened the door again. Stepping out, Hidori was still smiling. He held out his arm for her to take. She turned and locked her door before begrudgingly taking his outstretched arm. Sitting at a table in the White Dragon, Kanaha's most expensive restaurant, Ino watched Hidori try to explain to the waitress that he wanted a different kind of wine they simply didn't have. "I am sorry, sir, this is our most expensive," she said, holding it out. "Are you serious? Wow, I thought Kanaha was a little more classy than this," he muttered, insulting both the waitress and Ino. The waitress looked at Ino, silently asking if he was serious. Ino sighed and shrugged. "Well, you gonna stand there or pour it?" he asked rudely. The waitress smiled and poured their glasses. When she walked away, Ino took a sip of wine. Hidori looked apologetically, as if expecting her to be offended by the taste. "I'm so sorry. Tenten told me this place was the best," he explained. Ino just raised her eyebrows. "It's better than anything I've ever had," she said, taking another sip. He chuckled as if it were a joke. "Are you serious? Oh wow, that's sad." Ino shrugged. "Fine dining isn't a luxury most shinobi villages have," she informed him. "Oh, I'd beg to differ," he said, smelling his wine. "Kumo has this amazing restaurant called the Mountain Top, and, God, that place has the best scenery and high-class wine." Again, he whispered under his breath, "Not this shit." Ino was beyond annoyed. "That sounds lovely," she remarked with a fake smile. "Oh, it was. I'll take you someday. Maybe for our honeymoon," he said slyly with a chuckle as he looked around for the waitress, missing the death glare she sent his way. "Hello. Excuse me," he yelled to the waitress serving another table. Her smile dropped when she saw who called him. "She's helping someone," Ino informed him as if he were blind. Hidori just shrugged. "Don't worry about it. We're VIP. Hey, yeah, we'd like to order." Ino was on the verge of kicking the shit out of this pretentious prick. Her hunger at that moment just happened to outweigh her irritation, lucky for him. The waitress approached with a stoic expression. "May I take your order?" she asked, pulling out her notepad. "Well, I mean if you're not too busy," he said sarcastically, holding up the menu. The waitress rolled her eyes when he wasn't looking. "Okay, well I'll have the shrimp platter, hopefully that's edible," he joked. Ino sighed in frustration, picking up her menu, ready to order. She ordered a plate of sushi and ignored Hidori's look of surprise. "Wow, that's impressive," he said as the waitress walked away. "What? Ordering normally?" she asked. He smiled. "Nah, most girls that look like you don't really eat that much," he remarked. She mimicked his smile. "Yeah, impressive." From there, the date continued in the same horrible fashion. Ino couldn't wait for the food. She tried to make conversation to prevent him from further patronizing anyone. This man had to be the most uneducated person she'd ever met. If it wasn't about the trade market, he had no idea what she was talking about. To make matters worse, he had the audacity to insult her intelligence when she told him she was a psychiatrist. Just as she prepared to slap him, the waitress returned, having seemingly read her mind. "Here you go, sir," she said, handing him his plate. He looked confused when she handed Ino a to-go box. "I took the liberty of packing your stuff, ma'am," she said with a wink. Hidori looked at the girl confused until Ino stood up. "You are a lifesaver," she said, pulling out a big tip. "Thank you so much," she said, hugging her. Hidori was utterly baffled when Ino walked around the table and slapped him hard on the side of the head, jerking his head sideways. "Ah, what the hell," he yelled as she walked away. "God damn, you bitch," he muttered under his breath. Another hand jerked his head the other way. The waitress looked at him daringly. "What the hell is wrong with you? Where is the owner?" he yelled, standing, trying to threaten her. Soon, a large man in a business suit walked out from the back room to deal with the commotion. Hidori shot the waitress an angry look that promised her dismissal. She only smirked until she heard the man call out. "What is going on out here?" he demanded, walking to the table. Then, she began dramatically crying. "Daddy! He hit me," she yelled, pointing at him. Hidori began pleading his case, yelling to the surrounding customers who had witnessed what happened. To his horror, they sided with the waitress, making up a ridiculous story that hadn't happened. Ino watched from the door with a smile before heading home, grateful for the amazingly convenient waitress. Again, sitting at the metal table, Ino waited for the guard to finish securing Naruto to his seat. When he finished, he removed the muzzle from around his mouth before shutting the door, leaving the two for their second session. Ino smiled softly at him. She was still a little uncomfortable, but at least not as nervous. Naruto smiled back with a fake expression of surprise. "You came back," he quipped, implying he doubted she would. Ino raised an eyebrow. "I told you I would." Did he really think she wouldn't? "Oh yes, but many people have told me that." Ino nodded. "I'm sure. But, I meant it." He smiled at her as she began flipping through her notepad. "So, what's on the agenda today?" he asked her. "Just a few questions," Ino answered, reading a few lines. It was time to gauge how his apparent psychosis affected him physically. "How are your dreams?" "Deep, dark, and viciously intoxicating," he answered instantly. She gave him a confused expression. "Would you care to elaborate?" Naruto sighed and looked up at the ceiling. "Well, there's not much to say. It's pretty self-explanatory," he said. "They are darker than most people would prefer, a little more nightmarish if you could see that." "So, nightmares?" she asked him. Naruto chuckled. "If you'd prefer that, then I suppose." He nodded. Ino nodded back, jotting notes on her pad. "Do these nightmares have any specific pattern or theme?" she asked. "No, I can't say they do." She nodded again and wrote more down. "Well, do you ever have happy dreams?" she asked him. Naruto chuckled. "Happy dreams?" he asked, emphasizing happy as if it were the most ridiculous word he'd ever heard. "Is that an actual term?" he asked her. "What? Happiness?" she asked. He nodded in confirmation. "Well, of course it is." He smiled. "You seem so sure of that. What is happiness for you then?" Ino put her notepad down and tapped her pen on the desk, deep in thought. "Happiness is doing the things you like to do, with the people you enjoy being with," she said. "I'm not sure I understand that," he admitted. "Do you have an example?" She pondered. "Well," now forced to think, she realized she truly didn't do anything that brought her joy anymore. Since starting her psychiatric studies, she'd largely abandoned the social life she once had. That coffee shop day with Sakura and Tenten was her first outing with friends in years, but for some reason, she felt out of place. The conversation felt shallow. After so much training with professionals who delved into deeper dialect, anything less was rudimentary and agonizingly boring. She felt lost discussing the simple things they were used to: children, relationships, village gossip. It was almost sickening that day, but she smiled through it. That same night at her parents' house, their conversation, aside from the argument, was also shallow. Her mother, she understood. "Well," he began, "it's just ironic how these seemingly sane individuals fear death so much, yet they live as if they're already dead." She shook her head. "I still don't follow." Naruto looked up thoughtfully, searching for another way to explain. "Well, think about fish in a stream," he said, nodding. "Only the dead ones go with the flow. In a way, most people you see on these village streets do the same thing, almost absent-mindedly, as if they're already dead." "So, you don't fear death?" she asked curiously. He tilted his head, eyeing her strangely. "How could I know?" he asked. "I haven't tried it." Ino chuckled at his joke. "No, doctor, I do not fear death, because death is merely the end of suffering. In honesty, I'd welcome it," he continued, growing serious. Ino looked at him strangely. "So, you want to die?" "No, no, no," he said quickly. "It's not about being suicidal. No, it's just not wanting to live any longer." She was about to ask him what he meant, but he continued. "I know how that sounds, but it's actually something completely different than what you'd expect. Suicide is taking your own life. That's not what I'm looking to do. No, if death approaches me, I would welcome it. I don't plan on seeking it out," he explained. "Why is that?" she asked. "Do you feel discontent with life?" Naruto cringed at the question as if slapped. "You see, doctor, that's the problem. If you simply feel content with life, then you're not living. If all you feel is that mediocre sense of enjoyment with the life you're given, then you, ma'am, are as good as a dead fish." "How do you cope with the horrible things that happen in your life?" she asked in complete bewilderment. This wasn't on the agenda, she just genuinely wanted to know. "Especially in a place like this?" Naruto smiled at the awe in her eyes. Whatever he was doing, it was working. "Coping is no issue. My mind is constantly changing and contorting in the most demented ways you could imagine. There are so many voices up here that life, and the things that happen, usually slip my fragile mind." Ino's smile was wide and astonished. That sounds amazing. It definitely has its upsides, he said, smiling at her glossy-eyed stare. Ino smiled and leaned back in her seat, pondering his words. Although it sometimes took her a moment to process what he was saying, when she did, she somewhat agreed, and it assured her that talking to Naruto was the best conversation she'd had recently. It was refreshing to talk to someone on her intellectual level, or in this case, far surpassing her own. This whole ordeal was going too smoothly for anything that happened with past doctors to be true. From what she was experiencing, Naruto was nothing more than a deep thinker. Yes, he had a twisted view of society and some psychopathic tendencies, but he wasn't dangerous. Or, perhaps she just hadn't seen the worst in him yet. 2 months later. I don't know, Menma. It didn't really work out last time, Minato said, leaning back in his Hokage seat, looking at his son dressed in street clothes. Come on, Tio-san. That was 2 years ago, he argued. I hate how incomplete the family feels, he said, looking down. Minato sighed. Believe me, I get it, he remarked. But digging all that up will upset your mother. She just got over the whole ordeal. Then don't tell her, he said, making his case. I just want to see him. I don't know, maybe tell him about my family and all. I would have to talk to his new psychiatrist to see how he's been doing, Minato said, simultaneously shaking his head as if dismissing the idea. New psychiatrist? I thought he wasn't taking sessions anymore. Minato nodded. Well, he wasn't until a few weeks ago. Apparently, someone took his case. Well, do you know who it is? He asked. He shook his head. No, I haven't had a chance to go and check up on things in a while, he admitted. Last time was about 3 or 4 months ago, and he was still on lockdown, so, well, if you hear anything, just let me know, he said, turning to leave before Minato called him back. Hey, hang on. About that other thing, well, everyone seems to be on board. Shouldn't take more than another few months, he said, bringing a smile to the younger man's face. Menma chuckled as he walked closer to the door. Just make sure that paperwork is done by then, old man. Minato chuckled and shook his head, ignoring the statement. Going back to his work, he thought over how that conversation began. Basically, Menma wanted to visit Naruto before his daughter was born, just to speak with him one last time. For what reason, he didn't know. It was a sudden request that he doubted would go over well but would entertain at least. Signing off on another document, there was a knock at his door. Come in, he called out, pushing the paper aside. Inoichi walked in, looking worse for wear. Bags under his eyes, slouched shoulders, and an expression so downtrodden it'd be hard not to notice. Minato, hey, he called out lowly. Inoichi, Minato said, looking him up and down, noticing his disgruntled state. You look rough. He chuckled and took a seat in a chair off to the side. Yeah, he said hollowly. Silence settled in for a second. So, how can I help you? Minato asked cautiously. Inoichi sighed, thinking about how to answer. I have a request to make, he said, surprising him. Minato just waited for him to spit it out. I want you to, I just want you to think it over, he said. What is it? Minato questioned, not liking the direction this conversation was headed. Inoichi stared at the floor a few feet in front of him, deep in thought. He sighed a few times, finding this much harder than it seemed a little while ago. What he was going to ask was something he himself wouldn't agree to if he were in the position. I want you to move Naruto back to the prison. Minato just stared at him in shock. What? He asked. I want him moved back to the prison, he repeated as if Minato hadn't heard him. Minato couldn't understand what was going on. It didn't make any sense. Inoichi, you don't even work there anymore, he said. I am aware of that, he said, nodding. Minato just shook his head, still trying to think of a plausible reason why the man wanted to do this. To his knowledge, Inoichi hadn't stepped foot in the asylum in years. So, what was the meaning of this outrageous request? I don't understand. Minato, Inoichi said, still looking into the middle distance. I have not asked you for much in our long friendship. Now, I am begging you, please. Minato shook his head at the desperate statement. Inoichi, you know I can't do that, he said, looking at him. Inoichi shook his head. Naruto's not right in the head. If we put him back in the prison, he trailed off. He can't stay at the asylum, Inoichi said. Minato still wasn't understanding. What brought this up? He wouldn't give an answer, he just shook his head again. He can't stay there. Minato sighed and stood to his feet. Look, come back in a few days, I'll have Ibiki here to explain his progress. We can make a decision then, he said. Inoichi shook his head yet again and stood to his feet, heading for the door, not turning around on his way out. Minato sighed and rubbed his head at the confusing turn of events. Sitting in his room, reading book after book, Naruto thought about all that had happened. He thought about how close he was to freedom. He could just feel how devoted Ino was becoming. From their conversations, he could see how she was changing day by day. It was she who requested longer sessions every day without him even asking. He technically hadn't asked for anything she did for him, she just sort of did it. He told her how boring his days were and how he used to read all the time. She got him books. He told her how the straitjacket would sometimes hurt his arms. She demanded the guard remove it in place of simple handcuffs instead. He told her that he liked her hair down, and she left it that way. It was simple things that made him realize that on a subliminal level, she was willing to do things for him, and the more he pushed, the more he could ask for. Their recent conversations were becoming more and more personal. They spoke of everything that could be discussed on an intellectual level, and she expressed to Naruto that these deep conversations they had were all she enjoyed anymore. Knowing that, he spent his days of isolation planning the next theory he could explain for her or debate about. It was something to do besides staring at his padded walls all day. He noticed the change in her. She was slowly becoming more cynical in her thinking, a little more dark in her humor when they joked around. He also noticed how flirty she seemed to turn when the time allowed it. It was strange at first, but she always passed it off as a joke afterward, so it wasn't much to bite off of. Not that he couldn't exploit that. In the slight chance that those random outbursts of playful affections were real, he would flirt back in hopes of moving this whole ordeal along a little quicker. Ino was at the edge of the cliff with her feet dangling over the ocean of insanity. With a little shove, she would fall in. Naruto had a plan to get out of here, and she played a big role in it. He just had to bide his time. It wouldn't be too long now. At the home of soon-to-be parents, Sakura and Menma Namikaze, Ino sat at the dining room table, looking in on the group of people who identified themselves as her friends. It was an impromptu party that Tenten came to her house to retrieve her for earlier this morning. She sat in the corner seat of the dining room, watching everyone talk amongst themselves about random topics that didn't mean much. It was boring her to death. Around her were Tenten and Sakura, both bragging about their respective husbands, or soon-to-be in Tenten's case. It was as if they were in competition over who had the more supportive man. They droned on and on about which of them was more efficient in the aspects of a good partner, as if it mattered in the slightest. Ino just sat in her seat, drinking the bottle of sake in her hand. She looked around the room, viewing everyone in a new light. Her conversations with Naruto brought a twist to the reality she'd come to know in her lifetime. The friends she saw daily were much different than she remembered them being. They were the same, she just didn't view them the same. The ones she saw as confident and a little brash were now blind and idiotic. The shy or quiet ones were more aware of what life is. Regardless, they were all foolish in their ways of thinking and understanding. She honestly felt superior to everybody there, even the ones who could most likely kick her ass. In a mental battle before, no one could hold a candle to her, besides Shikamaru, mainly because of her family's special jutsu, but now it was much more than that. It was strange how much she could feel herself change in just 2 months with the help of her red-headed patient. She felt like a completely different person. A good one or a bad one, she didn't know yet. She knew she was changing, though. As a psychiatrist, she was constantly keeping track of her own mental state as well, just out of habit. It was becoming so dark and twisted, and she knew it was. In a way, she felt like psychopathy was creeping up on her. She also knew the cause of it. Naruto was the root of her falling, but it was such an intoxicating feeling. It was like falling in love. A scary experience that she hoped had a happy ending. She was falling down, deep in a hole. Her mind was starting to go, and she could feel it. Ino would have been alarmed had it not had such an enticing endpoint. Having the chance to think in the same way as Naruto was something she wanted. If that meant psychopathy, then she was up for it. Hopefully, it didn't come to that. Waking from her thoughts, she noticed she was now sitting at the table by herself. Sakura and Tenten left to find their significant others, as did everyone else, apparently. She spotted couple after couple smooching around the house. They all smiled and had their own little conversations, mocking her while she sat alone, wishing she had that. Who would she have that with? Everyone who liked her was a complete idiot or a conceited asshole. Everyone she liked was, well, she didn't really like anyone. To rephrase, she didn't really like anyone attainable for her. Ino wouldn't lie to herself. Naruto Namikaze had crept his way back into her heart with ease over their time together. It was like he never left. For the first time in a long time, she felt appreciated and needed. He spoke to her like she understood every word he said, even when sometimes she didn't. He treated her like she was better than these simple-minded civilized people, even when she wasn't. He made her feel like she could be more than what she already was. How could she not fall for that? Sadly, that wasn't the type of crush she could run around telling her friends and parents about. She'd be taken off the case instantly. Maybe this is what her father was worried about. Maybe he knew of Naruto's charm and guessed how it would affect her. It was more likely he feared the possibility of her ending up like Dr. Jaeger. It seemed like a plausible fear to have, of course, with the extensive list of suicide victims caused by Naruto's influence. More importantly, it showed that her own father didn't even believe in her. If he thought so little of her abilities that he didn't trust her not to kill herself because of something a patient said, then what good was he as a father? No. She jumped in shock as Tenten sat down next to her, looking at her with curiosity. What? She asked in irritation. Tenten gave her an amused expression. Geez, a little moody, aren't we? Ino mocked her smile and took another drink of her sake. Why are you all alone? With a sigh, she asked, is it bothering you? Well, yeah, a little, Tenten replied. Are you mad or something? Why would I be mad? She asked. Because you're all alone over here, and everyone else has a man to give them love and attention, she said in a joking manner. Ino didn't take it that way. She chuckled. Oh yeah, I totally wish I had a dim-witted guy to make out with at a party filled with idiots, she mocked with a fake smile. Tenten took that as Ino's version of a joke, but she decided to play along. Chuckling, she put a hand to her chest dramatically. Are you trying to call us idiots? No, honey. I did, she said in a demeaning way, with a tone one would use when explaining to a child. Tenten's smile faded slightly. She tried to decide if Ino was actually joking or not. Brushing it off, she switched the topic. You're a meanie, she exclaimed in her childish voice. Hey, what happened with that guy I set you up with? Ino gave her an irritated look and then looked away, ignoring her question completely. Tenten was now truly feeling disrespected. Hello, am I talking to myself? Ino sighed and brought the bottle back up to her mouth. Might as well be, she whispered into the bottle before taking another sip. Excuse me, she asked, truly not hearing what she said. Ino got tired of it, as she was too drunk to continue listening to the girl's annoying voice. Downing the rest of the bottle, she exhaled and looked at the bun-haired girl. Look, Tenten, she began, slurring the words together. If I'm being honest, I would much rather sit here in utter silence and complete isolation than have to listen to your ridiculous rants about how great Niji is in everything he does. Tenten was about to argue, that's not WH-. Yes, it is, Ino said, rolling her eyes. That's all you ever talk about. That's all you and Sakura ever talk about. It's the most eventful thing within your sad, dull little life, so you bring it up in almost every situation so that you can feel important for a few minutes every day. Then, when you get the attention you so desperately crave to justify your own prominence, you act all bashful and humble like you don't want all of that attention on you. It's really sad, Tenten, and I can guarantee you more than a few people have noticed, it's not just me. So, just save yourself some embarrassment and go back over there with your feminine man before he realizes he's gay and leaves you, or worse, slits his own throat in realization of how bitchy you actually are. Ino said, getting to her feet, planning on leaving, wobbling towards the door. Tenten remained in her spot with her mouth agape. She stared at Ino's retreating form, waiting for her to turn around and start laughing at that ridiculous joke. When she didn't, she got angry. Hey, F*******, she yelled out, getting the attention of the other guests. Ino sighed and turned to the girl. You're just a lonely bee***** who can't find a boyfriend. What the hell gives you the right to talk down on anyone? Sakura, being a peacemaker, got to her feet as quickly as she could. Hey, she called out. What's going on? The two ignored her as they stared at each other. Tenten, I'm not talking down on you. I am making an observation. I don't blame you. You've lived your whole life believing in society's set standard of social acceptance, as have I, she admitted. But, unlike me, instead of standing out, you flew under the radar, not noticed in a negative or positive light. Now that you're older, you're starting to feel as though your younger years have all been a waste. So, you're having a sort of pre-midlife crisis in which you are searching for any form of appraisal you can receive from any corner you can receive it from. If that's what makes you feel like you matter, then by all means, do as you must, Ino responded smugly with half-lidded eyes, clearly intoxicated to some extent. Tenten was clearly steaming mad, and Niji got behind her, wrapping an arm around her waist, gently pulling her away. You lonely, psychotic, she said, kicking off a slew of curse words that poured out of her mouth as she was dragged out of the back door by Niji and a few of the other former famous rookies, including Ino's own teammates. Ino? Sakura called her name cautiously. What's going on? Ino just smiled back at her as if she were walking on clouds. Oh nothing, Mrs. Namikaze. I'm peachy, she replied. Sakura shook her head, still hearing the horribly aggressive remarks flying out of Tenten's mouth from the backyard. Everyone else was quiet, most of them wanting to see what would happen. Menma, Suzuki, and Mito were the only ones left sitting on the couch. Why would you say that to Tenten? She asked her. Well, I could have very well lied to her, possibly fed her with self-confidence so that she could prance around this place like she's the best damn thing to touch this earth because of the guy she's with, but there's no healing in that. You've got to break a piece of the wall before you can fix the foundation, Sakura, she explained in her doctor's lingo. We've got to break walls, she slurred out in a harsh whisper dramatically. Sakura shook her head. Ino, that's your friend. We're your friends, not your patients, Sakura said as if she figured the blonde girl had amnesia or something. Ino laughed at that. Friends? Ha ha ha, she said, laughing harder and harder. Are you FING insane? She asked. Sakura was about to reply but was cut off. You've got to be FING insane. Mito stood up from Suzuki's lap. Ino, what the hell is wrong with you? She asked, joining the fight. Mito, she said mockingly, eyeing the girl up and down. Gosh, how are you related to him? She whispered lowly. No, stop, Sakura demanded. Oh no, Mito's right, Ino suddenly said. We shouldn't lie to our friends. She paced around the room. In fact, we should all apologize for lying to our friends. Ino, Mito said daringly. Ino just smiled. Oh, you want to start, Mito? She asked. Go ahead and tell Suzuki your dirty little secret. I'm sure he'd love to know, she said, piquing the Uchiha's interest. Mito continued staring Ino down with ill intent. Stop. Oh, but what kind of friend lies to another? A boyfriend at that, she said preposterously. Mito didn't say anything. What's she talking about, Mito? Suzuki demanded. Seeing his friend getting angry, Menma quickly stood to his feet to help. Ino, I think it's time for you to leave, he said, standing in front of her. Ino's smile widened. And then, the kiss ass, she said happily with a giggle. Hey, if I leave now, you won't know Sakura's secrets, she chided. Menma hesitated slightly. We don't keep secrets, he said, pushing her gently towards the door. She only laughed as he basically picked her up and walked her to the front door. Before they got there she continued. Oh, I wouldn't be too sure, Suzuki-kun, oops, she said cutely, clearly meaning to make that mistake. I mean, Menma. She then began laughing like a drunken psycho. Menma turned around, not sure what she meant by that, but to his luck, Shikamaru and Koji were jogging back into the house at Mito's call to haul their teammate back home. They both noticed the utter tension and silence as they walked through, not wanting to get involved. God damn it, Ino, Shikamaru said, grabbing onto her. What the hell have you done? He asked as she just cackled sadistically. He and Koji hauled the girl off, leaving the house with a heavy atmosphere that was uncomfortable to sit in. The group of friends who showed up for a relaxing day of being together now had more than a few elephants in the room to discuss, or ignore, depending on what they decided to do. 2 days later, Inoichi, I really don't understand your motive here, Minato said, leaning back in his chair with his hands on his head. Ibiki stood next to him, waiting for an explanation as well. He had a hunch, but he wanted to be sure. Inoichi, still looking as bad as he did a few days ago, sighed and scratched his head. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you, he began. Ino is Naruto's new therapist, he said, shocking Minato. Your daughter, he asked. Yeah, Minato, I mean no disrespect, but your son is nothing but trouble. Ino can't handle someone like him, he said, fully explaining the situation with as much desperation as he could muster. Minato understood now, and was about to reply until Ibiki jumped in. On the contrary, Inoichi, I don't think anyone else can, he said, tossing the vanilla folder from his hands onto Minato's desk. He continued talking as Minato read over it. Within the 2 months under Dr. Ino Yamanaka's care, Naruto Namikaze has shown incredible improvement. Statements from his guards report he has shown a significant decrease in aggression since he has been under her care. Dr. Yamanaka's reports show a periodical improvement in his behavior within his sessions as well. Removing him from that environment now would only cause him to fall back harder into that mental pit he was in when he arrived. Inoichi couldn't believe it. He hadn't seen his daughter since the night of their argument, but he had assumed that she'd be falling apart at this point. It's not that he had no faith in his daughter's abilities, it was just this particular patient. He couldn't last 2 months with the psycho, and now he's learning of Ino's strange effect on him? It was unbelievable. That can't be, he said in disbelief. Minato was surprised by what he was reading as well. I mean, read it yourself, he said, passing over the folder. Inoichi read over Ino's report, which began exactly as he thought it would. One thing he noticed was how thick the packet was. There were hundreds of reports, but she was only assigned to him 2 months ago. Why are there so many? He asked aloud. Dr. Yamanaka requested multiple sessions every day after her second session. I guess she saw something in him that sparked her need to help him, Ibiki said. Inoichi was seeing it himself. With every page he flipped, the reports got more and more positive. Even seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it. It wasn't real. He slowly began shaking his head. No, he said lowly. Minato rubbed his face. Inoichi. No, there has to be something. Some kind of motive for why he's doing this, he said, trying to rationalize this. There's got to be a reason he's pretending to. Inoichi, Ibiki interrupted him. That's enough, he said simply, maintaining intense eye contact with the man to get his point across. Look, I get it. You want to protect Ino, but she is not a little girl anymore, he said, shaking his head. She is a capable, and frankly, brilliant psychiatrist. The asylum is under my command now, and as far as I'm concerned, Naruto Namikaze is getting the help he needs from one of the best and brightest of my staff. He has not done anything as of late that would be grounds for his dismissal, he stated with finality in his voice. Inoichi just shook his head and stared at the documents as if they weren't real. Minato stared at him, waiting for him to say something. When all he did was shake his head, he had to find something to tell him. Inoichi, I don't know what to say. What is there to say? Inoichi asked, tossing the documents back onto his desk. He rubbed his eyes in irritation. Sometimes things just don't work out, he said ominously before turning to the door. I'm sorry, Minato, he said before opening the door to leave. Minato wasn't sure what he meant by that, hoping it was just meant as an apology for wasting his time. He didn't get a chance to tell him it was fine before he shut the door. Ibiki sighed. I am sorry, Hokage-sama, he said. I'll try and talk to him. He'll be alright. Yeah, he said, looking down at his desk. I understand. Ibiki nodded. Just a man protecting his daughter. We'd all do the same if put in that position. Haha. Ino laughed out at something Naruto said as they sat in their usual session room. He chuckled along with her as well. Their latest session was coming to an end and it was informative for him. Ino was extremely ditzy today compared to how she usually is. It seemed like she just didn't care for the session anymore. Like she was more interested in joking around with him than trying to do her job. That's so mean. Haha. Chuckling, he responded. It made you laugh, he said with a smile as she was still calming down from her fit of giggles. Yeah, I guess so, she said, catching her breath and sighing in contentment. She stared at Naruto with stars in her eyes, waiting for him to say something. All he did was smile back at her as if he were amused by her. What? She asked him. He shook his head. Your smile is beguiling, he said. Ino bit her lips together and looked down at the table, trying to hide her blush. A knock at the door cut the moment short, signifying the end of their session. Naruto's smile faded away, as did Ino's. She gathered up the files and notepads she hadn't even touched in this session. I guess that's it, she said. I'll be back tomorrow morning, she said, reassuring him as the guards came in to take him back. Naruto nodded and smiled at her. I know, he said as they dragged him out the room. Ino finished packing up her stuff and headed for the door with a smile on her face, and a warm feeling sitting in her chest. She couldn't wait for the next day. Making it to his room, Naruto's cuffs were removed from his wrists and ankles. He didn't care to turn around and look at the guard shut his door. He just walked further into his room, planning on reading one of his books. But he stopped, realizing his door was never shut. Turning around curiously, he watched as Inoichi was shutting his door with him inside. Peeking out the door, he could see one of his guards laying on the ground. He looked to the blond man in curiosity, wondering what it was he was doing, until he saw the kunao in his hand. Inoichi stood there with the blade held firmly in his grasp. His face set in a look of remorse for what he was about to do. He looked Naruto in the eye from his spot at the door. His stomach churned seeing the nonchalant look of the red-headed man in white. It was daunting just gazing into those cold blues. In this moment, he realized things he had never truly noticed before, such as the way Naruto's umbu tattoo seems to have been peeled off, or the way Naruto's eyes never gave away emotion. In his studies, he's learned to tell the motive of someone by the dilation of their pupils. Feelings of happiness, affection, or laughter will cause it to expand. Feelings of anger, hatred, or fear it closes. Not his. His eyes stay fixed in tiny pinpoint dots, unfazed by anything. It was haunting to have those two piercing bullets beaming into your own orbs. Inoichi Yamanaka, he said with a smile creeping onto his face. I must say, I am surprised. Inoichi took a timid step forward. No words would come to his mind as he thought up something to say. To what do I owe this visit? He asked as if he were oblivious to the kunao and fighting stance. I came to kill you, he said, completely out of breath for some reason. Naruto's smile never changed, and he didn't care to get into a fighting stance. Kill me? He asked. What for? You know why? Inoichi shouted out. Naruto just raised an eyebrow as if he didn't. You're trying to use Ino somehow. I know it. Use her? Naruto asked curiously. Of course I'm trying to use her, he said, angering the man. She is my doctor after all. I'm trying to use her to get better and make it out of this deranged, psychotic mind of mine, he said, spitting that word out in a clear way to mock the man. Inoichi just adjusted his grip on his kunao, hoping to end this quick. Naruto chuckled at him. Inoichi, look, we both know you can't beat me, even without chakra I could kill you, Naruto said. Inoichi wouldn't listen as he slowly began circling the younger man as a lion would, preparing to attack. Naruto sighed and when he did, Inoichi jumped into action. He charged Naruto with a roundhouse kick that was grabbed effortlessly and held onto with an unbelievable grip. Ah, he yelled, slashing at the boy's arm and jumping back. He didn't have much time to nurse his injury before he was kneed square in the chin and thrown against the wall. Naruto had his forearm in Inoichi's throat with his feet dangling from the ground. The hand with the kunao was pinned to the wall as well. You really wanted to kill me, huh? Naruto said, no sign of effort whatsoever for him. Ha, Inoichi, this was such a sad attempt at my life. Inoichi just gurgled, trying to rip the redhead's arm from his throat so he could breathe. Since you are probably going to die here pretty soon, I will give you a small bit of final satisfaction in knowing that you were right. Dr. Yamanaka plays quite the role in my escape and she has been progressing quite nicely. In fact, I think this right here may be the final key. The last hill to climb before she devotes herself to me. Inoichi was seeing absolute red at this point and he struggled harder and harder to break free but was having very little effect. Once she outlives her usefulness in my escape, I'll most likely allow her to live simply because of her services. But, if she becomes a hindrance such as yourself, she just may have to greet you in the afterlife, he said with a sinister grin. Hell, since I'm a nice guy, I'll send your wife as well, he said with a laugh until he could hear keys urgently being shoved into his door from the outside. His grin increased as he released his grip on the man. He delivered a very sharp jab to a spot on his throat. Inoichi began coughing vehemently and he realized he couldn't speak. Naruto seemed to stumble back on his heels, giving him the chance he needed. He pounced on his down form and held his kunai up with both hands intent on driving it straight through the chest of his target. Faintly, he heard a yell of Inoichi. Stop! He paused and looked up to the door to see Ibiki and two of the guards ready to take him. He couldn't speak, but he would not leave this place without ending his life. He brought the kunai up and drove it down as hard as he could. His strike ended when a kunai lodged itself into the center of his forehead. Naruto stared up lifelessly at the kunai just a few inches from his chest. He stared into the fading light in the eyes of the man who was leaking blood on his face. A very slight smile creeping onto his face watching Inoichi's body slump lifelessly off to the side. This would definitely move things along. Ino sat in her room staring at her ceiling, her mind gone completely. She was feeling a little anxious as she sorted out her recent emotions for the things in her life, mainly Naruto. This was supposed to be a professional relationship between them and yet she felt so connected. How deeply she was into it. She couldn't tell. What would be the repercussions of this turning into love? That was the real question at this point. What would her friends think? Well, her old friends. Namely Mito and Menma. Or the village. What would happen to her for falling in love with a patient? She'd probably be locked up in the same institution. Separated by wall upon wall, no more sessions, no more contact with her supposed love. She couldn't take that. Ino wished it were simpler. She wished it was as simple as just declaring him sane again and getting him out, but that wasn't the case. If she declared him sane, he'd possibly be moved back to the prison. That would definitely split them apart. Oftentimes, she wished they could just go. Just get out of the village and be together. But, what if her feelings weren't returned? What if Naruto didn't love her the way she loved him? Then what would she do? So many questions and no way to get them answered. There was a tap at her window next to her bed. She slowly looked over to see an Umbu agent. She sighed and looked back up to her ceiling. Her window slid open and the Umbu agent addressed her. Yamanaka-sama. It is to my dearest regret that I must inform you, Inoichi Yamanaka has been killed. Ino showed no sign of emotion whatsoever. In fact, he wasn't even sure if she heard him. If you would like, I could escort you to the hospital, your mother is there. It's fine. Thank you, she said flatly, dismissing the man. The Umbu agent lingered there for a few seconds before shutting her window and leaving. Ino's gaze remained locked on her ceiling. No emotion shown whatsoever. These were the first signs of alexithymia. She didn't feel anything. She was supposed to feel sad about news like that. If it were a few months ago, she'd be completely heartbroken. Now, it was just like someone told her breakfast was ready. She remained there for another hour before rolling out of bed and throwing her sandals on, heading out the door. Walking into her old childhood home, Ino was greeted to the sight of her mother and a glob of her friends comforting her. There was Kushina, Yoshino, Mito, Sam, and others Ino didn't know. Her mother, dramatic as ever, was balled up on the couch with a tissue pressed firmly against her face. The others around her were whispering words of comfort that seemed to be doing nothing. Then, she saw Ino and, surprising to everyone, she saw red. You! She spit out harshly at her. You, fucking, she yelled as she stood up and tried to jump at her. Ino stood in her spot, confused but unfazed. The women around her did their best to hold her back, not sure what was happening. I fucking, she yelled out until her string of curses mushed together in her crying. God, if you had never taken that stupid case, he'd still be here, Kairi-chan. Kushina yelled among the others in disbelief at their friend's words. Calm down, you're just upset, she tried to reason with the crying woman. No, get off me, she yelled, still trying to force her way to Ino. Get your fucking hands off me, she yelled, trying her damned hardest. Mito stood to her feet and led the still silent Ino out the door to defuse the situation. Ino stood on the porch looking out to her mother's garden for a few seconds. Before Mito could say anything, the blonde began walking down the pathway. Hesitant at first, Mito slowly followed her. On the way out of the garden, Ino plucked a rose from the bush and continued walking. Mito followed Ino, trying to think of something to say to her. She was a few paces behind her, staring at the back of her head. She realized how long it must have been since they actually spoke. Of course she remembered the party a few days ago, but that was not a conversation. It was just drunken Ino starting mess and they all understood. Truth be told, Mito was still a little angry up to the point she heard of Ino's father dying from her mother. She was angered by the heap of mess that took place between she and Suzuki. It wasn't something she was prepared to deal with, but after a long talk, they dealt with the issues and resolved the conflict. Now, staring at the blonde woman's back, she was mesmerized by how long her loose hair was. It was much longer now that it wasn't in her old ponytail. It was quite a bold fashion choice for Ino Yamanaka to let her hair flow freely. Thinking back, that's how it was at the party as well. Was it just her new style? Her hair aside, there was a lot different with the girl. She wasn't normal anymore. She was always quiet, a lot less social, and very condescending. Mito couldn't understand why that is. Maybe she just got out of a bad relationship, or maybe she was in one. When Mito finally zoned out of her own thinking, she realized they were at the Hokage monument. Ino just stood there, staring out at the village with dead-looking eyes. Mito slowly crept up beside her. There were words on her mind, but her mouth refused to speak them. They were words of encouragement and questions for the scorned. For whatever reason, her tongue wouldn't extend them to Ino. She stared at the side of her face trying to get a read on her old friend. She had no shine in her eyes, no smile on her face, no tear stains or tears brimming in her eyes. For someone as expressive as Ino usually is, this was very unsettling. Mito, Ino called out slowly. Mito turned her head more towards her to display to her that she is listening. Are you in love? Mito blinked at that. In her mind, it was almost obvious what this was about. Ino was still in love with Suzuki, and she was jealous of her. It explains the party incident, but not much else. What could she say to make her feel better? What could she do? Yeah, Ino, she said. Yeah. Ino's eyes never shifted from the village. What does it feel like? Mito turned back to the village and thought about it. It's wonderful. Ino shook her head. But, what does it feel like? She repeated, putting emphasis on feel. Mito turned back to her, wondering what it was she wanted her to tell her. It feels like a warmth in your heart that burns when you're not with that person, but comforts when you are. Ino's hand came up and touched her heart, just poking at her chest for a second. Mito watched her curiously. Then, she started chuckling, then giggling, then laughing. Mito watched her laugh into the wind and saw that a tear ran down her face. When she finally calmed down, who was Ino truly speaking about? What depths would she plumb for this mysterious man she loved? Mito desperately hoped it wasn't anything drastic, but Ino's demeanor suggested otherwise. Could it be something as severe as deserting the village or even killing someone who threatened him? Perhaps she'd fallen for a civilian caught in trouble. She resolved to confront Ino tomorrow. As friends, they could hopefully assist her in this romantic endeavor, whatever it entailed. It felt like the right course of action. With a duffel bag slung over her shoulder and a hooded Umbu agent in tow, Ino entered the asylum. She informed 2 guards that she had a midnight session with her patient. Seeing the Umbu, they nodded and went to fetch the patient while Ino signed in. They waited in the room. Ino, why are we here? The man, seemingly familiar with her, inquired. Toshi, just help me with this one thing, please, she replied simply. Toshi eyed her curiously. He knew the patient and what had transpired hours earlier. If we're here to kill or harm him, I won't participate, he stated, watching her rummage through her large bag. Ino rolled her eyes. We're not. I'm just here to speak with him. Then why am I here? He pressed. I just wanted a friend with me, she said convincingly. Toshi sighed beneath his mask. But, why the full uniform? Ino sighed at his relentless questions. So you look more intimidating, Toshi, she explained as if it were obvious. He looked confused. He was an Umbu too, and I'm just a recruit. I don't think he'll be intimidated. Ino shook her head. Believe me, he will. They waited in silence. Hearing footsteps, she pulled a bottle of blue pills from her bag. Here, she said, handing one to Toshi. Before he could speak, she continued, put it in your mouth and bite down. It's a Yamanaka family recipe. It'll let you enter his mindscape with me. That's my plan. You'll feel woozy at first, but it'll pass. With that explanation, he lifted his mask, slipped the pill in, and complied. The door opened, and 2 guards brought Naruto in. He smiled at Ino, noting her slight smile in return. Then he looked at the blank-faced Umbu agent behind her. Once Naruto was seated, the guards nodded to Ino and the Umbu before leaving. They sat in silence. Naruto seemed about to speak. Well, he began, but Ino cut him off with a raised finger. He looked at her strangely until the Umbu agent swayed and convulsed, then fell over. Naruto, understanding, grinned at Ino. Hey, she said, smiling with watery eyes. Naruto smiled back. Hey, Ino bit her lip, searching for words. I brought you something, she said happily, pulling out a bottle of ink, a brush, and some papers. Naruto smiled. For practicing your calligraphy and whatnot, she said, nodding at him. He nodded back. Oh yes, of course, he said, as if obvious. He looked at her with amusement. What? She asked. Can't do it? He grinned and showed her his cuffed wrists. She gave him a sly smile and crawled seductively across the table. With a smooth motion, she drew a kunai, whirled it, and plunged it into the metal table between his hands. He didn't flinch. Get yourself out, Mr. Umbu, she mocked, lying on the table with her feet crossed, like a child by a fireplace. Not gonna make it easy for me, he asked with a smile, recalling their first conversation. Where's the fun in that, she replied, catching on. Naruto chuckled and pulled the kunai from the table. After some manipulation, the cuffs opened, freeing his hands. Rolling his wrists, he stood and removed his shirt, giving Ino a captivating view of his chiseled body. She grinned, watching him lay sealing paper before her and begin marking it. You sure you know what you're doing? She asked. It's been a while. He smirked. I've seen these seals every day for 5 years. I know what I'm doing. Guess you're lucky they didn't put any on your back then, huh? She quipped. He chuckled. That, my dear, is the confidence of these simple-minded fools. Like me, she asked playfully, flipping onto her back. He continued marking the seals. Well, you're nothing like them, now are you? He asked rhetorically. No, you're slightly better. Slightly, she asked. He put the brush down and stood, his face directly over hers. Ino's eyes darted between his lips and eyes as he spoke. Yes, slightly, he said, nodding. You're still stuck in this fantastic little mind of yours. He tapped her forehead. If you can step outside of that, then you'll be free. He returned to the seal. Will you free me? She asked. He paused, looking at her. Perhaps, he said simply, resuming his work. Ino got off the table and stripped Toshi of his umbu attire. When he was no longer needed, she performed a low-level fire technique, incinerating the body. Turning, she found Naruto staring at her with an unfamiliar look, a mix of amazement and amusement. What? She asked innocently, the burning body still ablaze behind her. Naruto smiled. Nothing, but, I am done. He took the paper and slapped it to his chest. It glowed for a few seconds until Ino saw the prison seal visibly slide off his body like water. Naruto's eyes snapped open, as if a junkie had gotten their fix. It was the first time chakra had freely coursed through his body in 5 years. Holding out his hands, he created 2 raisins and chuckled. You, doctor, have done me a great service, he said, stalking toward her, the blue chakra spheres dissipating. Ino continued to smile as he approached. Before he got too close, she placed her fist on his chest. We're not done yet, she said, patting the umbu uniform on the table. He raised an eyebrow but understood. He slipped into the uniform as Ino watched hungrily from her seat. Fully dressed, he put on the mask. Let's get out of here, she said, but he stopped her. Just one more thing. He performed hand signs. In a puff of smoke, a naked Naruto clone appeared. Naruto wrote seals on its chest, and the clone donned his white clothes. He then looked at the spot where the body had burned. He performed more hand signs, using a more powerful fire technique that incinerated the body within seconds. He then performed a wind and water technique to cool the room to normal temperature. From there, Ino and the umbu left the room while the 2 guards returned and escorted Naruto back to his room. They exited the asylum unquestioned. No one stopped them or looked at them. Naruto Namikaze was free. Naruto exited the village via the umbu's secret entrance, with Ino trailing him. Outside the wall, Naruto sighed in relief. Well, thank you very much for your help, Dr. Yamanaka. You, I must say, have been my favorite doctor, he said, as if parting ways. Wait, what? Ino asked, stepping closer. What are you talking about? She asked urgently, a terrible feeling rising in her stomach. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I am thanking you for your services up to this point, he said simply. Ino shook her head. What does that mean? Does that mean you don't need me anymore? Precisely. Now you're getting it, he said, clapping his hands. Ino couldn't breathe. No, I fucking helped you, she yelled. Naruto closed the distance in a second, pinning her against the tree by her collar. No, what you did was try and warp my perception. You left me in a black hole of rage and confusion. Ino shook her head. No, I love you, she told him desperately. He smiled and chuckled. I love you, she yelled louder. And you love me too. He released her shirt and began to pace. Oh, is that so? Haha, he laughed again. Yes, you do, she yelled. You feel like no one has ever loved you before, so you won't accept my love because you're afraid it's not real. She offered him insight into her deductions. Naruto stopped pacing. "Ah, how wrong you are," he said, stalking towards her. "No, love causes weakness when your so-called lover is weaker than you. That's why this little fling between us ends here," he explained, pulling a kunai from his holster. "What are you gonna do? You gonna kill me?" she asked. Naruto chuckled and threw the kunai her way. Ino didn't move or flinch as the kunai lodged in the tree a few centimeters from her head. Naruto seemed impressed, if only slightly. "No, I'm not gonna kill ya," he said, stalking closer. "If you die, it is because you're weak, and this little spat of ours will have been for nothing," he said, pulling the kunai from the tree. "What are you gonna do to me?" she asked him, without a hint of fear. Naruto stared her in the eye, judging her resolve. "Well," he said, turning around. "Follow me and you will see. You may back out at any point of our little experiment. If you choose to do so, you may possibly have time to return before they realize you're gone," he said as she followed him through the woods. She walked beside him and looked him in the eyes. "Never," she said seriously, with a fire in her eyes that Naruto couldn't ignore. "Yeah, well, we'll see about that," he said. They walked through the woods surrounding Konoha for what felt like hours until they reached a secluded area. Naruto knelt and channeled chakra into the ground, and a secret passage began to open. He stood and gestured inside. "After you," he said with a daring smile. Ino didn't hesitate, entering immediately. She stumbled through the darkness for a few seconds until torches lining the walls lit themselves. Then, she recognized their location. They were in one of Orochimaru's notorious bases. Broken glass tubes and quarantine signs were everywhere. This one seemed disassembled, so why were they here? She followed Naruto deeper into the base. Soon, they entered another room and stepped onto a platform overlooking vats of black liquid. "You see that?" Naruto asked, pointing into the substance. Ino felt a flicker of worry. "That is what made me the man I am today. That is your trial. You bathe in this liquid, and I will accept this love of yours," he explained. Ino looked back at the boiling liquid. It was likely acidic and would probably kill her. She looked at him with a broken heart. "I know what you're trying to do," she said, staring at his chest, unable to meet his eyes. "You want me to kill myself, so that you don't have to deal with me anymore." Naruto showed no expression at her astute observation. "No, I want you to prove your devotion," he explained. "Prove your love to me." Ino shook her head. "You know I'll die if I touch that stuff. You're not an idiot, and neither am I." Still, he was unfazed. "So, you're saying you wouldn't die for me?" he asked casually, staring her in the eyes. Ino's eyes met his in a deadlock. He was daring her to do it. He truly wanted her to die. It hurt her more than if he had just plunged the kunai into her chest. After all she'd done for him, was she nothing but a nuisance? Ino truly believed she had found a connection. Clearly, her assumption was misplaced, as he seemed indifferent to her. She'd fallen for him twice and been hurt both times. What more did she expect? Slowly, she backed up until her feet dangled over the ledge. Turning, the vat of chemicals was less than a foot away. So hot, the popping bubbles splashed onto her ankles, burning her slightly. If Naruto didn't want her, then no one would. More accurately, if she couldn't have Naruto, she no longer wanted to live. Perhaps death beckoned her. Slowly, she began to fall backward. In less than a second, she recalled all her best life moments, most involving Naruto himself. Even milliseconds from death, she couldn't help but love the red-headed psycho. This was the consequence of unrequited love, death. She felt the heat of the vat burning her back, but also something tugging her. Opening her eyes, Naruto was holding the front of her shirt. The bottom of her hair dipped into the chemicals, but her feet were still on the ledge. He saved her. A tear escaped her eye as she looked up into Naruto's blue eyes, which were smiling down at her. "Now that," he said with a chuckle. "That's proof." Pulling her closer, he leaned down and kissed her. Ino melted into the passionate connection, wrapping her arms around his neck. He pulled them back onto the platform, and she deepened the kiss immensely, not wanting the moment to end. A duo was born that would shake the world like natural disasters. 3 hours later, Ibiki reviewed the sign-in sheet, finding it odd that Ino would visit Naruto so late, especially given Inoichi's death. He decided to check on the redhead to ensure he was alive, suspecting Ino might have done something. Tray of breakfast in hand, he opened the door. Naruto lay on his mat, staring at the ceiling. He looked at Ibiki but said nothing. "Hey, Naruto," Ibiki said, walking over. "I was just checking up on you." Naruto still didn't respond. Ibiki ignored it, placing the tray beside him. "I know Ino came to see you last night," he said questioningly. "Was there any reason for that?" "No reason. Just to talk," he responded with a sudden smile. Ibiki was surprised. It was strange, of course, but Naruto was always strange, so he didn't dwell on it. "Right, well," he said, looking at Naruto's shirt. He stopped, a sickening feeling dropping into his gut. Slowly, he looked into the patient's eyes, seeing a mocking glint. Ibiki knew. This was not Naruto Namikaze. The sealing ink on his body was smudged, meaning it was written with paper ink, not body ink. He pulled a kunai from his pouch and plunged it into the body. He took a timid step back when it actually stabbed him. For a second, he thought he was hallucinating and had killed a patient, but then the body disappeared in a puff of blood and smoke. God damn it. Naruto Namikaze was not here. Ibiki stood and ran out of the room as fast as he could. This was not good. This was far from good. He ran out of the asylum, intending to inform the Hokage of the troubling news. No one would be ready for what was coming, no one. 1 year later, a house in the Kumo forests was in a panicked uproar as its 2 remaining occupants fled for their lives. One was a brown-haired man with a fresh, bleeding cut down the side of his face. The other, an elderly woman, struggled up the stairs. Both were covered in blood, not all their own. The man pushed the older woman to quicken her pace. On the second floor, he shoved her into a hall closet and shut the door. They scrambled to the back wall, hidden in the shadows of hanging clothes. The man held the woman's mouth shut to stifle her whimpers. In the distance, they heard a man screaming for his life. It was a familiar voice, his cries eliciting more tears from them. Then, the screaming suddenly stopped, and they both knew why. Now, the only sound was the faint but clear footsteps slowly ascending the stairs. With each step, there were 2 extra thuds they couldn't place. Then, whoever it was reached the top step and stopped. The house fell deathly silent for a few seconds. Then, the assailant began walking again. This time, they clearly heard something sharp and metallic being dragged across the floor. 2 doors away from their closet, a door was roughly kicked in. When the person found no one, they moved to the next door and kicked it in. Again, no one. Through the closet's shutters, the brown-haired man could now see the person walking in front of their door. It was clearly female by her curves. She wore a white form-fitting shirt under an unzipped red jacket that reached just below her rib cage. She also wore short, tight black shorts that didn't go past her mid-thigh. The entire outfit was drenched in blood splatter. In her hands were 2 swords, held in a reverse grip with their tips touching the ground, likely the dragging sound he'd heard. She was staring at their door. Their door opened outwards, so she reached for the doorknob. The brown-haired man tightened his grip on the elderly lady's mouth to prevent her from screaming, hoping and praying to any divine power they would somehow escape. He shut his eyes, awaiting the inevitable. Suddenly, there was a crashing sound in the room next to theirs. The girl released the doorknob and turned her head. Now, the brown-haired man caught a glimpse of her hair, which was blood-red at the bottom, fading into bright blonde. She walked away to investigate the sound, and the brown-haired man breathed a sigh of relief as quietly as he could. He loosened his grip slightly on the old lady and whispered to her to stay quiet. Slowly and gently, he crawled to the door. She had already partially opened it, so he pushed it open a little further. It creaked ever so slightly, and he cursed his luck. Looking down the hall in the direction she went, he couldn't see or hear her. Seeing a chance to escape through the window at the end of the hall, he crawled back to the old woman. Very quietly, he whispered his plan. Okay, the window at the end of the hall is wide open. If we can make it, then we can run for it. The old woman shook her head vehemently, disliking the idea. We have to. Hey, we have to, he said more harshly. If we stay here, we will die. The old woman bit her lips together and shut her eyes, mentally weighing her odds. Realizing there was no other choice, she nodded. He nodded back and prepared to crawl towards the door, but quickly jumped back against the wall when he heard whistling from down the hall. Again, the blood-stained girl walked past their room. She was still dragging one sword across the ground, but she was swinging the other as she whistled. She was about to pass when the old woman could no longer hold her breath. She exhaled as quietly as possible, but it seemed enough for the girl to stop in her tracks. The brown-haired man clamped his hand over her mouth once more. The girl walked back until she stood in front of the door again. This time, he knew they were found out. Reaching to his right, he felt around for something to use. All he found was an old umbrella, which he held shakily. The door swung open, he thrust the umbrella forward, but it was swiftly batted aside, and the right side of his chest was slammed against the wall behind him. He looked up at her, horrified by the mask she wore. It was a traditional Japanese porcelain doll mask, complete with tiny lips, narrow eye slits, and a small nose. Red lipstick smeared the mask's mouth, and both eyes were carelessly smudged with red eyeshadow. A small heart sat beneath her right eye, and along the jawline was the word rotten. I found her, love, she called out, her tone ominously cheerful. Another set of footsteps casually ascended the stairs. Don't worry, Granny, she said, looking at the old woman. My honey just wants to talk to you. The brown-haired man struggled to pull the sword from his chest, but she twisted it further, making him scream louder. Then, the other masked assailant appeared. He wore a blood-red shirt, black pants tucked into black tape with black sandals. Over the red shirt was a black, hoodless jacket with a high collar, left unzipped. The jacket and pants had many pockets, and an empty sword sheath hung on his back. His mask was plain, expressionless white, cutting off at his hairline. A blood-red, very jagged, crudely painted smile stretched from cheek to cheek. The eye holes were barely visible, obscured by blackened, smudged eyeshadow. His blood-red hair was slicked back, appearing wet or oily, with a strand or two hanging over the mask's front edge. "Well, well," he said, squatting before the terrified old lady. "Miss Kibbe, former secretary to the Rakeage." The old lady tried her best to shrink into the wall behind her. "Don't be afraid. I would just like to talk to you. My name is unimportant, as I am nothing more than an idea." "What do you want?" yelled the brown-haired man. The masked man glanced at him curiously, then looked back at his assailant. "Why is he still alive?" "Sorry, hun, thought you'd want to use him as leverage." She yanked the sword from his chest and slit his throat. Flicking the blood from the blade, she shoved it back into the empty sheath on the masked man's back. The old woman cried desperately, seeing the blood leak from his throat. Hey, he said, moving closer to the woman and gently stroking her face. "There's no need for that," he whispered. "Just answer my questions and we'll be all right." Now, the Rakeage. Sitting in his office, Godame Hokage Menma Namikaze reviewed the recent report about the masked assailants. It was an unexpected cry for help from a second village. 2 months prior, he'd received a distress message from Gara, the Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village, about 2 masked individuals who had massacred one of his former associates' homes, seemingly seeking information about him. It had been a simple heads-up for the Hokage to ensure all his associates were accounted for. Now, he received a letter describing the same situation from the new Mizukage, Kojuro. Kiri, being somewhat neutral to Konoha, made this an unexpected warning. Apparently, the masked assailant allowed one witness to live to relay a message, which was cryptic but threatening and seemed incomplete. This entire ordeal was becoming a headache, especially for someone only 4 months into office. As of now, the issue wasn't major, as the only people outside the village connected to him were Suzuki and Mito. They'd embarked on their honeymoon a few weeks ago to Spring Country, but both could handle almost anyone they encountered. Of course, they were told to look out for Naruto, even after all this time. There would be hell to pay if other villages discovered the Hokage's lunatic brother was out causing trouble. To Menma's knowledge, Naruto hadn't done anything yet. He'd been spotted a few times with Ino, of all people, in minor villages, but Menma could never pinpoint their location. It also wasn't known if Ino was an accomplice or merely a victim. While his father was in office, he'd sent multiple search and seize missions for the two, but only a few spotted them, and none could catch them. Without Jiraiya's spy network, finding anyone became much more difficult for Konoha. Naruto, being a former Umbu, didn't help, as he was well aware of every tactic they used for certain missions. He was beginning to understand his father's weary warning when he took office. His father had told him this job wasn't simply about being the strongest in the village or making tough decisions. He said it was a hefty task of balancing not only internal and external village problems but also one's personal life issues. Naruto's escape negatively impacted both of those tasks. His disappearance led to many village issues, including demands for his head from council members and his own friends who believed he'd kidnapped Ino. Even Sakura, to Menma's disappointment. He understood Ino was her best friend, but Naruto was his brother, and he expected her to at least understand how he felt. Ino was his friend too, so he got her point of view, but that didn't change things. As a father, Hokage, and husband, Menma had a lot on his plate. Hopefully, in time, everything would work itself out. He was even considering asking his father for help with the masked assailant situation. Not that he couldn't handle it, he was actually planning to relay to every shinobi, jonin or higher, to be on the lookout for the 2 individuals with orders to either capture or kill. He wasn't sure how effective that would be with the vague description of simply 2 masked assailants. He didn't know their affiliation, ability, or even gender. It would be like chasing blank faces. For now, his plan was to wait for more information. If things continued and Kumo or IWA reached out with a similar complaint, then he'd definitely step up and devise a plan of action. A knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called out, writing something on the document before him. Sakura walked in with a baby carrier hooked onto her left arm and a diaper bag slung over her right shoulder. Menma smiled and stood to greet her. Walking over, he kissed Sakura and received the beautiful baby lying carelessly in the carrier. "Hey there, Sumire-chan," he said, pinching her cheeks. Sakura smiled, tickling her little feet. "She's been missing her daddy all day, so I thought we'd come for a visit." Menma smiled gratefully and walked back to his seat with his daughter in his hands. "Well, I'm certainly glad you did." Taking a seat, he began to rock back and forth, making baby noises to make her laugh. "Today has been nothing less than stressful, I'll tell you that." Sakura walked around and set the carrier on the ground next to his chair and the diaper bag on a free spot on his desk. "I can tell. Have you even eaten today?" Menma smiled bashfully with a chuckle. No. I must have forgotten, he said, scratching the back of his head. Sakura chuckled. You baka. Wait here, I'll go get us something to eat, she said, walking towards the door. Menma chuckled and nodded, holding Sumire up so they were face to face. Your Kaa-san is so mean, Sumire-chan. I hope you're more like me, he mocked so Sakura could hear. Don't corrupt my daughter, Yubaka, she called out casually as she shut the door. Menma again chuckled at her and put his daughter back into the carrier next to him so he could continue working. When she started crying, he shoved her bottle into her mouth, silencing her instantly. A few minutes later, another knock at his door interrupted him. This time it was Kakashi. Oh, Kakashi. What is it? He asked, picking up Sumire so he could feed her properly. Meh, just stopping by to check up on you, he said, casually strolling in and taking a seat in a chair off to the side with his book in his hands. Menma's expression displayed playful annoyance. As per my father's request, he asked him in a knowing tone. Kakashi just smiled from behind his book. Can't blame him for worrying. There was a lot going on when he handed you the hat. Menma sighed and looked down at Sumire. I know, but still, I am Hokage for a reason. He doesn't have to worry about me all the time. Kakashi shrugged. Guess it's a parent thing. Menma smiled at that, looking down at his daughter, figuring he'd probably do the same thing. Well, tell him thanks for checking up on me, but I'm fine, he said in amusement. Kakashi smiled and nodded. Will do. While I'm here, anything you'd like to talk about? He asked. Menma looked up and thought. Well, yeah, actually. He shifted Sumire to his other arm. There could be a possible issue brewing that could affect us later down the road, he said, getting serious. What's the threat level? Kakashi asked, putting his book away. Menma shook his head at the question. I'm not truly sure. Two masked individuals attacked associates of the cage, demanding information on them, he explained. Kakashi looked up and thought. What do you mean by associates? Menma used his free hand to rummage through the piles of paper on his desk. Former sensei of the Kaze cage, on the previous Mizu cage, Mei Terumi, he said, reading the report. A former cage? Kakashi asked in surprise. Menma nodded. Well, that means they definitely have some kind of power, he remarked. Both of them sound as though they would have some kind of knowledge on their cage's personal life. That's what I'm afraid of, he said with a nod. Suzuki and Mito are out on their honeymoon, and you think they would dare attack them? They are both S-rank shinobi within the bingo book, Kakashi said. Menma nodded. Yeah, but if they were confident enough to attack a former cage, I doubt they'd shy away from that, he said. True, Kakashi said, considering all the information presented to him. Well, maybe we can use that, he said, thinking of a plan. Yeah, inform Suzuki and Mito of the imminent threat of two masked assailants, and they may possibly be able to defeat them and end whatever the two have planned, he explained. Cut the head of the snake before it can strike. Menma thought it over. It was a sound plan, but he didn't really want to give his sister and new brother-in-law a mission during their honeymoon. However, this was a matter of village security, so he might have to. It would be better to have them vigilant out there if someone were actually planning to attack them. No matter how good of a shinobi you may be, you are still vulnerable to unplanned attacks. The key was to prepare for everything. Yeah, okay, he said with a nod. I'll send a carrier pigeon as soon as possible. Wiping the blood from her mask, Ino happily strolled alongside Naruto who, as usual, had a book shoved in front of his masked face. It's been a year since their escape from the village. Immediately after the whole chemical death initiation thing, they began a string of very confusing missions. It was like Naruto had planned out everything he wanted to do when he got out. Ino knew it was along the lines of malicious intent and most likely criminal activity, but she didn't really care. In fact, she was starting to almost enjoy the things they did. They were bad, but for some reason, they gave her a rush she hadn't felt in, well, ever. Their first 2 months of freedom were spent traveling various nations, digging up dirt and learning of brewing alliances among them. There seemed to be more than a few. IWA was apparently in contact with Konoha about squashing recent conflicts between them, aiming to join an alliance with them and Suna. Kiri remained neutral but was very interested in the budding alliances of other nations. And Kumo was mostly interested. It almost seemed like the world was nearing a peaceful time. They also unearthed the dirt of underground organizations in each nation. Konoha's route was seemingly in conflict with Kumo's Bolt organization. It was all very interesting to Naruto. He and Ino had been plotting their game plan every step of the way. Recently, they'd been hunting down personal information on the cage themselves. For what? Ino wasn't truly sure, but she knew it would be something. Currently, according to Naruto, they would need an army of their own before beginning their true goal. So, they were now traveling through the fields of Kusagakur in search of something, or someone. Ino peeked over his shoulder. What you readin'? She asked playfully as she slipped her mask back on. Oh, it's an absolutely dreadful book about this man's ridiculous theory on where we go when we die, he explained. Ino put her hands behind her back and swayed her shoulders as they walked. what does he think? Naruto pulled the book down from his face. Well, he believes there is some sort of purgatory that we go to await our judgment from Kami, he said, shaking his head in disbelief. Ino smiled beneath her mask. You don't think that place exists? She asked him, leaning forward to peek into his eye holes. No, he said immediately. No, that's just a scare tactic to force people into acting like civilized individuals. So what happens when we die? Ino asked him. Naruto sighed and looked up at the night sky and thought. We're just gone. There's no purgatory, no afterlife, no heaven, no hell. There is just non-existence. So you've never believed in religion? No. No, you see, religion is the human race showing its fear of being the top of the food chain. Aside from what people may believe, we are the superior species. Some could argue the tailed beasts, but they have been captured and contained for over a century. We are the most intelligent, and intelligence is power. Ino was confused. Well, how does that tie in? Humanity fears power even though we all crave it. Therefore, they create stories of something a step higher so that everything that happens is for a reason in their eyes, he explained. Ino just smiled at him and grabbed his free hand in her own. You sure have thought about this, haven't you? She leaned her head against his shoulder as they walked. Naruto chuckled. Well, when you're locked up for 5 years, it gives you some time to think. I'm sorry I didn't get you out sooner, she said sincerely. Naruto waved her off. That is not important. Patience is a virtue. I would have waited another year if I had to. Well, you didn't have to, she said, hopping onto his back. Effortlessly, Naruto caught her with his hands beneath her knees as he continued walking. And I am grateful for that, he said as Ino moved the strands of hair hanging over his mask. Which is why I keep you around. She snickered in disbelief. TCH, yeah. It's not because you love me or anything like that, she said in a playful tone. Naruto chuckled. Dr. Yamanaka, you are too much. Up ahead, they could see a group of people walking their way. Looks like we have company, dear, she said, swinging her feet playfully. Naruto just snorted and continued along the path, undeterred. As they got closer, they could make out what seemed to be a 4-man squad, possibly a team of genin and their sensei. Getting even closer, they could now see that they were from Konoha. The sensei was someone neither of them knew personally, a fairly muscular man with dark brown hair. His 3 genin stood behind him, fearful of the 2 masked individuals they were about to pass. Naruto's eyeholes peered into the brown-haired sensei with absolute no emotion. In an attempt to maintain his composure, the man nodded. Naruto paused for a slight second before nodding back. Ino was playing with the children behind him, staring at them with a smile beneath her mask. She tilted her head cutely, completely creeping them out with the blood-smeared markings on her mask and the few droplets still clinging to her legs. The sensei and his students breathed a sigh of relief when they passed the 2. Naruto just continued walking, not paying them any more mind. Ino was looking back at them for no apparent reason. The sensei turned around to check on his students and saw her looking back. He pushed them in front of him and continued walking. Ino turned back and chuckled into Naruto's ear. Hours later, Naruto and Ino walked into a bar on the outskirts of Kusa. Sticking to the shadows of the shady place, they made their way to a very dark corner overlooking the people within. They sat there for a few hours until the individual they seemed to be waiting for finally made an entrance, a man with curly black hair and a scar running down his right eye. Naruto nudged Ino, and she nodded, taking her mask off. Ino walked over to the free spot on the bar right next to the man, with a sway to her hips and a seductive smile plastered on her face. Leaning on the counter, she tapped her fingers against the countertop. Hey, barkeep. I'd like a few shots, she said, getting the target's attention. She could feel his eyes on her as she waited for her order. The barkeep came back and asked her how many she wanted, and she replied 2. When he filled the glasses, the target took that as a conversation starter. Hey, he quipped. Those both for you? Ino smirked his way as if she hadn't noticed him there. Of course they are, she said slyly. Girl's a little thirsty. She downed one of the glasses with little effort. The curly-haired man watched her the whole time. Well, in that case, let me buy you 2 more, he said, pulling out his wallet. The barkeep poured 2 more glasses. I'm Kai. He held his hand out for her to shake. Ino, she replied, shaking the appendage. She smiled at him, knowing she was successful in her tactics. From there, she laid on the charm to the best of her abilities, which were far better than most. She engaged him in small talk that made her want to slit her own throat. He wasn't necessarily dumb, but he was nowhere near the level of intellectual dialect she was used to. For the next 3 to 4 hours, she successfully engaged him in conversation and utilized her knowledge of psychology to extract the information she needed. Somewhere along the way, they decided to leave the bar, with Naruto, unknowingly to Kai, following close behind. Naruto was spot on with picking this target. Apparently, he was the leader of a very large group of nuke ninja and rogue samurai who despised the major shinobi countries for various reasons. They were a nameless underground circuit that had been around for more than a few years but had yet to take any major action, which he idiotically admitted to her was because of his own fear of being found out. Knowing the new information, Ino showed him her headband and expressed her desire to join his organization. Kai was at first unsure, saying they didn't usually take anyone not marked nuke in the bingo book. That's when she revealed she was one of the masked assailants who attacked the Kazekage sensei and the previous Mizukage, the two cases people were likely aware of at this point. Kai was surprised by that information, as those two individuals were starting to pop up on everyone's radar. He seemed to have a spy network far more complex and functional than the one the son and Jiraiya had in the past. Ino found it strange yet fitting that it seemed the only thing holding him back from causing true trouble for the world was his own cowardice. More importantly, she knew more about what Naruto was trying to do. They needed an adequate army, and it seemed they had found one that could use a new leader. The more Kai explained it, the better it seemed to get. After he agreed she could join, he explained the functioning of the ranking and their members. They worked in a fairly organized manner, with higher UPS consisting of the highest class nuke ninja who reported information directly to him. There were over 200 members in Kusa alone at the moment, and at least 200 more either undercover. Ino probed Kai with questions about his power, as he boasted about being the strongest shinobi and how high-ranking members, even notable figures from the bingo books like Sasori, had tested him. Kai admitted he used fear to command respect but worried he was losing his hold. The people craved action, a sign the organization would soon make a move, but Kai hesitated. His grandfather founded the organization, and it was passed down after his father's death. Though rigorously trained, Kai confessed to Ino that he lacked the passion to harm the major villages, having grown up within the underground headquarters. Ino offered blunt advice: if you don't take action soon, your people will lose respect, she warned, or someone might take them from you. Kai bashfully replied, yeah, I know, maybe we'll start our own village, we've got a lot of members. Ino hummed uncertainly, shaking her head. Changing your purpose will make them leave faster. Kai understood, explaining he'd been too nervous to propose his idea to his forces. Seizing an opportunity for further action, Ino kissed his cheek with a seductive smile. They say a strong woman can give a man strengths he never knew he had, she purred. Kai grinned slightly. What are you proposing, Ms. Ino? She took his hand, smiling bashfully. Tell your troops your idea. I'll be with you every step of the way. Kai looked at the forest floor, deep in thought. I don't know, he stammered. I'll lose some of them. Ino nodded. True, but the ones who stay are the ones who are really there for you. Realization dawned on his face, and he gently squeezed her hand. After a moment, he smiled and nodded. Ino understood and rested her head on his shoulder. They walked a few more minutes, then crossed a field. On the other side, Kai pushed Chakra into the ground in 3 bursts, opening a subterranean pathway. Inside, Deodara, the mad bomber of IWA, greeted them. Kai, another night of bar hopping, Deodara asked incredulously. Kai, arm around Ino, walked past him, demanding respect. It's Leader Sama to you, and yes, another night of bar hopping. Deodara scowled, following them. How many men are here? Close to 200, Kai replied deadpan. Great, have everyone in the main room. I have an announcement, he said, walking further in with Ino. Naruto casually strolled a few paces behind them, unnoticed. Deodara split off to relay the message. Walking through a corridor, Kai and Ino passed 2 throne-like chairs overlooking what Ino assumed was the main hall, where over 100 people were training, eating, or socializing. The room was massive. They continued past the thrones, down 3 steps, onto a small balcony overlooking the space. Other corridors lined the gigantic room, with people pouring out and filling the main area within minutes. Ino watched from Kai's side as men and women chatted, awaiting the meeting. Below them was a raised, rounded platform, seemingly for battles or entertainment, connected to a hall directly beneath them. From it emerged 7 individuals Ino assumed were the higher UPS. This lethal group included Deodara, Kisame Hashigaki, the tailless-tailed beast, Haiden, the immortal Aoi Rokushou, the thief of the sword of the thunder god, Zabuza Mamakai, demon of Kirigakure, Kakuzu, the man who fought Hashirama Senju, and Pakura, former hero of Tsunegakure. All S-rank criminals with deep-seated hatred for the major villages. They impressed Ino, who now felt a slight nervousness. If they were truly loyal to Kai, her plan wouldn't work. Squeezing Ino's hand, Kai began his announcement. A seal on the balcony amplified his voice throughout the room. He stepped forward, capturing the attention of his silent listeners. People, he declared, I have an important announcement. The room fell silent, many anticipating his words, most hoping for action. As you all know, the primary goal of this organization has been the destruction of the major villages. He glanced back at Ino, who gave him 2 thumbs up and a comically insane smile. He found it odd but continued. As of recent, we've been dormant in our actions. This drew chuckles and giddy noises, as everyone thought they knew where this was going. I have a plan, he stated, further exciting the crowd. Ino noted the eager body language of the 7 higher UPS below, feeling reassured. they clearly wanted to attack as much as everyone else. His next statement caused an even greater reaction. My plan is to abandon our previous objective and instead start our own village. A moment of stunned silence was followed by outrageous shouts of anger. Kai silently watched them yell their discrepancies before flashing his intense killer intent, instantly freezing the room. Ino was surprised, he was far stronger than she imagined. The 7 higher UPS leaped onto the balcony, demanding answers. Haydn, the most vulgar, immediately badgered him. Kai, what the hell are you talking about? He roared. I didn't waste 3 years of my fucking life to be pulled back into another fucking village. You're immortal, jackass. But he's right, yelled Deodara. The hell is wrong with you? Kai stared at them indifferently, hands behind his back. We won't be a regular village, he tried to explain. Yeah, no shit. We're made up of missing ninja, Aoi said casually, as if speaking to an idiot. Zabuza drew his sword. The only reason we are here is because of the mission, he stated, pointing his blade at Kai, who remained unintimidated. Oh, Zabuza is gonna challenge him, Kisame said with amusement. This is making Shark Skin tremble. Kai stepped forward, locking eyes with him. That mission was started by my grandfather. He was a fool to believe he could take on the likes of the 5 Cage, he said threateningly. If you wish to try and take my place, then by all means. Zabuza couldn't maintain eye contact, his sword slowly lowering. Ino found it strange to see the demon of the mist shy away from an enemy, especially in front of a fellow swordsman. Know your place, Mamakai, Kai said casually, stepping past them to continue his speech. The 7 turned with him, seemingly going along with it. I understand the issue with this, but I urge you to allow me to explain. He waited for a response. When none came, he continued. My grandfather's qualms do not extend to me. I have no hatred for the hidden villages, and I understand that you may. If so, I urge you to take it upon yourself to take action in your own way. If your hate is pure, then you will have no issue doing so. Well, if that's not cowardice, then I don't know what is, a new voice said from behind him. The group on the balcony turned in surprise at the man brave enough to disrespect the monster before them. Naruto stepped around the thrones, mask on, hands behind his back. Ino, still behind the group, smirked at Kai, who looked at her suspiciously. She slyly put her mask back on, and when Naruto reached her, she leaned on his shoulder. Kai Okutaka, he said slowly. Who are you? Kai asked blankly, showing no fear or emotion. Naruto tilted his head slightly. It is of no importance who I am. What's important is my plan, and the necessities I need to complete it, he said, casually walking around. You see, like these beautiful people around you, I have a certain abhorrence for the hidden villages. Kai stared in confusion and slight annoyance. Aoi, kill him, he said suddenly. Aoi drew his sword, but Naruto opened his jacket, revealing paper bombs, and formed a hand sign, ready to detonate them. He said, shaking his head. Let's not blow this out of proportion. Listen, Kai, as I understand, you are a man who invites challenge. Kai turned, staring at him. You wish to challenge me to take my place, he asked threateningly, flashing his killer intent at the redhead, who remained unaffected. Why, that's a splendid idea, he said with a smile beneath his mask. You see, these people deserve a better leader, he declared, addressing the crowd listening to the tense conversation. They don't need a spineless man afraid of his own demise. Kai leaped back and off the balcony, landing on the circular platform, ready to fight. Naruto rolled his right shoulder out and slowly walked forward, ignoring the 7 high-class killers who looked at him as if he were a fool. You will die here today, Kai. It is your fear of death that will be your demise, he said, stepping off the ledge. Naruto landed on the opposite side of the platform, staring at the curly-haired man. You seem so sure of yourself, Kai said with a smirk. If you had any common sense, you'd look around and see that your confidence may be misplaced. It is not, Naruto said simply, rolling up his left sleeve. He pushed chakra into the marking on his forearm, and a sheathed sword and strap appeared. I am merely aware of the ending to this match. You know nothing of me, but I know everything about you. He strapped the sword to his back and unsheathed it. Kai raised an eyebrow in confusion. Have we met before? Naruto shook his head. No, but I've met you. You're a cowardly man, hiding behind power, he said, holding his sword in a reverse grip. You are too kind for the role you play, which is why you refuse to take action. A man like you does not belong in an organization like this, yet you lead it because no one has been able to best you. And you believe you can? Kai asked casually. Naruto gave a curt nod, saying nothing else. Kai nodded back cockily and walked to the edge of the arena. He held out his hand to a nearby man, eyes fixed on Naruto. Sword. The man drew it from its sheath and handed it to him. Well then, let's see it. With that, the two rushed forward. Kai went for a wild diagonal slash, which Naruto blocked with his own. Spinning with the block, Kai aimed an elbow at Naruto's face, but Naruto caught it and pushed it forward, spinning him back. Ducking under the next violent slash, Naruto spun on his knees, his sword extended, nearly cutting Kai's leg. Getting to his feet, he jumped back, avoiding a downward stab as Kai lodged his sword into the ground. Pulling it out, Kai jumped towards the recently landed Naruto. Naruto fell back as Kai came in for a roundhouse kick. While Kai's leg was airborne, Naruto jabbed him behind the knee. Kai landed and stumbled as his leg gave out. He rolled aside when Naruto threw his sword where Kai's chest would have been. The unarmed Naruto rolled forward, caught Kai's wrist before he could continue his slash, ducked a right straight, and kicked him in the chest, sending him tumbling backward. Kai rose on his unresponsive leg, scowling at the redhead. Naruto rushed him, grabbing his sword en route. He slid on his side, avoiding a flurry of kunai thrown by the curly-haired man. Kai leaped and threw his sword down, hoping to impale the still-sliding enemy, but Naruto expertly shifted his body, missing the blade by a hair. He rolled again, barely missing a ground-breaking stomp that nearly crushed him. Kai roared in rage and threw his sword forward, missing the blonde but impaling a watcher in the head. Naruto looked back momentarily and paid for it as Kai was already in his face, delivering a kick to his chest that made him lose his grip on his blade. Before he could grab it, Kai jumped up and kicked it away. Naruto seized that distraction, grabbing Kai's raised leg. He held it until Kai fell onto his back, then kicked him away. Both rolled to their feet and rushed again. Kai slid down, avoiding a flying straight kick as Naruto soared over him. Getting back to his feet, he easily blocked the redhead's follow-up spinning back kick and delivered a barrage of punches to Naruto's momentarily exposed ribs. Naruto hopped back, cradling his chest with green chakra emitting from his hands. He had little time as a barrage of kunai flew his way. He jumped aside, and the watchers behind him deflected the blades, suspending them above the platform. Acting quickly, Naruto kicked one forward and grabbed another. The one he kicked was caught by Kai, who was already rushing him. Naruto parried his strike with a slash of his own. The two were deadlocked in a struggle of strength, hand to hand, kunai to kunai. Kai peered into the black eye holes, faintly seeing cold, lifeless blue eyes staring back. Loosening his wrist, Naruto allowed Kai's kunai to soar towards him, stabbing him in the shoulder, as he plunged one into Kai's thigh. "Ard!" Kai yelled, kicking him back with his other leg. Naruto rolled with the hit and stood, now out of weapons. Kai limped, struggling to stay on his feet. Naruto rushed him, ignoring his shoulder injury. He threw a feint right hook that Kai leaned back to avoid. When he did, Naruto jabbed him in his injured thigh. "Ard!" he yelled again, dropping to his knee. Naruto stood over him as if he'd already won. His breathing was steady, and he seemed unfazed, save for the blood leaking from his shoulder. Kai's eyes darted around the room, looking at the shocked spectators. No one said a word, they just watched in disbelief. "This is the peak performance of your so-called unstoppable leader?" he asked condescendingly. "Not bad, but I have definitely had better battles." Kai chuckled and stood. "Oh, believe me, I've got a lot more," he said, walking back into the tunnel. Naruto raised an eyebrow, wondering if he'd given up. "Close combat is not my forte. If you'd really like a battle, we should take it outside." Naruto watched him for a second before following. The sizable crowd now encircled the field outside their hidden base, everyone eager to see the fight. It had been so long since they witnessed their leader go all out, and it seemed he would have to if he wanted to win this fight. Once everyone settled, the field was quiet, save for Ino sharpening Naruto's discarded blade off to the side with the 7 higher UPS. Naruto stood calmly on the other side of the field, waiting for Kai to attempt whatever he believed would win him this fight. Kai bounced on the balls of his feet a few times, trying to get used to the pain in his leg. With a sigh, he stopped, pulled off his shirt, revealing a body covered in tattoos. He looked at Naruto, who remained as unintimidated as he had been the entire time. "I am finished with this game of cat and mouse," he said with conviction. "You wish to lead my people, I will not make it easy for you." Naruto said nothing. He took off running across the field, intending to continue their battle. A few feet away, he jumped left, dodging a fireball. Immediately forced to move again, another fireball soared towards him. Using his limited knowledge of earth jutsu, he slammed his hands into the ground, and a wall shot up, barely withstanding the colliding fireball. Kai watched the smoke clear for a brief second before jumping up and away from the hands that popped out, trying to snag his feet. Naruto leaped from the ground and began rushing him again, performing a string of hand signs. Kai blew another fireball his way, which Naruto jumped over. Seeing this, Kai blew another, but Naruto had finished his hand signs and blew a ball of water, larger than Kai expected, dousing his flame and coating the field in a thick mist. Kai jumped from the mist, avoiding a trap. He stared into the white cloud, awaiting movement. An air bullet tore through the mist too quickly for Kai to avoid completely, so he leaned slightly, causing the bullet to shoot through his arm. Grimacing at the pain, he jumped out of the way of the next two, narrowly avoiding them. Naruto went through more hand signs and blew a ball of flames at the curly-haired man. When Kai jumped away to avoid it, Naruto smirked beneath his mask, pulling at the thin ninja wire in his hands. Kai noticed the wire just in time and contorted his body to avoid being tangled. In doing so, he didn't notice the redhead come in with a brutal knee to his rib cage, sending him tumbling back to the ground. He held his ribs and looked up at the two redheads who began walking towards him. He looked around at the people who were giving him the same look as before, the look that told him he was losing. In truth, this was all he had. This man before him was too powerful. The people feared his almighty strength because he had easily beaten Sasori, but he had help doing so. It seemed he needed that help here as well. He stood with intense eyes. He took a few steadying breaths before rolling his shoulders. With a somewhat painful expression, a tattoo on the back of his neck began to glow an orange, almost red, color and began to expand. Like markings of flames, it rapidly expanded across his body, stopping just past his nose, almost reaching his other eye. The orange faded to black, and the markings looked like regular tattoos. He felt amazing. Naruto watched him with interest. "I knew you were a snake," he said lowly, crouching into his fighting stance. Kai's eyes lit up with excitement. The power within him was overwhelming but incredible. With a crazy look in his eyes, he took off.